The Workings of a Human Specimen, by Sci-Fi. Chapter 11, A Truth Colored by Deteriorating Fog. Osomatsu gave a sleepy groan. He rubbed his eyes groggily before blinking a few times, slowly coming back to wakefulness. He was staring up at a simple, white ceiling, one he had, by now, woken up to one too many times. It was the ceiling of the room. His bedroom. His cell. His prison on a foreign, alien ship. It was always a disappointment to wake up to it. It had been less than a day, and he was already homesick again. The man allowed his arms to slide back down, slipping off the side of the mattress and sprawling onto the floor he lied so close to. He gave a deep sigh. He didn't even care to sit up. What did it matter? He was back to being a human test subject. He was back to this torment. What could he do besides wait for that damn doctor to return and experiment on him again? Osomatsu lied sluggishly, lethargic and depressed. He didn't want to be here anymore. 15 minutes passed of empty staring, awaiting his next bit of testing. These times were always so boring, made worse by the frustration of being back on the ship. The man hardly moved from his spot as he lied patiently, listening to the silence of the room. Soon, it happened. He heard a noise from the door, but didn't even bother looking up. He already knew it was probably Ichimatsu, anyway. Osomatsu? Osomatsu blinked, perking up upon hearing that familiar voice. He shot up and peered across the room, eyeing a meek-looking alien glancing shyly through the doorway. He held a solemn expression, one of uncomfortable guilt. Choromatsu. Osomatsu cried out with pleading eyes, his excitement growing. The alien slowly entered the room, allowing the door to shut behind him. He kept his head low as he looked up at the other. "We need to talk," he said. Osomatsu adjusted his position, sitting cross-legged while attentive to the other. "You've been gone forever," he exclaimed. "You kept me waiting." "Yeah, sorry about that," the other shrugged with a half-assed smile. "Protocol and all." "So, tell me the good news," Osomatsu begged hopefully. Choromatsu gave the other a discouraged, guilt-ridden frown. It was sincere, and it struck Osomatsu with a pang of anxiety. The man's energy began to dissipate with every passing moment of hesitation from the other. The atmosphere was much too obvious. "Choromatsu," he called, hanging on to hope just a little longer. Choromatsu allowed a few more moments to sink in before shutting his eyes and letting out a deep sigh. Then, he spoke. "I spoke to my superiors," he said. "And?" The alien let his gaze fall to the floor, then looked back up with worry in his eyes. "They didn't like my request," he revealed. "Osomatsu, they threatened to take me off your case." "What?" A flashback. It was single, dark entity standing below a light in an atmosphere of dark ambience. Before him, 3 creatures of higher power sat in a row at a long desk, looking down at the inferior worker with eyes of judgment. Their visitor, Choromatsu, appeared nervous yet determined as he stood, ready to face his higher-ups. Thank you for having me," Choromatsu bowed in respect. "Listen. I know I've only been on this case for a short period of time, but there's something that must be addressed here." "Go ahead," the center mind spoke. "Yeah, see, this specimen I've been studying, it's..." Choromatsu fiddles with his fingers, thinking over his words carefully before presenting them to those in power. "It's really, really intelligent," he emphasized. "Between the tests I've been running, the competence it's displayed, even its escape attempt, it's to the point where one could compare its mental complexity with, well, that of our own." Without turning their heads, the 3 before him sent side glances to one another, ones of judgment, ones of bias. "I've walked beside them within their societies built, and I've seen a significant amount of evidence to argue their intellect," Choromatsu continued. I've been considering the situation and, well, I can't help but to question at what point studying an intelligent creature in this manner becomes," he gave a dry swallow, "immoral." The center of the trio lowered its eyelids and leaned forward in an intrigue that was almost threatening. "You've come to us regarding an argument on morality?" it asked, almost in disbelief. "Choromatsu. Your job is to study this animal, nothing else." "Yes, I'm aware of my duties, however." You are beginning to deviate from the task we have initially assigned you, and perhaps are building too high a regard for this creature, it stated, cutting the other off entirely. This makes me worry. Perhaps we should consider assigning you another case. Choromatsu blinked in surprise. Huh? Well, wait, no, that's not necessary. He began to argue. We could have someone more experienced take over the species you are currently working with and have you work with something more at your level, the superior suggested ominously. Something simpler, something more novice. No, that's... Choromatsu cleared his throat and straightened his posture, looking up at his leaders as he tried to stay collected. Please don't be quick to make such decisions. I assure you, I am well qualified enough to lead in the study of human behavior. Are you? The other pressed. Yes, I was just, well, he twisted his lips in uncertainty. How could he have thought this would go any other way? I thought its unique intelligence was something to make note of, is all. Then, make note of it, the other states simply. The insignificant facade of will and desire this creature harbors does not rise over our pursuit of study. For the first time, one of the other two entities on either side of the leader added to the conversation. And besides, it said, the housing units prepared for our specimens are well fit enough for comfortable living. If you're worried about its emotional well-being, simply don't abuse it. I advise you to think carefully about your role in Unit 43A and consider your obligations as a behaviorist as we send you on your way, the center warned. Choromatsu's gaze fell to the floor in shame. He already knew there was no arguing such a silly-sounding idea with his higher-ups. After all, their culture of study was so deeply ingrained in their race that there was no way a few words could influence the veterans of this field. He was already acting well out of line by approaching them in the first place, and feared that more than just his case was on the line. Finally, Choromatsu sighed and bowed respectfully. I understand. Osomatsu stared at Choromatsu for a long time, his expression broken. So then. Choromatsu let out a deep breath. Osomatsu. He began hesitantly. As far as your freedom goes, there's nothing I can do. The words were finally said outright. Osomatsu sank, his gaze slowly trickling down to the floor. His eyelids drooped and he pulled his knees to his chest with a disappointed, softly frustrated look. I'm sorry, Choromatsu continued. If I had argued with them any longer, they could have just as easily fired me on the spot. I'm in a bind here. For a moment, Osomatsu said nothing. Then, he whispered out, I shouldn't have helped you. I should have just left you out in the forest. I should have just gone home. I should have just gotten away while I still could. Fuck. Choromatsu returned his words with a torn expression. Then, he slowly walked forward and plopped down on the mattress beside Osomatsu, not as a scientist, but almost as a brother joining his sibling to wallow. He looked off and stared at the empty wall with an ill look about him. Look, Osomatsu, he said. Maybe there isn't anything I can do to legally get you out of here, but, for what it's worth, I won't look at you like just another dumb animal anymore. I'm going to keep fighting for you, and I'll make sure your time here isn't too awful. Osomatsu gave an exhale through his nose, his mouth hidden in the arms wrapped over his knees. Then, suddenly, he blinked. He perked up a little and glanced at Choromatsu with an intrigued look. Wait a second. He hummed. Say that again. Choromatsu gave a quizzical look. I'm not just going to treat you like an animal anymore. He repeated in a confused tone. Before that. He scrunched his nose and thought. There isn't anything I can do to legally get you out of here. For the first time since Osomatsu had found himself back on the ship, he formed a genuine smile. Nothing legal, eh? He grinned. Then, to keep your promise, you'll just have to help me break out of here illegally, then. Choromatsu plopped his head onto his hand and mumbled, yeah, good luck with that. No, I'm being serious. The other insisted. First off, we can track you down, remember? The alien reminded with a raised brow. You'll never be able to hide. Well, you guys can just take the tracker out, right? With an amused smirk, Choromatsu replied, it's not so simple. The tracker is a biological agent infused into your DNA. I don't even know if there is a way to deactivate it. Well, yeah, that's because you're just a behaviorist or whatever, the man said dismissively. But you're friends with that doctor guy, right? Ichimatsu. I'm sure you two can figure something out. Choromatsu did a long, deep inhale, then exhale. Look. Give me some time to think about our situation and process everything, okay? He said. I'll talk to a couple more people about what's going on, and maybe we can come up with something. For now, just go through the motions as our specimen, and I'll do my best not to make this a living hell for you. All right. Osomatsu did an accepting huff before nodding. Yeah, okay. Choromatsu stood from the mattress and dusted himself off. Now, I need to go have this same conversation with Choromatsu, he began. I'll also be speaking with Ichimatsu, as well. Yeah, that bastard, Osomatsu blew a puff of pouty air. Yeah. You were right, we're good friends, the other smiled. At least, we've known each other for most of our lives. He might come off as a little awkward, but just try to be nice, okay? Millimeter, maybe. If he understands the situation, I'm sure he'll be less of a drag to work with, Choromatsu noted. He can stay in his human form when he works with you too. Maybe then you'll get to know him better and feel a little more comfortable. Yeah, all right. With that, Choromatsu walked over and opened the door. He turned and gave one last attempted smile. I'll come check up on you in a bit, all right? Just hang in there. Sure. CYA. Choromatsu shifted back into his alien form as he stepped out of the room, shutting the door behind him. Well, that wasn't so bad, he thought to himself. It wasn't the best conversation to have, but it could have been much worse. Choromatsu began his walk down the long hall, mentally preparing himself for the same conversation once more. He approached Sector B of the specimen cells, but then stopped himself. He hesitated, glancing around as he considered his options. Now that I think about it, Ichimatsu is going to want to run a physical on Choromatsu now that I'm back. Maybe I should talk to him first, then talk to Choromatsu when I come back for him. Yeah, that sounded like the best idea. Choromatsu nodded to himself and turned, heading the direction of the main testing room. He wandered on through the halls, occasionally greeting passing co-workers as he went about his way. Soon, he arrived at the testing room. He entered and glanced around, seeing that Ichimatsu was nowhere to be seen. With a quick exchange of questions between another colleague and himself, he was quickly redirected to one of the labs nearby. He exited the testing room and made his way to his final destination. Upon entering the lab, Choromatsu saw a lone Ichimatsu organizing his notes and comparing his own to Choromatsu's. He tried to smile and approached the other. All right, I'm finished speaking with Osomatsu, he greeted, attracting Ichimatsu's attention. Oh, hey, the other quietly nodded. You finished merging our notes? Yeah, Ichimatsu said as he closed the open holographic screen he had been sifting through. I have my notes from this past day logged under the most recent tab in your computer system. So those should all be there. Great. Ichimatsu withdrew the small cylindrical device that was his notepad and pushed it through a circular opening in the computer before him, uploading the information onto the database. Choromatsu approached the computer and began skimming through the notes Ichimatsu had logged, looking over the information as they prepared to switch their shifts back to normal. The specimens slept and had their meal, though neither ate anything, and they got their vaccines. They should be good for their next round in a couple weeks, where I can only hope that I won't get punched in the face again. Choromatsu gave the other a foreign expression that could only be translated into a guilty smile with a little chuckle. Let me guess, Osomatsu? He asked. Yep. You really need to watch out for that one, Choromatsu tried to laugh. So I've learned. I've talked to him though, so he should behave a little better from here on out. At least, here's to hoping. Good, Ichimatsu huffed. The younger of the two began fiddling with the computer, adjusting modules, and swiping his finger across holographic screens while working with neighboring components as well. Meanwhile, Choromatsu finished up reading through the notes and shut his holographic menu. He then pushed a button on the computer, and it spat out his cylindrical notepad once more. He took it and opened it up so he could jot down a few quick notes. Ichimatsu, he glanced at the other with a hesitant look. Have you, noticed anything while working with them? Ichimatsu raised a brow with faint intrigue and replied, What do you mean? You know, with the way they articulate their thoughts and express their morals and opinions. It's rather sophisticated for just another specimen, don't you think? Choromatsu suggested. Osomatsu threw a plate of food at me, Ichimatsu recalled curtly. Yeah, aha, he laughed guiltily. Besides that. Ichimatsu paused the work he was doing and looked down thoughtfully. He processed the question with care and recalled everything he'd seen from the humans over the past day. He stayed quiet for a moment before turning to the other with his reply. I suppose I can't say I've worked with them long enough to have an opinion on that, myself, he mumbled. I see, Choromatsu frowned. But I mean, outstanding intellect has always been something we ourselves have been granted, but as for other animals, they've always had a much lower sense of self-awareness and a much less complex train of thought. Despite traveling all over this physical plane of existence, we've still never encountered a being that even comes close to our superiority. Yep, that's how it is, said the other as he continued his work. But, ever since I started Osomatsu's case, he hummed and looked to the side. I wonder if it would be in my best interest to give them an intelligence test. Then I'd have some actual grounds to base my argument on. Ichimatsu turned to the other curiously. So, is that what this is all about? He asked. Choromatsu made eye contact, holding a serious expression. Ichimatsu, he began. If this species, these humans, are as competent a creature as we ourselves are, is it really okay to be studying them in this manner? Ichimatsu smiled hopelessly and slowly shook his head. Of course you'd be the one to try and develop some sort of moral high ground. No, this isn't about that. He sent the other a frown. I think we have a serious problem here. Ichimatsu's smile faded as he eyed the other with a skeptical look. What happened when you were on the human planet, anyway? He asked. You were gone for ages, though in reality, you didn't actually spend that long exploring, right? You were rescued relatively quickly. Choromatsu gave a little huff, exhausted by the mere mention of the whole ordeal. He stepped back and collapsed into a chair comfortably, staring up as he relived the day he spent on Earth. It was terrifying at first, I'll give you that, he stated. As soon as we found ourselves on the planet, Osomatsu and I were taken hostage by an organized group of human aggressors. And, why does this not surprise me? Ichimatsu scowled. Humans are seriously dangerous. That was where we met Choromatsu, Specimen B. See, Choromatsu sat up straight and sent his companion a seriously intrigued look. The group was actually a family. They were just scared. Once Choromatsu saw that I wasn't human and that I wasn't a threat, his entire demeanor changed. The third eldest grew a proud smile and lifted his index finger. Humans can feel very threatened by other humans, you know, he explained dumbly. Being the social species they are, they're quite territorial out in the wild. Aha, Ichimatsu nodded, showing little interest in his co-worker's useless knowledge. Anyway, once we gained their trust, Choromatsu became docile and even bandaged my wound. He shared food for Osomatsu and provided a place of shelter for us at his nest until we were rescued. I don't know how I feel about such a quick change in demeanor, he mumbled. Humans just keep getting scarier and scarier. While I was on Earth, I learned all kinds of things about humans, Choromatsu continued. Their communication skills are outstanding, and despite a general distrust towards other humans, social interaction is a deeply integrated part of their society. And their technology, they're so far beyond making tools out of objects in their environment. Based on what I've gathered, I'd say they're at least at stage BAS-23 in their technological advances. Ichimatsu's eyebrows flicked upward when he heard this. He retained his stoic expression, though the hint of astonishment in his eyes were apparent. That's impressive, I guess, he said. We've never discovered an organism at this stage before, the other explained seriously. Nothing that even comes close. It's quite remarkable. These creatures, they're truly a spectacle. The younger gave a small sigh before turning to the other. Look, Choromatsu, he started. If what you're saying is true, then, what does it change? It's not like there's anything we can do about it. Right, Choromatsu hummed with depleting excitement. I mean, you could consult the higher-ups, though I wouldn't recommend it. I, sort of already did. He confessed. Oh? They weren't too thrilled to listen to my opinions. As expected. Choromatsu leaned back in his chair and held up his notepad, glancing over the notes once more as he continued. Look, my problem was that I started spewing these claims without any evidence to support my basis. I think a good first step in moving forward would be to run some tests that can prove their competency. Luckily, that's part of my job. Do you really think they're as intelligent as we are? Ichimatsu asked. Choromatsu looked the other in the eyes as he replied. I don't know. But they're pretty damn smart. Ichimatsu did an uncertain groan as he tilted his head, working out a knot in his neck and stretching. Well, it's interesting, to say the least, he admitted. Ichimatsu, you're the only person I feel comfortable talking to about all this, Choromatsu said. I just really need someone else to know what's going on so I'm not alone here. Like I said, I haven't been working one-on-one with humans for long, Ichimatsu reminded as he continued stretching his arms and back. So I can't really say I share the same opinion. In fact, to me, it just looks like you're letting these animals walk all over you. But clearly this is important to you, and you seem to know what you're talking about. It's just a matter of what to do with that information. I told them to sit tight while I figure everything out, he said. There has to be something we can do. Well, for right now. Ichimatsu began closing up the screens around him and resetting the devices to their standby mode, finishing up the last of his work. We need to get a physical done on the new one, he stated. Now that you're here, we might as well get it out of the way. Choromatsu stood from his chair and nodded. Yeah, we can do that, he agreed. Meanwhile, if you think of anything, just let me know, okay? Yeah, sure. Do you need help bringing the specimen to the testing room, or? No, I should be fine, Choromatsu smiled. Besides, I'd still like to talk some things over with him. All right. Just, don't take too long. I have other things I need to get done. Intermission. Hopefully this talk turned out as okay as the one he had with Osomatsu. Choromatsu did a deep inhale, then exhale, mentally preparing himself for yet another depressing conversation. He wondered how Choromatsu was going to take things. He had proven to be quite docile, so this wouldn't be so bad, right? Right. It was going to be fine. Choromatsu opened the door to Choromatsu's cell, and immediately his eyes fell upon the single inhabitant sitting in the center of the mattress on the floor. The man held his knees to his chest timidly and looked up at the alien with big, anxious eyes. The fearful look he gave Choromatsu. It just made him feel even worse. The specimen watched with uncertainty as the alien before him began to transform, turning into a familiar face. As soon as he recognized who he was looking at, Choromatsu perked up, eyes filled with hope. Ah! Choromatsu, it's you! He exclaimed, allowing his legs to fall in a more relaxed-looking crisscross position. Hi, Choromatsu, the alien greeted hesitantly, allowing the door to shut behind him. I'm so relieved to see you. This past day, it's been. Choromatsu paused, trying to think of the nicest way to express how terrible it had been. After considering for a few moments, he simply shook his head. Well, anyway, are you doing okay? How's your wound? Oh, that. Choromatsu was pleasantly surprised by the other's attentive concern for his well-being and smiled. It's actually much better now. Take a look. The alien reached down and took the base of his shirt by the hem, pulling it up and showcasing his side for Choromatsu to see. Choromatsu's eyes went wide in surprise as he examined the area up and down, finding there wasn't so much as a scratch. It's completely gone. He marveled. How did you heal so fast? Our medical advances are quite superb, chuckled Choromatsu. That's amazing. Yeah, so I'm doing fine. Don't worry about me. Good, that's good. Choromatsu's excited smile slowly softened, wavering now that he'd gotten the formalities out of the way. His gaze dropped to the floor as he brought his hands together, fidgeting with his fingers nervously as he spoke up. I wanted to ask you, he began. I have some concerns. Yeah, I know, the other said quietly. Choromatsu. Choromatsu glanced up, locking eyes with the other gravely. What's going to happen? What's the situation right now? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't kind of scared, he went on, expressing his anxieties clearly. Everything that's happening, it's all happening too fast. I'm not really going to be here forever, am I? Choromatsu eyed the other, his hands formally resting behind his back as he looked down at the specimen. He pursed his lips, thinking carefully of how exactly to deliver the news. Finally, he spoke. Listen, Choromatsu, he said. I'll tell you the same thing I told Osomatsu. I don't have the power or authority to set either of you free. Choromatsu's eyebrows furrowed in deep confusion at this admission. You don't? He asked. No, Choromatsu sighed. I don't. But. Choromatsu twisted his expression in confusion, thinking hard about what the other was saying. You promised Osomatsu you'd let him go, didn't you? The alien averted his gaze uncomfortably. Yes, I did. You lied to him? I didn't lie, Choromatsu argued. I told him I would fight for him. I promised I'd do my best to convince my superiors. And, well, as I told Osomatsu, they threatened to have me replaced. He hummed in uncertainty, keeping his gaze focused anywhere but on the other. Choromatsu, to be frank, I'm not someone of high importance in this facility. The man pursed his lips and said, why would you make a promise like that if you knew you couldn't keep it? Well, Choromatsu grew flustered at the accusatory question and stuttered as he attempted to explain. I didn't know they would threaten my job. And besides, I was scared. I was alone on an undomesticated planet, and I panicked. I thought I could work out the details later, but... Finally, his eyes wandered back to Choromatsu's. The expression the man held was deep and complex. It wasn't a simple face of happiness or sadness like the alien could recognize in most specimens he worked with, this one was different. There were elements of disappointment present. Elements of distrust and gloom, innocent confusion tainted with apprehension. It made Choromatsu feel terrible. Please don't look at me like that, Choromatsu, he finally said gently. Osomatsu would have been returned to this ship whether he saved me or not. He has a biological tracker in him, it was inevitable. It wouldn't have mattered whether I was there to coordinate it. For a moment, Choromatsu didn't say anything. Then, with a heavy sigh, he asked, Choromatsu, I want you to be honest with me. Did you know that, but being by your side and helping you through this ordeal, I was going to end up a prisoner on this ship? Choromatsu gulped. Choromatsu was really putting him on the spot here, wasn't he? This guy wasn't just berating him like Osomatsu, he was truly calling him out. He paused, thinking over his answer carefully but not being able to think of any immediate excuse. Choromatsu, sensing the hesitation, frowned and asked again. Did you? Millimeter. Choromatsu scratched his arm, fidgeting with nervousness the shame was triggering. I suspected the rescue team might find interest in your presence, yes. Choromatsu stared at him, his expression bearing even more disappointment upon hearing the truth. Why didn't you tell me? He asked. Why didn't you at least warn me so I didn't end up like Osomatsu? You could have briefed me on the situation. You didn't have to let me get taken. I don't know. I think I've just been really confused lately, the other admitted. I didn't know the situation just yet. I had no idea what was going to happen when the rescue team picked us up. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to convince them to set Osomatsu free, or if maybe they would be willing to take you instead of him, or... Take me instead? For the first time from what Choromatsu could see, Choromatsu formed a furious expression. You just wanted me around so I could switch places with Osomatsu. This whole time, you just saw me as a potential test subject. Choromatsu formed a flustered, guilty look. Well, no, that's not. I feel like you used me, the other accused. This whole time. Choromatsu, listen, I'm sorry, the alien said in an almost pleading tone. I really didn't mean for it to come to this. I really didn't mean to hurt you. Choromatsu looked the other way, disgusted. I don't know how I'm supposed to believe that. Choromatsu stared at the other for a long time, his expression torn. He really messed up this time around, didn't he? Did he? Didn't he? He had hurt a creature, one of his specimens. And it was a creature worth worrying about. Choromatsu brought a hand to his face, ashamed. The will of a specimen is null and void beneath our superior rule, he stated. That's what's been indoctrinated as the truth, so it must be so, right? That's the way this existence works, isn't it? That's what we've always been taught. That's what we're wired to believe. We are gods among animals, men upon creatures. We are omnipotent, and they are not. Without turning his head, Choromatsu glanced over and eyed the other, still bearing a hurt expression. Why am I questioning myself so much? Choromatsu continued, speaking aloud to himself. Why am I feeling like this? What do I even believe anymore? A small part of me on the surface feels ridiculous for even considering the notion that. Once more, Choromatsu made eye contact with his specimen. Choromatsu stared back, looking uneasy and distrustful, yet hesitant, himself. The alien scanned his eyes and his expression before giving a deep sigh. Everything was so much easier before you humans came along, he muttered. It was so easy to go through the motions, thinking it was the right thing to do. Now you two keep getting in my head. Again, he let out another sigh. I'm sorry, Choromatsu. I really am. I know neither you nor Osomatsu want to be here, and I'm going to keep my promise. I'll keep doing whatever I can to push us closer to your freedom. Choromatsu looked down, considering the other's apology with a look that had quickly devolved into apathy. He remained silent for a minute before giving his reply. I just don't get why you didn't prevent this from happening in the first place, he huffed. I don't know how to explain it, Choromatsu frowned. I've really just been questioning myself a lot lately. You have every right to distrust me until I figure out a way to fix this. Do you have any ideas? The man asked. I just need some time to think about the situation, he replied. I'm sure I'll figure something out. As I told Osomatsu, for now, you two are just going to have to go through the motions of our specimens of study. I still need to do my work on top of things, so, just be patient and I'll do my best not to make things too bad for you two. Choromatsu stared at the ground, hesitating before finally looking up at the other with serious eyes. You're really going to try to get us out of here? He asked. Choromatsu nodded. I'll do my best, anyway, he confirmed. I owe it to the both of you. The man hummed thoughtfully, seemingly unsure whether he was ready to trust the other just yet. Choromatsu allowed the silence to continue for a few moments before suddenly forming an elated smile. I almost forgot. He grinned. Choromatsu glanced up at him curiously as the alien lifted his wrist, typing something into his watch and triggering the door behind him to open. From out in the hall, a translucent bubble of some sort floated into the room. The specimen watched curiously as it lowered and settled on the mattress before him, finally popping and revealing its content. I wanted to thank you again for letting me use this, Choromatsu smiled gratefully. I remember seeing how sentimental Osomatsu got upon returning his hoodie to him, so I'm sure you'd want yours back, too. Choromatsu lifted the piece of clothing that had been brought in by the bubble, lifting it and allowed it to unfold and reveal itself. Of course, it was his blue Matsuno hoodie, clean and intact. His eyes softened as he stared at his familiar earthly clothing, feeling a sense of comfort in seeing it again. Yeah, he breathed. Thank you. Anyway, aside from talking things over, I've actually come to escort you to the testing room, Choromatsu said, trying his best to give the other a sympathetic smile. We have a few matters of business to tend to regarding our new specimen, that is, you, so, if you'll follow me, we can get it over with. Choromatsu twisted his lips in uncertainty, eyeing the other cautiously. What are you going to do? He asked. Am I going to be bound and restrained again? Am I going to be drugged up? And, is it going to hurt? We're just getting your physical examination out of the way, Choromatsu informed. And no, I don't think restraints will be necessary. Now that I'm back, I'll be sure you and Osomatsu aren't treated so poorly. I trust you two will behave moving forward. Aside from that, you won't be drugged, and it's not going to hurt. And, the doctor? Choromatsu frowned timidly. Is he going to be there? Ichimatsu may come off as a little scary, but he's harmless, the other assured. I've already talked to him, so he should be a little nicer to you. Does that sound okay? I guess, he hummed. So, shall we head over there? The man, still holding his hoodie tightly in his arms, looked the alien up and down. He still had mixed feelings about the situation, but he didn't detect any immediate insincerity from this creature. He wanted to be able to trust him. He was an extraterrestrial scientist, after all. The last thing he wanted to do was form a negative relationship with these alien entities. Finally, Choromatsu nodded and stood to his feet, throwing his hoodie on over his regular clothes. All right, he said. With a polite smile, Choromatsu gestured the other to follow and began leading him out through the facility towards the testing room. Intermission. Don't look so scared, Choromatsu. This is just a physical examination. Choromatsu walked alongside the timid Choromatsu as they ventured down the hall, making their way through the facility. The man gave the alien an uneasy look, fiddling with his fingers. What does this physical examination entail, exactly? He asked. Choromatsu, his hands resting behind his back formally, turned to the other with a polite smile. We're just going to take a look at your body and jot down some notes, is all, he said. We gave Osomatsu a physical examination when he first arrived here, as well. All right, then. The scientist and the specimen soon entered the testing room, currently inhabited by 4 other aliens. One of them turned and greeted Choromatsu as others busily assembled their notes and worked on computers. Choromatsu nodded a greeting of his own as he led Choromatsu by the hand to the testing table. He then patted it twice, signaling the other to hop up and have a seat. Choromatsu complied and got comfortable as Choromatsu turned to exchange a few words with the other alien. The alien returned a few expressions before it unexpectedly began to change. Before Choromatsu's very eyes, it transformed and soon became a familiar face, Ichimatsu. Choromatsu did his best to give the doctor an amicable smile, but it was obviously forced. Oh, it's you again, he greeted. Ichimatsu gave a monotonous hum and nodded before joining Choromatsu at his side. Choromatsu withdrew a notepad and began to write as he spoke. Don't be nervous, this is all just a formality, he reminded. Choromatsu nodded nervously. Ichimatsu leaned forward, glaring deep into the specimen's eyes as he spoke to his co-worker hesitantly. Are you sure it's fine keeping it off the muzzle? He asked darkly. After all, this species has proven to be a bit unpredictable. Don't worry, Ichimatsu, it'll be fine. Choromatsu assured. If he acts out or does anything, you're free to punish him any way you'd like. After finishing the sentence he was writing, he turned back to Choromatsu with his usual smile. He reached out and, to Choromatsu's surprise, slipped his fingers through his hair and ruffled it playfully. Soft black hair follicles present on top of head, much similar to Osomatsu's, he noted aloud. He traced his fingers down and gently pulled down one of the man's lower eyelids to get a better look at his eyes. Dark brown eyes, bright sclera. He continued. He brought his grip to Choromatsu's nose and squeezed softly, causing Choromatsu to blink and wriggle his nose in response. Protruding nostrils in a shape dissimilar to a snout, and letting go of his nose, he gently pried open Choromatsu's lips to peek inside his mouth. Choromatsu was submissive and opened wide for the alien. Teeth indicative of an omnivore, he finished. As expected, no immediate differences between you and our other human specimen. He turned his attention from Choromatsu back down to his notepad as he jotted down his findings. Thank you for not biting me. Ichimatsu eyed Choromatsu up and down with his usual dull eyes, raising a brow curiously before leaning in and petting the top of his head. Choromatsu blinked in surprise and glanced his way, not used to being touched so much without consent. This species really looks kind of goofy, doesn't it? Ichimatsu asked monotonously. Choromatsu's wide-eyed look turned into one of subtle amusement as he did a little chuckle. Goofy, huh? He repeated. How so? Well. Ichimatsu tugged gently at the man's hair. It's just kind of funny. Seeing a random patch of fur on the top of your head on an otherwise naked body. Choromatsu formed a proud grin and piped in as he finished writing his final sentence. Actually, Ichimatsu, these structures aren't fur, at all. He corrected, reaching over and joining his coworker in petting their animal's head. If you examine the texture of each strand, you'll find that, on humans, it's a finer, less rigid structure. This also means that humans don't shed. Ichimatsu cocked his head. No? Ah, I guess now that I think about it, Osomatsu's been pretty clean since his arrival. There's more though. Choromatsu softly took Choromatsu by the arm and lifted it for all to see, petting the invisible hairs present meticulously. If you look closely, humans actually have a lot of hair, most of it is just really hard to see. Isn't it fascinating? Ichimatsu joined the other in completely breaking Choromatsu's boundaries, touching his arm curiously. Yeah, I guess. He mumbled. But, the amount of hair on the top of the head still looks goofy. You know what looks pretty goofy to me, is. Choromatsu booped the tip of Choromatsu's nose. This, he grinned. Yeah, that looks pretty goofy, too, Ichimatsu agreed. Choromatsu blinked before giving a hearty laugh, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Oi oi, he tutted. At what point do I start taking offense to all this? There's nothing to be offended by, Choromatsu smiled. We're simply marveling at the product of millions of years of human evolution. The alien leaned in and tapped the edge of Choromatsu's neckband. To Choromatsu's surprise, a large, holographic screen appeared. Anyway, let's continue, he said. Mass, 18. Height, 325, same as Osomatsu. You two must have a similar overall lifestyle. I believe you mentioned you two were close in age, as well. With another tap, he put the screen away and wrote in his notepad. Now, this next part may make you a little uncomfortable, Choromatsu said. Oh? Choromatsu cocked his head. We just need you to remove all of your clothing for us. Choromatsu stared at the other for a long time with a slightly bewildered look. Heh? Choromatsu returned his gaze with a guilty smile. I know, he said. Osomatsu's behavior has made it abundantly clear that you humans shy away from the visual vulnerability associated with the removal of your outer garments. However, in order to fully examine your body, we need you to be completely free of any foreign material. Choromatsu gave an uncomfortable gulp, eyeing each alien hesitantly. You guys must understand how bizarre this is for me. He began. There's really nothing to be embarrassed about. The other insisted dismissively. Ichimatsu glanced Choromatsu's way with an interested expression. So humans don't like being naked in front of others? He asked. Is that why the other one is always so stubborn? Yes, Choromatsu replied, returning the other's glance. From my understanding, it's a mix between their need to feel warm and secure, and their desire to shy away from reminders of their sexual nature. In human culture, sex is seen as taboo. Huh? Taboo? Ichimatsu raised a brow. Weird. Choromatsu gave a faint chuckle as he analyzed the other aliens present in the room. Well, I guess you guys don't have any visible, privates in your natural form, yourselves, he noted. So I suppose it would be quite difficult to understand. Maybe a little, but it's becoming clearer over time, Choromatsu shrugged. Anyway, if you would. Choromatsu gave an accepting grin before he began to pull his arms free from his hoodie's sleeves. Heh, yes, I suppose I shouldn't be ashamed to be examined by alien scientists, he cooed in a cool voice. After all, it should be an honor. Being one of 2 prime specimens for an intelligent alien race. Heh, quite the experience. Choromatsu hummed happily and nodded his head in agreement as Choromatsu pulled his jacket over his head and set it aside. He then removed his shirt, leaving his torso bare as he leaned over to untie his shoes. Once his footwear was taken off, he hopped from the table and began pulling down his pants, then his boxers. He held the pile of clothing in his arms as he turned to Choromatsu. Where should I set these? He asked. I'll take them. Choromatsu took the clothes and set them on a counter nearby as Ichimatsu touched Choromatsu's arm to signal him. Choromatsu glanced his way as he monotonously pointed back to the testing table. Right, Choromatsu nodded as he hopped back up. Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, and a few other alien workers surrounded the testing table and prepared to begin their examination. A foreign hand was gently pressed against Choromatsu's chest, pushing him down to a laying position on the cold metal. He shivered, attracting Choromatsu's attention. Ah, my bad. I almost forgot, he said as he adjusted a few settings on the table. Within moments, the bed had become comfortably warm. Choromatsu happily relaxed. Yeah, that's better, he smiled gratefully. Choromatsu gave a deep inhale, then exhale as he looked around at the 5 aliens now standing ominously over his naked body. He did a dry swallow as many hands began to reach towards him. Doing his best not to grimace or wince, he allowed the aliens to touch and examine his body curiously, much like they had done with Osomatsu. As they fiddled with each body part, Choromatsu spoke up. So, you humans come in all sorts of different colors, don't you? He asked, intrigued. Choromatsu turned his attention to the other with a relieved smile, knowing conversation would be a great distraction from his uncomfortable circumstances. Yeah, I guess that's right, he replied. How many different colors can human hair be? Choromatsu questioned. Well, there are a few, he said thoughtfully as he looked up. Black, brown, blonde, red, gray, and white are the primary hair colors. We can have different eye colors, too. Oh, really? He leaned in, his attention focused solely on the human. What 0 hair colors are there? Brown, blue, and green, to name a few, he listed. So there's a pretty big variety in human appearances, huh? Yes, there is, Choromatsu said, growing proud. Humans even have a wide range of skin tones and, depending on their culture and preferences, can have a vastly unique taste in fashion. So, one human can look totally different from another. Amazing. Choromatsu ogled. I'm aware that more social animals often develop flashy colors in order to attract a mate, but the way humans do so, that is, with artificial coverings, is pretty exceptional. Humph. The man grinned. We humans certainly are curious beings. I'm interested in seeing all the different types of fashions of your people, and how they attract potential mates, he said. It's too bad we collected another male. It would have been nice to have a bit of variety in our collection. Choromatsu's cool expression faltered as he eyed the other nervously. Hey now, don't go kidnapping more people, he chuckled with a pleading undertone. There are already 2 of us who want to go home. Choromatsu gave a guilty laugh and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, I got a little carried away, he apologized. I sincerely enjoy learning about your species, you know. Even if keeping you here is a little less than ideal. Choromatsu turned to Ichimatsu with a bright expression. You find it interesting too, right, Ichimatsu? Well, Ichimatsu mumbled. I guess I'm more interested in the medical side of it all. You know, chemistry and biology. Ichimatsu rummaged through a drawer, pulling out a strange device shaped like a pointy gun. One they had used plenty of times, but one that Choromatsu had yet to see. Anyway, Should we restrain him for this next part? Choromatsu and Choromatsu immediately locked eyes, the first seeming a bit wary with the second holding a blank expression. A couple seconds went by before Choromatsu turned back to Ichimatsu. No, I don't think that'll be necessary, he finally said. We might have to hold him in place when it's activated, but he won't fight. One of the aliens working at the table turned Choromatsu's head to look up at him. Choromatsu did a small gulp upon seeing its menacing silhouette before the bright light above. It began to reach down towards his face, but suddenly stopped itself. It hesitated before turning to Choromatsu and speaking in their native tongue. Choromatsu did a little laugh and replied, giving the other reassurance before it continued with its work. It turned on a bright, red light and began examining Choromatsu's eyes. Meanwhile, Ichimatsu finished tweaking the settings of the gun-like device before turning to Choromatsu apathetically. What did he say? He asked. I wasn't listening. He just asked if this was the human that bites, Choromatsu replied, amused. Ichimatsu eyed Choromatsu cautiously and mumbled, well, if one human bites. The other waved his hand dismissively. No, Choromatsu's personality and behavior is a lot more reserved than Osomatsu's, he explained. He's a bit more docile. The alien shining its light clicked it back off and let go of Choromatsu as Ichimatsu continued. Yeah, but maybe that's just because you're a lot better with the animals than I am. All I've gotten in return is food thrown at me. He lifted the pointy gun-like device and looked down dangerously at Choromatsu. Anyway, this is ready to go. Choromatsu looked up nervously at the device. What exactly is that, anyway? He asked. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous at the fact that restraining me during its use is an option. It's just a way to further examine you, is all, Choromatsu explained vaguely with a sympathetic smile. It shouldn't hurt, but it might be a bit uncomfortable. Choromatsu hummed as he eyed the device in uncertainty. It only takes a few seconds, so don't worry. Now. Choromatsu walked to the other side of the table and positioned Choromatsu's head to the side, forcing him to face away from Ichimatsu. Hold still, okay? Well, wait, where is that thing going? Choromatsu asked, growing more and more anxious. Choromatsu tapped his own ear as a visual indicator as he replied, it'll just go right inside your ear. Ooh-ah. Choromatsu suddenly shot up and held a hand to his ear frantically, visibly panicked. No, wait, hold on. He began to argue. That sort of thing really weirds me out. I don't like this. Don't worry, we did this to Osomatsu, too. Choromatsu smiled. Like I said, it only take a second. Can I pass on this one? He asked hopefully. Choromatsu sent him an assuaging look as he gently pushed Choromatsu back down to a laying position. Let's just get it over with super quick, okay? You can talk to me during the process to distract yourself. A chill raced up Choromatsu's spine as Ichimatsu took his hand and moved it away from his hair, giving himself full access. How deep does it go? He asked. Choromatsu replied with a nervous chuckle and said, let's keep that part a surprise, why don't we? Now tell me, what's one of your favorite pastimes in your normal day-to-day life? Choromatsu gulped as he tried to distract himself with Choromatsu's question. Meanwhile, Ichimatsu dug the tip of the device into his right ear, causing him to wince uncomfortably. I guess I like to read magazines, he replied, voice shaky. Magazines? Choromatsu cocked his head curiously. You mean like books? Not exactly. It's more up to date than a book, it's not timeless, he explained. Usually magazines talk about things like fashion that's currently trending, or celebrity gossip, that kind of stuff. Choromatsu wrinkled his brow, visibly confused by the concept but nodding along anyway. I think I understand, he said. Does keeping up with those kinds of topics interest you? Choromatsu bit his lip as Ichimatsu finished adjusting the tip of the cold, metallic device inside his ear canal. He heard a deep click emanate from it, and he could only spend a few moments hoping that was the extent of the process. Why yeah. I like to keep up with fashion, mostly. Choromatsu nodded, feigning intrigue as he nonchalantly leaned in and placed a hand at ready upon the man's chest, and another one over his forearm. At that moment, Choromatsu heard another click. Gack! In an instant, his body instinctively jerked as what felt like a cold tube branching off into dozens was shot into his head, deep through his ear canal. It was an invasive process, and his body's response to it was uncontrollable. Choromatsu tightened his grip and helped hold him down as Ichimatsu grabbed his other arm to keep it from being thrown. Another alien was prepared and pinned down his legs, overall keeping the man restrained. No, 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 I don't like this. He cried out frantically. Hush, hush, stay calm, Choromatsu cooed. It'll be over in just a minute. Choromatsu twitched and shivered as the invasive tube pulsated with its host's heartbeat. He shut his eyes tightly and clenched his teeth, remaining tense as he simply experienced the process. As information was gathered on Ichimatsu's end, there was one final click. Following this one, the tube began slowly retreating back into the device. Soon, Choromatsu's ear was free again. As soon as he felt the clutches of the alien soften, he sat up and rubbed his ear. What the hell? He asked, his voice quivering. Is that the end of it? Yep. Choromatsu smiled. As the aliens began to disperse with their newly acquired information and work on their own, Choromatsu pulled out his notepad and began jotting down a few notes. You did very good, Choromatsu, he praised without looking up. I think a reward is in order. Choromatsu blinked and cocked his head. A reward? Choromatsu grew a big smile and nodded. I can get a treat for you. He beamed. How does that sound? Choromatsu stared at the alien for a long time, unable to discern whether he was actually being serious or not. Finally, he formed an unamused frown. Well. I'm not a dog, you know. Choromatsu's smile dropped as he gave the other an intrigued look. Huh. You know, Osomatsu responded to my offer with something similar, he recalled. I can't say I fully understand why you wouldn't want a treat, though. Do reward systems really not bode well with your psychology? Choromatsu wrinkled his brow as he eyed him seriously, carefully wrapping his head around what type of mindset and perspective this entity would have toward him. Well, it's not that, he hummed. Then, you do want a treat? It's not about whether I want a treat or not. It's, I guess, the concept itself, Choromatsu tried to explain. It's kind of demeaning in a way. Demeaning? Yeah, like it's a trick we would use on dogs. Choromatsu stared hard, seriously trying to understand the problem. Choromatsu huffed and decided to explain further. Humans use this type of reward system to train animals into obedience, he stated. But Choromatsu looked up in thought. You are animals that we're training into obedience. Choromatsu gave the other a look of disbelief. That's kind of an awful way to put it, he muttered. It makes me feel like you see me as nothing more than a dog that can be conditioned. Well, Choromatsu bit his tongue. This was what Osomatsu had been talking to him about. These humans didn't want to be treated like submissive animals, they wanted to be treated differently than that. He promised Osomatsu he would do his best not to create an environment that put him in such a demeaning position, but he didn't understand how else he was supposed to be treating these creatures. In his mind, offering a tasty edible as a reward for good behavior was just being nice. Choromatsu shook his head and collected his thoughts. I suppose I don't understand fully how you humans want to be treated, he said. Am I treating you poorly? Choromatsu rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Well, it's not that you're treating us poorly per se, but... He looked up and around thoughtfully, trying to find a good way to explain his perspective to such an outsider. How about this? Let's say Ichimatsu did a great job examining me, he started. His actions were efficient and exactly what you would want to see in a doctor. Would you reward him with little treats as a way to train him to continue working hard? Choromatsu, eyeing the other carefully, set his notepad aside. I suppose I wouldn't, no, he admitted. It would be a little weird. Right. Choromatsu gestured with his hands to further emphasize his words as he spoke. Now, reevaluate the predicament between you and I using that same mindset. Do you see how it becomes uncomfortable? Choromatsu hummed thoughtfully, trying his best to consider Choromatsu's words. Osomatsu had mentioned wanting to be treated like a person instead of an animal. Is that what he meant? He wanted to be treated as if he were the same species as Choromatsu. But they weren't the same species. They were completely different animals from one another. Sure, Choromatsu had come to accept that Osomatsu and Choromatsu were people, but in his eyes, they were animals, too. It would be kind of funny to treat a human like he would one of his co-workers, considering they were still so different. In his mind, he still categorized the way he treated other entities based on whether they were an animal or a person. He'd never been forced to find an in-between, and it never even crossed his mind that he didn't have to. Finally, with the lines in his head still a bit blurry and grey, Choromatsu slowly nodded in acceptance. I think I understand, he said. Osomatsu has mentioned it, too. You humans want to be treated like people. Kind of like how I treat Ichimatsu. Choromatsu did a grateful smile. Yeah, exactly. Choromatsu sent the other a perplexed look and continued, but, you're also a specimen under the care of our biological research team. It's my job to study you and care for your psychological and social-emotional needs. I want to take care of you. Why is it bad that I want to reward your good behavior with treats? Choromatsu's smile wavered, feeling like he was losing him again. That's the thing, you want to take care of us in the same fashion I'd want to take care of a pet, he tried to explain. We want to be taken care of in the same fashion you would take care of a friend, such as Ichimatsu. Choromatsu hummed again and cocked his head. A friend, huh? He twisted his lips as he thought hard. I do suppose friendship is a slightly different type of relationship than what I consider having with you or Osomatsu. I've never worked with a species that wanted more. There's a certain level of trust, equality, and respect that comes with friendship, Choromatsu smiled. You're halfway there. Choromatsu pursed his lips, considering this new information carefully. I guess, this is all still pretty new to me, he mumbled. I think I get what you're saying. I'm trying, anyway. Choromatsu sighed with a hopeless smile. I know you are. So then. Choromatsu averted his gaze awkwardly. Is there any sort of reward system that might work? Or are you uncomfortable with all of them? Choromatsu closed his eyes and thought for a moment before giving a defeated grin. Whatever. I'll take the treat. Choromatsu's mouth popped open in surprise before forming an excited smile. Really? I can go get it for you now, then. He beamed. Go for it. Choromatsu kept his eager smile going as he put his notepad away in his pocket and walked off, leaving the room completely. Meanwhile, Ichimatsu stood to the side, having passively listened in on their conversation. You humans are pretty high maintenance, aren't you? He scoffed. Choromatsu sent Ichimatsu a glance and said, I think asking not to be treated like a pet is a fair enough request. I mean, Choromatsu didn't say it, but that's basically what you are, he asserted. You're just another animal logged in our system. An insect in the grand scheme of things. Is that how you discern others? Choromatsu questioned. They're either an insect or one of your own? Ichimatsu opened one of the drawers and began shuffling through papers. Pretty much, he said. Our species is really just alone in the universe among a sea of evolving organisms. And? Choromatsu raised a brow. You don't think it's possible for another intelligent species to arise? Ichimatsu hesitated before answering. Well, Choromatsu is pretty convinced you guys are almost as competent as we are. But we won't see for sure until further testing is done. I suppose anything is possible. Ichimatsu continued organizing his papers, allowing a small silence to sink in before adding to his comment. Just hasn't happened before. Choromatsu remained quiet and thoughtful as Ichimatsu continued doing his work. In a couple minutes, Choromatsu eagerly returned holding a small, dark cube that was no bigger than a couple centimeters in length. Here. He approached Choromatsu and held out the item for him to take. Choromatsu eyed it curiously and picked it up, examining it from all angles. "What is this?" he asked suspiciously. "It's a treat," Choromatsu replied, stating the obvious. "Taste it, see if you like it." Choromatsu shrugged and took a careful bite out of the cube. It was smooth and practically melted in his mouth, breaking off from the rest like butter. Its texture was similar to a soft kind of chocolate. He chewed it carefully for a moment before his eyes went wide with surprise. "Oh. It tastes sweet," he exclaimed. "So, it's good?" Choromatsu smiled as he looked down at the treat in his head. "Yeah, it's pretty good." He grinned. "Thank goodness." Choromatsu reached to the side and retrieved Choromatsu's clothes, handing them to the specimen politely. "You can get dressed again now. The others just need to look over a few more notes before we let you go, so sit tight, okay?" Then, Choromatsu turned to Ichimatsu. "I'm going to go check on Osomatsu. I'll be back in a minute." Ichimatsu nodded as his co-worker walked off. With that, the aliens continued working in silence as Choromatsu got dressed. Intermission. It was only a couple minutes before Choromatsu returned. While Choromatsu sat patiently on the testing table, Ichimatsu had finished up his work and glanced at the other monotonously. "Well, are we good?" "No, actually." Ichimatsu raised a brow, analyzing Choromatsu's demeanor. He appeared nervous, almost alarmed. Ichimatsu frowned. "Why, what happened?" Choromatsu gave the other a deeply worried look as he spoke seriously. "I think something's wrong with Osomatsu," he explained slowly. "You need to come take a look, he might be sick." Choromatsu perked up at his words as Ichimatsu let out a sigh, reaching into a drawer and pocketing a few supplies. "All right, I can come check it out," he said. The duo began walking off. Only after they had taken a few steps did Choromatsu look back at Choromatsu expectantly. "Come on, Choromatsu," he commanded. "Oh." He hadn't realized they were expecting him to follow. He complied and hopped off the table, following the two aliens out of the testing room and down the hall. The three walked together through the facility for a minute or two before they arrived at Osomatsu's room. Choromatsu opened the door for the others, revealing Osomatsu sitting up in his bed. He had a tired look on his face and his cheeks seemed rather flushed. From what Choromatsu could tell, he did indeed look ill. Ichimatsu approached him and crawled onto the bed, examining him carefully. "What's the problem?" Ichimatsu asked. Osomatsu opened his mouth to respond, but before he could get any words out, Choromatsu interjected with his own explanation. "He's warm." "But, not like how humans are usually warm," he blurted frantically. "Feel his forehead, he's burning." "Oh?" Ichimatsu reached forward and pressed his cold palm calmly against Osomatsu's cheek. Osomatsu looked up at him with the slightest exasperation as the heat emanating from his own body warmed Ichimatsu's hand. Ichimatsu hummed thoughtfully. "It almost hurts to touch him," Choromatsu said, biting his nail. "I don't understand. This isn't normal, right? In my whole week working with humans, I haven't encountered this physiological response once." Ichimatsu glanced back at Choromatsu for a moment before regaining eye contact with Osomatsu. "Is your body experiencing any type of pain?" he asked clearly. "I'm just achy," Osomatsu groaned, his voice fatigued and weak. "And, my neck is really sore." "That's what I thought." Ichimatsu let go of Osomatsu's face and got up from the bed. He walked over to Choromatsu and grabbed his cheeks using both hands, meticulously analyzing his body's warmth with his senses. Choromatsu looked back at him in surprise, allowing him to feel. The two stayed still for a moment before Choromatsu piped in again. "Well." With a little sigh, Ichimatsu let go of Choromatsu and turned to his coworker. "Don't worry, they're not sick." Choromatsu furrowed his brow in confusion. "They're not?" Nah, Ichimatsu said with a wave. This type of response is expected. What they're experiencing is actually just their body's immune response to those vaccines I administered earlier. Their immune response? Yeah, the doctor nodded. It just means their bodies are reacting the way they're supposed to. But, why are they so warm? Choromatsu questioned, still struggling to understand. Ichimatsu readily began to explain as he walked back over to Osomatsu and examined the spot on his neck where the vaccines had been administered. Yeah, well, there's this archaic evolutionary trait present in some species where the body induces what's called a fever. It raises the animal's core temperature to aid in fighting off infection, or, in this case, the vaccines. This same response often triggers aches and exhaustion in its host. That's why Osomatsu appears to be sick. Choromatsu nodded slowly, taking in all the new information with deep interest. I see. He hummed. So, Choromatsu's going to develop a fever, as well? Not necessarily, since everyone's a little different. Ichimatsu glanced at Choromatsu with apathetic eyes. Though, he's already feeling warm. So probably. Choromatsu felt his own forehead, wondering if he felt any symptoms. Now that Ichimatsu mentioned it, he did feel a bit fatigued. Ichimatsu reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of liquid and a syringe, one that thankfully didn't harbor a needle. Osomatsu watched as he opened the bottle and stuck the tip of the plastic tool in, sucking a few ounces of the drug into the barrel before taking it out. Ichimatsu then turned to him and leaned forward. This will help the process be easier to manage, he stated. Open your mouth. So, that's like a painkiller? Osomatsu asked skeptically. Ichimatsu nodded. Osomatsu hesitantly opened his mouth, where the opening of the syringe was stuck between his lips like he was a toddler being fed cold medicine. Ichimatsu pushed the drug into his mouth until the barrel was empty. Once finished, he pocketed this syringe and pulled out a new one, clean and unused. Gross, Osomatsu muttered as he swallowed the medicine. Ichimatsu filled the second syringe with the same drug and got up from the bed. He approached Choromatsu with it in a similar manner. Open, he commanded. Choromatsu easily complied and opened his mouth, getting the tip of the syringe stuffed inside and the drug administered. Quickly enough, Ichimatsu finished and turned to Choromatsu. They might not feel good for a short period of time, but the afflictions shouldn't get any worse, he explained. We'll just have to keep an eye on them. For now, it might be best to let them sleep it off. Choromatsu gave a relieved smile. Thank goodness, he sighed. Thank you, Ichimatsu. I was really starting to freak out. Osomatsu, sitting up on the mattress still, watched as Choromatsu and Ichimatsu began walking out of the room. It was time for them to leave, it seemed. Choromatsu ignorantly followed behind, trotting along until he was stopped by Choromatsu at the door. No, you stay here, informed the alien. Choromatsu blinked and said, Oh, I do. This is going to be yours and Osomatsu's room, he smiled. Just try to get some rest. Choromatsu turned to look back at Osomatsu before regaining eye contact with the behaviorist. He didn't expect to be left here. But, there's only one bed. Is that a problem? The other asked, his expression blank. Well, I mean. The man awkwardly shifted his balance and rubbed his arm. I'm not really used to sharing a bed with someone. I'll make note of that for the future. As Ichimatsu stepped out of the room and shape-shifted back into his alien form, Choromatsu gave Choromatsu a comforting smile. If you're not tired yet then, I did bring some toys for you too, he grinned. Choromatsu blinked and asked, Toys? Choromatsu nodded before gesturing a small bin off in the corner of the room. The man glanced over and analyzed the chest curiously, not having noticed it prior. I promised Osomatsu before the whole wormhole ordeal that we would provide means of play and entertainment, he explained. In that chest you can find some fun little devices and a few books. I know you won't be able to read any of them, but the visuals are still present. Oh. Thank you. My only request is. Choromatsu leaned in with a hand cupped over the side of his mouth, as if spilling a secret. Don't be destructive with the toys I've provided. Osomatsu's already nearly broken a fine piece of technology in an escape attempt, and my ass almost got in trouble for it. From across the room, Osomatsu sent an unamused glare his captor's way. I know you're talking about me, he mumbled. Go to sleep, Osomatsu, Choromatsu commanded softly. You need rest. Yeah, whatever, he sighed, flopping back down on the bed and curling up under the covers. Can I get another blanket? I'm freezing. Yeah, that's fine, the alien nodded, tinkering with his wristwatch and triggering a transportation bubble to enter the room and drop off a new blanket. Osomatsu took the soft blanket and huddled beneath the double covers, shivering from his fever. Anyway, try to get at least a little bit of sleep, all right? I'll come check on you two in a bit, Choromatsu said. All right, thanks, Choromatsu replied. With that, Choromatsu transformed into his natural state and exited the room, allowing the door to shut and leaving Choromatsu with Osomatsu in the quiet room. Choromatsu did a slow inhale, then exhale before turning to his companion. So, I guess we're roommates now, he stated. Yup, Osomatsu replied, his face buried in a pile of warm blankets. Would you be too weirded out if we shared the bed for now? Honestly, that would probably be the most normal thing that's happened to me all week, he chuckled sleepily. How long do you think we're actually going to be stuck here? Choromatsu asked with a hint of concern in his voice. Not much longer, I hope, the other exhaled, his voice becoming groggy and quiet. Yeah, he sighed. I can't even begin to imagine how my father must be reacting to my disappearance. There's no telling how far he'd go to find me. I'm sure he must be worried. Hum. By now, Osomatsu was practically passed out. Choromatsu eyed the sleepy man for another moment before turning his attention away. It would be best to let him rest, after all. As for himself, he wasn't quite tired just yet. He could feel the oncoming fever as his body temperature slowly rose, but it wasn't yet at its peak and he felt fine to stay up a little longer. As for what he could do in the meantime, he was quite curious about the toy chest Choromatsu had left for them. He wandered to the corner of the room and knelt, tracing his fingers along the fancy, high-tech rim of the bin. Its style and exterior truly looked divine, much too fancy to just house toys. It also had a unique, foreign element to it that truly showcased how its origin was not of his world. How marvelous. The man brought a hand to the lid, preparing to open it manually but finding that it slid open automatically, much like the doors in the facility. Peering inside now, he reached in and grabbed the first thing he saw. A plushie. A soft, squishy stuffed animal of a creature he didn't quite recognize. It had 6 arms and 2 legs, along with 4 alien eyes and a large, ferocious-looking mouth. Although a little creepy, he kind of liked it. It was soft and comforting in a way, constructed in a more ragdoll style than a fixed and firm shape. It reminded him of his childhood. How many years had it been now since he'd owned a stuffed animal? At least 10, he thought. The next few items Choromatsu withdrew from the bin were bouncy rubber shapes. There wasn't just a ball, but also a bouncy cube, cone, and an interesting shape that was half sphere and half rectangle. He dropped each one on the ground before him and watched as they all bounced in a unique and spontaneous pattern. They were baby toys, there was no other way to say it. There were various devices and cool little gadgets that Choromatsu found intriguing, but no more entertaining than puzzles for infants, button boards that squeaked and honked and clicked, and rattles. Among the pile of toys, he found a few books stashed away at the bottom. He cocked his head and grabbed a few, sorting through them curiously. Each one had its own stylized cover along with text he just couldn't understand. They were obviously children's books, but interesting in the sense that they were so foreign and new to him. One book had a beautiful red and orange sky with a sun setting beyond a horizon over a barren wasteland that he could only associate with the surface of Mars, and another had a group of what must have been children in Choromatsu's alien species. It was the third book, however, that caught his eye. Choromatsu set the others aside as he held and examined a book only inked in black and white. Its art style seemed less cartoony and more serious, just a bit darker than what he had expected. But it wasn't the style or color palette that captured his attention. it was the drawing of a whale on the cover. "Is this a whale?" he asked quietly to himself. It indeed looked like one. At least, its shape did. It was a large creature with a white underbelly and black back, covered in glistening speckles and crumbs. Upon closer inspection, these little rocks looked almost more like cells and lined its top all the way down to the tip of its tail. A fascinating design, really. Did other planets have whales? He supposed that must be the case, otherwise, how else would these aliens have known what they look like to make a book about one? Choromatsu, curiosity piqued, slid his fingers down the side and tried to open the book. To his surprise, its shape was a farce, and it didn't actually open. He furrowed his brows and examined the object up and down, searching for some way to open it before finally stumbling upon a button. He eagerly pushed it and was blown away by what he saw next. A hologram, one perfect in color, resolution, and opacity. He held the book low in surprise as the hologram displayed a polished, realistic-looking novel just at his fingertips. He set the physical embodiment of the book down and gently touched the holographic representation. Just as Osomatsu was, he was blown away by how incredibly futuristic it seemed. Although he couldn't physically feel any part of the hologram, he could interact with it just fine. He lifted the main cover and listened as the heavy pages fluttered down, taken aback entirely. Beautiful. It was time to explore what this device had to offer. Choromatsu turned to the first page of the book, ready to indulge in whatever fictional adventure awaited. Even if he couldn't read anything, he knew he could pick up themes through the pictures. Upon opening, a sensor appeared at the bottom of the page. Naturally, Choromatsu pressed it and watched as the story came to life. The art on the page grew three-dimensional as it developed motion and animation that was as smooth as what Choromatsu had seen professionals do back on Earth. Seeing the scene play out before him gave him a much better understanding of the atmosphere the book was trying to establish. It was a peaceful setting, an environment of freedom and simple happiness in what appeared to be a small community of Choromatsu's people. The community on the alienistic planet appeared rural in a way, not too dissimilar to an olden-day village. So it takes place once upon a time, per se, the man thought to himself. The people in the community seemed close, no different from a family. They laughed and worked and played and took care of one another, living their lives freely and appreciating the simple things. It was a lovely setting to begin the story in. As the animation came to an end, Choromatsu flipped the page. As page 1 seemed to establish the setting, this next page appeared to be the start of the main story. The animation began, and Choromatsu watched as, one day, one of the entities came running upon its village from just over a hill. It appeared frantic and excitable, seemingly wanting the others to follow it. Perhaps it had found something amazing that it wanted to share with its companions, Choromatsu wondered. He observed as the community looked amongst one another before following the elated individual. The entity led its companions and family to a field, empty and void of color. It slowed its pace and gently wandered about, amazed by seemingly nothing. Its eyes sparkled as it looked up and around, taking in the sight of emptiness and relishing in its invisible beauty. In this strange, empty place, it then began to dance. Choromatsu was a little confused by this page, but hoped the story would be further explained upon opening page 3. He turned the page and began the third animation. It was a new day. A second day. A happy community laughing, working, and playing, as usual. At this time, an entity came forth, the same one from the previous day. It appeared frantic and excitable, seemingly wanting the others to follow it again. There was a bit more hesitation this time, but the village complied and followed the individual to its place of joy. Again, they were led to a field, empty and void of color. Once more, it began to dance. Choromatsu cocked his head, double-checking to make sure he hadn't just played the same animation over. He thought hard about the story so far, wondering if it was like some sort of alien version of The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Twice now a village had been led to nothing, and seemed apathetic to the other's empty discovery. Well, third time is always the charm in these types of books, he figured. And he was right, this time was usually when the truth was revealed or there was a change in pattern. On to the next page, and on to the new animation. It was the third day, and the particular entity came again running to its village. It was frantic and excitable, though its energy failed to attract most of its companions. Only few did follow it a third time, giving one last benefit of the doubt to the undeserving individual. The small group was led by the eccentric leader, and once more they arrived to a field, empty and void of color. Here, the character began to dance. At first it was alone, but after a few moments, a second began to dance. Then a third. Soon, each member of their small group was dancing away in the colorless wasteland. The one who started it all. Its nose began to seep an inky, black substance. It was bleeding. And no one paid any mind. Now, it was beginning to remind Choromatsu less of the boy who cried wolf, and more of that thing. That historical event, the one that took place in Europe hundreds of years ago. What was it called? The Dancing Plague. Something was happening to the story's actors, and he couldn't quite pinpoint the source of the problem. Was this the slow progression of a spreading disease? The effects of drugs? Simple mania? It was time to find out. Choromatsu lifted the page and opened to the finale. It was the fourth day, and this time the eccentric individual was joined by its dancing companions to call out to the village, each one frantic and excitable. Their behavior was growing more and more erratic, and blood dripped from each of their noses. Visually becoming concerned, the village followed the group back to the field, but found that this time, it was not empty. Floating a couple meters from the ground was a bright orb of light, manifesting seemingly out of nowhere. It was omnipotent, it was ominous. It was danger. The first of the dancing cult began to walk forward, arms outstretched as it reached for the beautiful, glorious orb of light. Its saner brethren quickly jumped into action, pulling their deluded companion back and away from the threat. This did little to stop its dangerous pursuit. More and more were becoming enthralled by the orb's presence and, as droplets of blood fell from the noses of the affected, it was becoming increasingly more difficult for the rest of the entities to keep their people safe. They were drawn to it. They were captive to its trance. They needed it. And they wouldn't stop fighting to get closer, even if it meant defying their own regard for self-preservation. The light of the orb shined brighter, captivating all those who looked upon it. Its rays reached the heavens, its rays reached the stars, its rays reached every end and corner of the world they resided on. Time and space began to distort, moving energy spontaneously across existence on the physical plane. Physics became inverted, what was empty was full and what was full was now empty. Black and white and grey splashed about in endless swirls like the page had been processed through a manic machine. The field, the area of dance, it was no longer empty and void of colour. For the first time in the entire story, colour began to sprout and trickle and hop and blossom about wildly like a sickening acid trip. Reality was lost. Images of eyes teased the viewer, opening and staring with irises of rainbow that constantly moved and rippled in a state of insanity. There were many kinds of eyes, some that resembled reptiles, some that resembled insects, some that resembled dogs or cats or even humans. It was like falling through an infinite illusion. A fever dream that hypnotized all who looked upon it. Colors and lights and flashes and shapes all merged and separated and broke apart and were put back together again in a never-ending cycle of madness. Every door led to another and every window showcased an entirely different existence. Colors. Colors. Eyes. It never seemed to cease. Choromatsu didn't feel so good. He held his head as vertigo took over and tinnitus plagued his ears. He was experiencing motion sickness, yet he couldn't look away. The peak of the performance was also the peak of the man's fever. His body swayed uneasily as his mind fell victim to the drug-like trip the book was creating for him. His head hurt. He thought he was going to vomit. The experience of watching the story's climax unfold was like sliding down a rainbow into a ball pit. Splashing into the ocean of plastic spheres, each one bounced and floated and began to defy all gravity and logic. Some burst, others bloomed, and a few morphed into indistinguishable shapes and sizes. The pit of toys drained and revealed an infinite sky of infinite wonders. Falling, 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 never seeming to land. Delusions, hallucinations, and the feeling of pure unrequited bliss. It was shared. They were all one. And they were one with the orb. Skipping, dancing, flying, dreaming, twinkling, falling, landing, tripping, vomiting, becoming so ensnared in one's own grandiosity of the mind. All senses were lost, painstakingly absorbed into the vivid colors of the whirlpool within the story. The world shifted, and up was no longer up. No longer could one tell which was left and where was right. An optical illusion, a pool of hypnotic circles. Lost deep, deep, deep into the forest of illegible brain waves. Noises filled the ears with excitement and fright. It was a roller coaster, one that never seemed to end. And then suddenly, everything stopped. The colors were gone, and the story was back to being black and white. Motion desisted entirely, and all symbolism ceased to exist. There were no more eyes. No more delusions. No more serenity. No more high. All that was left was a field, empty and void of color. The orb of light was still there, but the people, they were all still. They did not move. They were all dead. And that was the end of the book. Choromatsu stared down at the haunting finale in horror, his body aching from the growing illness he'd ignored for just a little too long. He let out a pained groan, feeling sparks of discomfort echo throughout his muscular system. The fever had really caught up to him, didn't it? Finally, the man sighed and shut the book, deactivating it before staring at the physical cover in tired confusion. He traced his fingers along the art that was shown and furrowed his brows. A whale, huh? There hadn't even been a whale in the story. What was that book even about? Was there any significant meaning behind it? Choromatsu picked up the book and plopped it back into the toy chest, groaning as he slowly stood to his feet. He really didn't feel good, and that ending didn't help. That was enough stalling, it was time for him to finally go to sleep. He walked over to the door and investigated a small dial on the wall, one Osomatsu had never bothered to toy with. He slowly adjusted it, triggering the lights to dim to a comfortable level for sleep. Then, with everything dark, he dragged himself over to the circular mattress on the floor and scooted on, burying himself deep under the blankets beside his sleeping roommate. He let his eyes fall shut and soon, he succumbed to the fever and fell asleep. Intermission. End chapter 11. Chapter 12, Bound by Strings and Made to Dance. Osomatsu and Choromatsu's eyelids twitched as a sudden noise triggered their senses. It was the sound of a door opening and a single set of footsteps clicking upon the hard floor, all while the lights transitioned on. Osomatsu gave a sleepy groan and brought a hand to his face, rubbing his eyes before opening them. He blinked a few times groggily, taking in his surroundings. Just as he'd last been awake, he was lying comfortably in his white, circular bed. His face was only a few inches from Choromatsu's sleeping one, though he didn't really mind the company. Although Choromatsu probably wasn't used to it, Osomatsu himself found it comforting. He glanced up to see who entered their room and made eye contact with a politely smiling face, Choromatsu. "Good morning, Osomatsu, Choromatsu," he greeted, notepad in hand. Choromatsu gave into the wakefulness and gave a big yawn before rubbing his eyes sleepily as Osomatsu had done. He wanted to be polite and return Choromatsu's friendliness, but he wasn't sure if he was ready to be awake yet. He let out a pained groan and rubbed his face, eyes still shut. "Good morning," he mumbled. Osomatsu gave a big yawn of his own and sat up, stretching his arms and greeting the alien with a cute bedhead. Choromatsu chuckled at the sight. "Your hair's a little messy," he pointed out with a grin. Osomatsu did a sleepy noise and carelessly pat his hair down, not really trying all that hard to fix it. Choromatsu finally sat up beside him and gave a few stretches of his own as Choromatsu stepped forward, looking over his notes. "All right, so we have a few things planned for today," he began. "First though, how are you two feeling? I know those vaccines we gave you really put you out of commission last night." Osomatsu tilted his head and cracked his neck, stretching and giving a feel for how his body felt. "I guess I'm feeling better today," he said groggily. "I didn't sleep well," Choromatsu moaned, still rubbing his tired face. Choromatsu frowned and approached the two humans on their mattress, kneeling and holding the man's face in his hands. "Millimeter." He pursed his lips as he felt the burning sensation on his skin. Yeah, you still feel a little warm. Not as bad as yesterday, but you do look pretty tired. I'll have Ichimatsu check you out as soon as he's available. What's he busy with right now? Osomatsu asked. The role of an animal doctor is a little different from mine, Choromatsu explained. While I'm specially assigned to your case, Ichimatsu works with many of our specimens. He's always busy tending to other animals, so he won't always be around. Ah, yeah, that makes sense, he shrugged. Anyway, what's going to happen to us today? Are you guys doing more tests? Yeah. First we need to feed you, but after that. The alien's smile slowly dissipated. We just have some tests to run. Hopefully they won't be so bad. I'm still trying to work on you guys' case in between the work I do for this job. It's a lot, but I promised I'd help any way I can. In the meantime, we'll just have to proceed with things as normal. Osomatsu gave an irritated frown as he carelessly scratched the back of his head, worsening his bedhead. Yeah, he muttered. Just the everyday life of a human test subject. I'm doing my best, anyway, Choromatsu continued. I definitely want to run some intelligence tests to build a better picture of where humans stand intellectually and cognitively. And, oh. There's also the spectrology report. Osomatsu perked up and cocked his head. The spectrology report. He thought long and hard for a moment, twisting his face as he tried to recall the event. That was what that thing was, right? He wondered. When Ichimatsu knocked us out. We were in that chamber behind glass, and Ichimatsu drugged us up. Then. Osomatsu paused. He pursed his lips as he thought carefully. I remember having a really weird dream after that, he said. Oh. Choromatsu lifted his exhausted face from his hand and glanced Osomatsu's way. That's right. It was like an out-of-body experience almost, huh? You felt it too, right? You too? Osomatsu, surprised to hear this, tilted his head. I thought my mind was just being weird. What was that? This spectrology report. The spectrology report, yes, Choromatsu smiled. It's a test we do to study the essence of life. Osomatsu tilted his head and repeated, the essence of life. Choromatsu nodded. I can't say I understand much of what you and Choromatsu must have experienced during the report, but I can explain it scientifically if you're curious, he offered. Yeah, I'm interested to know. Choromatsu opened up his holographic notes and began skimming through the test results confidently as he explained. See, the purpose of the spectrology report is to study the physical energy that makes up the fundamental nature of your existence, per se. Energy is what drives both living and non-living matter in this reality. It fuels every piece of your being, from your physical movement to the thoughts running through your head. Furthermore, it's the fire that fuels your very consciousness and awareness as a living organism. When we do these spectrology reports, we're studying this non-tangible factor at its purest state of being. So then. Osomatsu scrunched his nose in confusion, thinking hard. It's like, you're studying our ghost. Choromatsu's passionate smile dropped slightly. Well. I suppose yes, but that's a gross oversimplification of the matter, he said. The animalologist would be more suited to answer the questions of what and why, but I can only give you the basics. If you were studying our ghost, then I guess that makes sense why we had that out-of-body experience, Osomatsu considered aloud. But then, there was something else. The man looked down with an uncertain frown, then glanced at Choromatsu curiously. Did you feel any pain while they were doing the test? Choromatsu blinked as if he were surprised by this question, but quickly averted his gaze. Well, now that you mention it. Choromatsu formed a confused expression as he looked between the two. Pain? Using his index finger, he scanned through his endless notes curiously. That should be impossible. After all, you two were unconscious during the ordeal. There should have been no physical pain. Well, it wasn't like a physical pain. It was a different kind of pain, the eldest noted, rubbing the back of his head. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, it was certainly bizarre. I remember struggling and trying to make the pain go away. Then, Choromatsu brought a thumb to his chin as he struggled to remember the events clearly. I think I fought it off. Yeah. Osomatsu exclaimed, pointing to the other. That's what happened to me, too. Choromatsu looked at each human thoughtfully before looking back at his notes. I didn't realize spectrology reports were a painful process for the specimens. Though, something about what you're describing makes sense. After all. Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked at the alien curiously as he continued. The spectrology report was unsuccessful. Osomatsu wrinkled his brow and mumbled, unsuccessful. Choromatsu confirmed his reiteration again with a simple nod. You two say you fought off whatever was causing you pain. You interfered with our report in doing so, he explained. It's not typical for specimens to have the ability to defy our research methods, so this is significant. So, what does that mean for us? Choromatsu asked. Forming a happy grin, Choromatsu replied, it means your intellect is far more advanced than the animalologist had previously inferred. This is a good thing, it'll really benefit our case as we work to prove your competence. That's great to hear. Choromatsu hummed, a faint smile forming on his face. Good, Osomatsu scoffed in a more bitter tone. The sooner we get out of here, the better. Choromatsu closed his holographic notes and jotted down a sentence or two as they continued their conversation. Right. We'll keep working on getting you two set free, and in the meantime, just be patient. So, what's next? The Red Matsu asked. What are you guys going to do to us? The neurologist and I are going to be conducting a cognitive experiment over in the testing room, the alien informed. It'll be quick and easy. Is it going to be painful? The other questioned skeptically. Come now, Osomatsu, Choromatsu laughed. When have the tests that I've been in charge of ever been painful? Osomatsu only replied with a glare, allowing a moment of silence to sink in as Choromatsu thought over his words. Choromatsu hesitated, then put his notepad away. Okay, point taken, he said. But no, this test won't cause any harm or discomfort. And, as I said, we'll be feeding you beforehand. Choromatsu brought a hand to his stomach as he looked down thoughtfully. I am pretty hungry. He mumbled. You should be. After all, Ichimatsu said you two refused to eat anything during your last meal, Choromatsu reminded. To be fair, the food wasn't exactly. Choromatsu scrunched his nose as he thought of the nicest way to put it. Good? Does the food here ever get, well, better? Yeah, Osomatsu agreed. Can we get a change in menu, please? Aha, well, that's really not a priority. As Choromatsu said this, glares were sent his way. He cleared his throat and quickly corrected himself. What I mean is, the food we provide for you is specially designed based on your biology to provide the perfect amount of needed vitamins, calories, and other nutrients. I don't really have much control over what you eat, that's the dietitian's job, and it's not likely they're going to make changes to your food just so it tastes better. However, he smiled once again. Our treats are pretty tasty. How would you know? Osomatsu pressed. Do you even eat the treats? Of course not, that's Choromatsu suddenly bit his tongue, hesitating before forming a guilty smile and quietly continuing what he knew was likely going to offend them. That's specimen food. Millimeter, it is true though, Choromatsu agreed, arms folded. The treats here are pretty good. Eh? Osomatsu shot him a look of surprise. When did you get a treat? I got one after they did my physical exam, he replied. Oi oi, the eldest growled, eyeing the behaviorist. He's been here for less than a day and he gets this special treatment. Why haven't I gotten a treat yet? Choromatsu looked at the man like he was an idiot and lowered his eyelids as he answered. 2 reasons, he stated. 1, you always get upset when I ask if you want one. And 2, treats are meant to be rewards for good behavior, and your behavior has never been good to begin with. Well, hold on. Osomatsu began to argue. That's not fair, I behave sometimes. Alright, how's this? If you two both do really well during this next block of study, I'll pick out some really good treats for you. Does that sound okay? With a childish, pouty frown, Osomatsu folded his arms. They better be good treats, he grumbled. They will be, Choromatsu assured. Anyway, why don't you two stand and we can head over to the feeding room? The two humans complied and stood, one perky and energetic while the other seemed fatigued and lethargic. Choromatsu eyed him carefully. I'll make sure you can rest after the next test, he promised. While I work with Osomatsu today, I'll send the doctor to occasionally check up on you. Thank you, Choromatsu smiled gratefully. With that, the three began their walk towards the feeding room. Intermission. Their meal went by just like any other, both filling their hungry stomachs to satisfaction, and soon the two humans found themselves in the testing room. Choromatsu and one other alien led them to the testing table, where the specimens both sat beside one another with their feet dangling off the side. Choromatsu turned to them, arms resting behind his back with a formal smile. All right, he began. This next block of study will be fairly simple. It's mostly going to be for Osomatsu, but I want you to try to play along too, Choromatsu. Okay, Choromatsu nodded, still looking a bit fatigued. The two humans watched as the other alien, one they assumed to be the neurologist, reached into a drawer and pulled out a small, glass vial. It popped off the cork and held it out before them as Choromatsu gestured. To start things off, I'd like both of you to sniff the chemical we have in this container. Osomatsu made a face, squinting suspiciously. Sniff the chemical? He repeated in disbelief. That's suspicious as hell. Don't worry, it won't do anything weird, Choromatsu assured. I just need a little sniff from both of you. Choromatsu, acting more submissive and trusting than his human companion, leaned forward as the vial was brought to his face by the neurologist. He gave a couple sniffs as Osomatsu continued to argue skeptically. Well, what does it do? He asked. Will it knock us out? Get us high? Induce weird hallucinations? I'd like to know what I'm getting into. It won't do any of that, responded the other. I promise it'll be fine. As Choromatsu processed the scent he had just picked up, the neurologist moved on and grabbed Osomatsu gently yet firmly by the hair, bringing his face close to the vial. Osomatsu made a sick face, resisting. Ha! Choromatsu hummed. It actually smells kind of nice. It's like an essential oil. This drug is meant to sync your conscious and subconscious mind, and therefore enhance your intuition tenfold, Choromatsu explained as Osomatsu continued to fight the neurologist's physical coercion. Our goal today is to tap into your subconscious and determine how socially observant your species is. I don't even know what any of that means, Osomatsu huffed as his head was again forcefully positioned before the vial of liquid. He scowled as he glared down at the drug, eyeing its texture and color skeptically. It was a deep royal purple with scattered glimmer upon its surface, indicating a thicker feel. He hesitated for a long time before finally taking a sniff. It had a rich, earthy scent that he didn't particularly dislike, and he found himself curiously indulging in the smell once or twice more. Once the alien saw Osomatsu's nostrils twitch in response to the aroma, it let go of his hair and allowed him space. This is going to play out like a game, Choromatsu stated. A guessing game. There will be no repercussions upon giving a wrong answer, so don't be afraid to take the initiative. And, as promised, if you two play along really well, you'll both get a treat afterwards. Sound good? I guess, Osomatsu mumbled, rubbing his nose to free himself from the oddly lingering afterscent of the drug. What are we going to guess? Choromatsu asked, eyes still a bit sleepy and cheeks tinted pink. The neurologist and I will be providing images of various workers you've seen in this facility, the alien explained. And, I want to see how well you two can identify each one. The eldest hummed with a stubborn frown. But your people don't look any different from one another. How are we supposed to tell any of you apart? I know you don't think you can recognize who is who, but an animal's intuition is an amazing thing, Choromatsu smiled. I don't want you to think too hard about each answer or overanalyze the images. I simply want you to give me your very first impression. Well, you're not going to get any right answers, the other muttered. Besides, it's not like we know anybody's names or anything. You can guess using names, occupational titles, or simply by describing under what circumstances you've interacted with them, he said. Anything that'll help you pinpoint who you're talking about. Well, all right then. You two ready to begin? The two humans nodded. Choromatsu turned to his coworker and exchanged a few words in his language before suddenly revealing his two extra pairs of alien arms, protruding from his upper back. One of them reached into his pocket and pulled out a small clicker device, where it then pushed the button. The remote triggered a holographic display to appear before the specimens with a very clear profile image of one of those generic-looking demons. Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked it over as Choromatsu spoke. This is the first one. It's an easy one, so you shouldn't have any trouble figuring. Bam. Osomatsu snapped his fingers and pointed to the neurologist. That guy. Osomatsu. Choromatsu beamed. That's correct. That was so fast. Osomatsu scoffed with a look of disbelief. I was joking. That was just a joke. You all look the exact same. That's the point. Your intuition has many languages it can speak, he grinned. And humor is one of them. You may have played it off as a joke without thinking, but in reality, you saw this face and recognized the neurologist standing beside it. No, you're overanalyzing things, the man huffed. That was literally a joke. However you may perceive your thought process, I'd like for you to do it again, Choromatsu said, whipping out his small cylindrical notepad with his two human hands and making note of the specimen's guess. Let's move on to the next one and see how you two do. Choromatsu pushed a button on the remote, shifting the image of the neurologist to that of a new face. As expected, the profile looked the exact same and neither human saw any immediate difference between the two. Remember, trust your intuition, he reminded. If you have a feeling you might know who it is, don't be afraid to verbalize it. Osomatsu squinted and pressed his lips together thoughtfully as he examined the new profile. Thinking hard, he looked for any identifying features that could give him a clue as to who it was. He glanced at Choromatsu, then back at the image. Trust his intuition, huh? How dumb. After a few long moments, Choromatsu suddenly perked up. Huh? Do you recognize who it is, Choromatsu? Choromatsu asked. No, not really. But, you said it's okay to guess, right? Of course. Choromatsu twisted his lips hesitantly, looking between the image and Choromatsu. For fear of sounding dumb for trusting a hunch with no clear evidence to back it up, he waited a second before finally giving his answer. When I look at that image, I think, it kind of reminds me of you, he said. I don't know why, though. Is that you? Yes, it is. Choromatsu exclaimed excitedly. Good job, Choromatsu. You two are doing so well. Osomatsu's eyelids lowered as he mumbled to himself, I don't know if you're just hyping up the praise to motivate us like babies, or if you're sincerely this excited for us to get the right answers. I don't know how I knew it was you, Choromatsu hummed thoughtfully. I mean, I don't see any specific traits that I recognize. This picture doesn't look any different from the last one. You may not recognize any differences consciously, but your intuition is very powerful, Choromatsu said. It will tell you who is who. Or maybe you were just the next logical guess, Osomatsu shrugged. Anyway, next. Choromatsu clicked the button and changed the image, revealing the next profile while writing another note. As expected, there were no clear differences between this new face and the previous two. Choromatsu cocked his head, no identity coming to mind this time around as Osomatsu pursed his lips. He had no idea what Choromatsu expected of him. He wasn't psychic. There was just no way to tell them apart. Do you have any ideas, Osomatsu? Choromatsu asked expectantly. I ask you because I know Choromatsu won't know this one. Well. Osomatsu peered forward, analyzing the details of the person and trying to be open to any hunch or feeling he could pick up. Feelings. Well, he felt embarrassed, for one. Probably because he was being put on the spot like this. He was being stared at by the neurologist, by Choromatsu, by the alien in the profile. Why did everyone have to be staring at him? Oh. Oh. Osomatsu blinked as the thought finally came to him. Figured it out? Choromatsu grinned. Osomatsu quickly turned his head away, grumbling as his cheeks turned a bright red. No, I have no idea, he muttered. Millimeter? You sure? I keep telling you, you all look the exact same. He snarled. How the hell am I supposed to know who that is? I don't know, the alien sang in amusement. Judging by the way your body has changed in color, I'd say you have a pretty good idea of who this is. Osomatsu hesitated, keeping his glare averted stubbornly. I don't want to say it. Can we just skip this one? He huffed. I need to make sure you're correct first, Choromatsu pushed. Can you describe who it is for me? Osomatsu glanced at Choromatsu, then Choromatsu before looking away again. He stayed silent for a long time before finally letting out a frustrated, embarrassed huff. Fine. Is that the guy who was there when you had me strapped down to the table naked while you jacked me off? The one you kept talking to as he worked on the computer? Choromatsu grew a surprised, yet awkward expression as Choromatsu beamed. The animal sexologist. Correct. He smiled. Just as expected, you two have really honed your intuition. Not a single wrong answer yet. Yeah, whatever, Osomatsu pouted. Just go to the next one already. Choromatsu turned to the neurologist and gave him his verbal notes before moving on. With the push of a button, the screen changed and showed the profile of a new person. Upon looking into its eyes, Osomatsu wrinkled his brow and frowned. Thoughts? First impressions? Choromatsu pushed. Osomatsu twisted his lips as he examined the entity, feeling a certain sense of unease at its appearance, despite seemingly looking the exact same as the other three. He pondered on his emotions for a moment before giving his reply. You aliens look terrifying, as always, he commented. Ah, terrifying, huh? Choromatsu, still wearing his amused grin, tilted his head as he dug deeper into Osomatsu's response. You're saying this individual causes you fear? Quit overanalyzing everything I say, Osomatsu scowled. It's starting to piss me off. Is there anything in particular about this person that makes you uneasy? Well. The man analyzed the image once more, thinking back on all the many aliens he'd interacted with over the last week or so. This one did seem familiar in a way. Something about its appearance left a bad taste in his mouth. What was it? Where did he know this alien from? Should I give you a clue? Choromatsu suggested. No, that's... Osomatsu scrunched his face as he thought harder, examining the profile carefully. Then, finally, he blinked. Oh. Got it? I think. He began. That's one of the guys who caught me, right? When I tried to escape? He put that goop over my mouth so I couldn't speak, then sprayed something into my eyes. The lead in animal control, the alien confirmed. Yes, that was him. Blech. Osomatsu made a face. All you're doing right now is giving me faces and occupations to direct my hatred towards. I know you don't like most of us, Choromatsu tried to chuckle with a guilty look. But you're doing really well. Let's move on, then. With another click, the profile changed. Osomatsu folded his arms and hummed. Before he could come up with anything though, Choromatsu quickly raised his hand. Oh. He smiled. That's Ichimatsu, right? Osomatsu turned to him in confusion. How the hell did you know that so fast? I don't know, he shrugged. Whatever was in that drug they let us smell really did the trick, I guess. Was I right, Choromatsu? Of course, Choromatsu smiled. The lead doctor for all the specimens of this facility. He just looks the exact same as everyone else, Osomatsu huffed. I don't know how you're pulling these answers out of us. Intuition, he reminded. Anyway, very good, Choromatsu. Here's the next one. With another button click, the screen changed. Upon seeing this new profile, both Osomatsu and Choromatsu grew silent. The face, it was the same as all the others, yet, there was something off about it. There was something they couldn't quite pinpoint, something ominous that made them both uneasy. They stared hard at the image, eyebrows furrowed in nervous glares as they each tried to identify who it was they were looking at. Choromatsu, observing their behavior, seemed to grow surprised by their expressions. He cocked his head curiously. Is this fear? Are you both afraid of this person? Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced at each other, surprised to see the other sharing this same expression. They then turned back to the profile and analyzed it carefully. I wouldn't say afraid. Choromatsu began warily. But there's something kind of creepy about this one. Yeah, Osomatsu agreed. This guy sucks. I don't like this guy. Do you know who it is? Choromatsu questioned. Well, the eldest squinted. Not exactly. I don't know why, but when I see this person, I feel sort of this visceral reaction in a way. Choromatsu tried to explain, holding a hand to his rather feverish head. I don't like the way he's looking at us. Huh? Choromatsu turned to his coworker and exchanged a few words. Then, he turned back to the specimens and said, I didn't expect this reaction from you two. Who is it? Osomatsu asked. Do really neither of you know? Osomatsu turned to Choromatsu with a questioning look. He responded only by shaking his head no. Choromatsu blinked, staring at them for a long time before finally revealing the identity. This person is the animalologist. Remind me what the animalologist is again. Osomatsu asked dumbly. The animalologist, Osomatsu, was the doctor behind the spectrology report, Choromatsu explained. He's a scientist that studies the essence of life and consciousness in living organisms. I'm surprised you recognize him, at all. What do you mean? Choromatsu frowned. You're the one showing us his profile. Well, yes, but this was supposed to be the variable, Choromatsu explained. Neither of you ever actually saw the animalologist. He was never present while you two were conscious. Oh? The second oldest scrunched his nose in confusion. But, I do feel like I recognize him. That's interesting, he said thoughtfully. Very strange. I suppose you two could have potentially felt his presence in your lucid state during the report. I didn't think that was something you'd be aware enough to remember. Either way, fuck this guy, Osomatsu huffed with a half-assed chuckle. Choromatsu looked between the two, allowing his thoughts and theories to run for a few long moments before finally nodding. Right. Anyway, let's move on, shall we? The alien pushed the button and shifted the screen onto the next profile. Another face, one that looked just the same as the others. Choromatsu frowned, seeing that he didn't immediately recognize this one and stayed quiet to allow his human companion to answer. This is the last one, said Choromatsu. Any ideas? Osomatsu gave a and thought hard, examining the picture carefully. Not right off the bat. He replied. You won't know the name of this one, but it is someone you've briefly interacted with before, the alien explained. Are you experiencing any sudden emotional responses upon looking over this face? He did his best to consciously pick apart the smallest of traits he could recognize in this profile. He mentally measured the length of its hair wisps, the size of its eyes, the width of its neck, the broadness of its shoulders, anything he could find. I guess. They give me the impression that they know what they're doing. Choromatsu leaned in and asked, in what way? Fuck, I don't know, I'm basically pulling these observations out of my ass, he scoffed. I see authority. Is it your superior? That one guy? The one who had a meeting with you in my room that one time? The alien grinned and stood straight once more. You never cease to impress me, Osomatsu, he beamed. That was right? That was actually right? The other grumbled in disbelief. I seriously don't know how. That smelly drug really is magic. Not magic, intuition. He reminded once more as he began writing in his notepad. It kind of makes me happy knowing you two actually can recognize the subtle differences between my people. Barely, Osomatsu growled. You literally look the same. The test results don't lie, he grinned. Could you not say that in a tone that makes me want to punch you? He huffed. Seriously, why are you so annoying today? Don't be like that, Osomatsu, Choromatsu said with a pitted smile. This is just a fun test for me. I love digging deep and understanding your psychology better. I find it absolutely fascinating. The alien turned to his companion and spoke to him in his native tongue, briefly going over his notes and the specimen's reactions over the course of the test. He handed the other the clicker device before retracting his alien arms, returning once more to a normal human state. Once they were satisfied with the information they shared, Choromatsu put his notepad away and turned back to his specimen. Anyway, that wraps this bit up, he smiled as he closed the holographic screen. Do you two want a treat now? I could go for a treat, Choromatsu said, his cheerful demeanor weakened by his ill state. Great. I'll be right back then. With that, Choromatsu turned and walked out of the area, leaving Osomatsu and Choromatsu alone with the unspeaking neurologist who went about his own business. They sat quietly for a moment as they awaited the behaviorist's return, swinging their legs and fiddling with their fingers. After a few moments, Osomatsu glanced Choromatsu's way curiously. The man's eyes were half-lidded sleepily and his cheeks were flushed a soft pink. Overall, he didn't look so good. Seriously, are you okay? Osomatsu finally asked. I'm better than I was last night, Choromatsu began. Though, I didn't sleep very well. Why didn't you sleep well? I'm not sure, he replied. Bad dreams maybe. Osomatsu suggested. Oh. Kind of. Well, I guess there was that book. That book? Yeah, nodded the younger. I went through that chest Choromatsu left for us and found a really weird book. It kind of gave me a headache reading through it. Then, when I went to sleep, I started having these bizarre dreams. Those never-ending dreams, the ones that just go on and make you nauseous. What was it about? The eldest inquired curiously. Well, it was like one of those sick dreams, where you're aware you're not feeling good even though you're asleep, he began to explain. I remember, I was running away from something. Something was chasing after me. Only, I couldn't run very far because I was feeling so sick. Choromatsu hesitated, giving an ill groan upon recalling the dreams and holding his head. I just kept going and going, trying to get away. But I never could. It was like a game repeating itself over and over again without a winner. Huh. And, the closer the thing got to me, the sicker I felt, he added, looking Osomatsu in the eye. It was like a beacon of ailment. What a nightmare. Yeah, I hate dreams like that, Osomatsu tried to relate, waving a hand. Sounds like you had a rough night. I don't know why, Choromatsu sighed. I've never had dreams where I was being chased before. Are there meanings behind dreams like that? Nah, probably not, the other shrugged. At least, I don't typically look for any deeper meaning in my dreams. The man buried his face into his hands, shuddering from his ongoing fever. I just don't feel good. Osomatsu rubbed his back with a smile. You'll feel better in no time. You just need a little more sleep. I don't know. Choromatsu's hands slid down from his face to his opposing forearms, holding tight for security. I just want to go home. Osomatsu's expression turned sorrowful and sympathetic as he listened to Choromatsu speak these words. He gave a sigh and averted his gaze in uncertainty. Well, it's not like we'll be here forever, right? He said. After all, Choromatsu said he'd figure something out. Right? Choromatsu looked up at Osomatsu seriously. And if he doesn't? He asked. Then. Osomatsu returned his gaze with a determined frown. We're escaping, whether he likes it or not. Choromatsu examined Osomatsu's expression for a long time. Choromatsu mentioned that you already tried to escape once before, he recalled. Ah, yeah, I did, the other chuckled. What happened? How did you almost get out of here? Osomatsu removed his hand from Choromatsu's back and plopped his chin into his palm with a cheeky smirk. The jailbreak, oh what a rush, he relished. I used one of those technological book things to break through the vent in our room. Then I made my way to the control room, found a map, and got all the way to the escape pods before they captured me. There are escape pods on this ship? Choromatsu asked, intrigued. Something like that, Osomatsu grinned. But I was caught right outside the door. I bet if I did it again I could make it inside one, though I don't know how I'd pull that off. They already confiscated the bed frame, so I couldn't use that to climb up the wall again. I'm sure they've also blocked off the vent one way or another, though I haven't checked it out yet. Maybe if there was a way to break open the door? I can't believe you managed to pull something like that on such a sophisticated alien ship, Choromatsu said in awe. Well, it's not like these guys actually expect much from us intellectually, he huffed. And besides, that was before Choromatsu made his promise, so I didn't really have any other choice. Did you get in a lot of trouble for it? Upon hearing this question, Osomatsu's smile suddenly vanished as he stared ahead with a blank expression. He went completely silent, thinking back to the aftermath of the events. The escape, the capture, their conditioning. Yeah, he didn't just get in trouble for that, he was punished for it. What was it that bad? Asked Choromatsu, surprised. I mean... Osomatsu closed his eyes with a huff. Thinking back. It was humiliating. Being restrained the way he was, being put in that timeout pod, being unable to speak and unable to see, it was awful. The experiments they did without consent, the force-feeding, the touching and manipulating and transporting, it was all something he never wanted to experience again. And, with everything happening to him, Choromatsu even had the gall to say he wasn't a part of it. Just thinking about it pissed him off. It wasn't fun, he finally said. What did they do to you? The other pressed curiously. I'd rather not get into it, he huffed curtly. It's more fun thinking about the idea of escaping than what they do to you when you're caught. A step forward. An alien, looking on with arms folded and an expression unamused, wandered from his position of sitting back and listening and approached the two humans. That's not very good of you two, to be discussing an escape. Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked up in surprise to see another worker, one they had failed to notice enter the room. It was the doctor, Ichimatsu, looking rather unpleased by the conversation he had listened in on. Choromatsu's expression remained astonished with a hint of guilt as Osomatsu's quickly devolved into a stubborn glare. Oh, it's you, the eldest greeted with a hint of spite. That was quite an ordeal, and it would remain best unrepeated, Ichimatsu continued. Anyway, we're far more aware now of the lengths a human might go in order to break from its cell, so you're being kept under careful watch to prevent a similar stunt. Go to hell, Osomatsu spat, mood worsening with every reminder of their situation. We were just talking. Then it might be good for your conversations to be consistently monitored, the alien noted. We don't need the new human influenced by your poor behavior. Whatever. He growled. The way I see it, as long as we're being kept here against our will, we can behave however we want. With a deep glare, Ichimatsu replied, how you behave will reflect how you are treated. Choromatsu may act nice, but the moment either of you step out of line again, it'll be outside his control how you're dealt with. I'm not a behaviorist, I'm not getting paid like he is to maintain a positive relationship with you. Unlike him, that's not my job. Meaning, I'll have no hesitation to enforce means of conditioning when you two inevitably act out. Choromatsu gulped nervously at the alien's words, though Osomatsu remained unfazed. He challenged Ichimatsu's glare with a nasty one of his own, allowing a silent battle to ensue for the few moments longer that Choromatsu wasn't present. Quickly enough, however, it came to an end as everyone's attention was drawn to the door. Choromatsu entered, greeting the neurologist nigh before turning to the two specimens and the doctor with a happy smile. Ah, Ichimatsu, you're here, he greeted cheerfully. Millimeter, the other responded in a simple nod, his demeanor changing from aggressive to monotonous upon seeing his friend. I'm already finished with the test I needed Choromatsu for. I was just getting them their treats. Choromatsu approached the humans with palm outstretched, holding two small, dark cubes. Choromatsu readily took one and sunk his teeth into the rich, creamy texture. Osomatsu, being a little more hesitant with a freshly sour attitude, followed his lead and took the other, himself. He quietly munched on the treat as Choromatsu spoke with Ichimatsu, finding the taste, as much as he hated to admit it, heavenly. They performed exceptionally well on the recognition test and have been behaving wonderfully today, Choromatsu explained to his coworker as he looked over his notes. I just need you to give Choromatsu some medicine and take him back to his cell to rest. Sure, I can do that, Ichimatsu hummed. And for Specimen A? Osomatsu is doing fine today, so he shouldn't need any more medicine. Yeah, he does seem pretty lively, as always, the doctor mumbled, briefly glancing the man's way. I'll meet with you in a bit to go over some notes, and then maybe we can take a lunch together, Choromatsu suggested amicably. Sound good? Yeah, that'll be fine. As Choromatsu popped the rest of the treat into his mouth, Ichimatsu took him by the wrist and helped him down from the testing table. Choromatsu sent the man a warm smile. Behave for the doctor, okay, Choromatsu. Choromatsu pursed his lips and nodded submissively. He watched as Ichimatsu leaned in and tapped a spot on his neckband, triggering his muzzle to activate and wristbands to snap together behind his back. Choromatsu blinked in surprise and stepped forward. Oh, that's not necessary. I don't trust them when you're not around, Ichimatsu muttered, cutting the other off. I trust your judgment when you're with them, but I don't have the same type of relationship with them that you have. Oh, well, fair enough, Choromatsu conceded. Do what you will. Ichimatsu turned to Choromatsu and sent him an apathetic look, one that somehow still sent chills down Choromatsu's spine. Follow, he commanded. As the two began to walk out of the room, Osomatsu watched with an unamused stare. He called out after them half-jokingly and said, take good care of him. He's like a baby brother to me. Without sparing a glance, the doctor replied, don't tell me how to do my job. And with that, the two exited the testing room and went on their way. With the door shut and Osomatsu now alone with Choromatsu and the neurologist, Choromatsu turned to him with a polite smile. How's the treat? He asked. Osomatsu took a final bite out of the small cube and chewed, savoring the flavor as he responded with his mouth full. It's fine, he said in a bitter tone. Choromatsu, noticing the new attitude Osomatsu was displaying, frowned. Don't let Ichimatsu get to you, he comforted. He can be a bit hard to get along with sometimes. Osomatsu growled, twisting his lips as he considered speaking his mind in the moment. Finally, he simply said, I don't like that guy. I know, but, please act nice towards him, Choromatsu sighed. It'll be easier for him to respect you if you show respect towards him first. I don't think he's going to respect me at all, the eldest declared. He's no different from how you were last week. He just sees us as animals. Well. Choromatsu wrinkled his brow, struggling to defend Ichimatsu in a way that would please the other. I mean, actually, I'd say you're not even that much different from him to begin with, Osomatsu instigated. You might act nice, but that's just your job, right? Eh? Choromatsu frowned. I mean, I try to be easy to work with regardless. You get paid to be here, don't you? You're assigned to befriend the animals and make sure they're happy. That is part of my job, yes, he nodded. You put on this mask and pretend to be all buddy-buddy, but the reality is that you're still part of the mass, Osomatsu continued spitefully. You're one of them. You're part of the reason we're trapped here. Choromatsu shifted his balance uncomfortably, slightly taken aback by the other's minor outburst. Then, he said, well, in a sense, I can't deny some of what you're saying. But I already told you that I'd look into ways and possibilities to free you too. We already had this discussion. Osomatsu sent the other a deep glare. Just know this, alien, if you can't get us off this ship and back home, then Choromatsu and I are making a break for it. Choromatsu stared for a long time, his expression tainted with subtle concern. Osomatsu, what triggered this onset of emotions from you? He asked. You were behaving perfectly well just a few minutes ago. The man folded his arms and averted his gaze with a stubborn look. I just want to go home already, he pouted. I'm tired, you know? This is tiring. I hate being treated like an animal, and I hate being treated like an object. I know, sighed the alien. Choromatsu, be honest. How much longer do you think we're going to be here? Choromatsu pursed his lips and replied, You know I don't have an answer for that yet. And? Osomatsu looked back at the other expectantly. What are you going to do about it? I'm doing my best, he assured. Just give me time. All I'm saying is that if you don't get us home, we'll get home, ourselves, declared the eldest. I understand. Good. From beside Choromatsu, the neurologist turned to him and spoke up in their native tongue. To Osomatsu, it sounded like nothing more than dying noises from a broken radio. I'm detecting some hostility, it told Choromatsu. Is it acting out again? Choromatsu turned his attention from the specimen to his coworker. A little, yes. Well, we need to get started on this next session. Do you want to restrain it for this? I'd rather not be its next target if it lashes out. If it, he, does anything, you can punish accordingly, Choromatsu replied. I'm really trying to keep them off the restraints though. These humans seem to respond better emotionally and socially to verbal coercion rather than forced conditioning. The neurologist folded his arms and said, All right. If its behavior escalates though, I'm sedating it. I'm not risking it, you've already given these animals far too much freedom in my opinion. Choromatsu flashed an uneasy smile. A common concern, I'm aware. I know what I'm doing though. If you feel threatened at any time, you're free to act. Will do. Osomatsu glared between the two aliens, irritated by the conversation he couldn't understand. It was always clear when they were talking about him. What assholes. Finally, Choromatsu cleared his throat and turned back to his human specimen. All right Osomatsu, we're going to begin the next test now, he announced. This is actually going to be a continuation of one we started back when you were first brought into this facility. Oh? He raised a brow, still bearing an expression of irk. Choromatsu signaled to the neurologist, triggering the alien to move onto a nearby computer and begin preparational work. Then, Choromatsu pulled out a few small wireless sensors. He approached Osomatsu and began sticking them to his skin, one beside each eye, one in the center of his forehead, and a final one behind his right ear. Do you remember when we did that experiment where we tracked your hormonal and emotional responses to given stimuli? He asked. You know, when you got those visions in your head? Those pictures? Osomatsu glanced up as he recalled the test in question. Yeah, I remember. That was on my first day here. What we do today is going to be kind of similar to that, Choromatsu explained. A little different, but the same idea. Just as before, the neurologist is going to be helping me out with this one. How is it going to be different? Well, last time, you saw images appear in your thoughts, and you were able to describe them visually and give your thoughts and impressions of the content, he said. This time, you're going to be experiencing what are akin to visual and sensory hallucinations. Of course, nothing you see will be real, but, he hesitated. Hopefully this won't be too startling for you. Huh? Osomatsu frowned. Wait, what the hell is that last part supposed to mean? I can't spoil anything in fear of altering our results, but just know that no matter what you see, you won't be in any real danger. Millimeter. The man hummed thoughtfully, eyeing the alien skeptically before nodding. All right, fine. You ready to get started? Yeah, I guess. Choromatsu smiled and cued his partner. Then, let's begin. The neurologist began typing on its computer, beginning the process of their next experiment as Choromatsu spoke once more. I want you to pay very close attention, and be very observant to any changes in the environment around you, he said. Don't be afraid to verbalize any thoughts or feelings you might have upon witnessing any strange or unexpected events. All right. Choromatsu slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out his trademark cylindrical device, opening it up into its notepad form as he began writing. Osomatsu watched as the alien jotted down a few notes as a preface to the test. Osomatsu then turned and looked the neurologist over. The neurologist continued typing away, looking over scans and information that was being presented on the screen. With them being the only three present in the room, things had now gotten quiet as they awaited the test to begin. Osomatsu glanced around the room curiously, patiently looking for anything that might seem noteworthy or hallucination-like. At first, he didn't really see much. Everything appeared normal, just as they always did. There were no crazy colors, no visual distortions, and nothing particularly exciting. It was all the same. Gak. Then, it suddenly happened. Osomatsu hissed in pain and winced in surprise as he felt a prick-like sensation on his skin. He grabbed his hand and brought it to his face, looking over his palm in surprise. What the? A long, thin cut had manifested across his palm. At first, there was nothing. Then, slowly, beads of deep red began to seep from across the opening, growing bigger and bigger with a shiny, liquid texture. He glanced up at Choromatsu in a panic, then looked back down at his bleeding hand. Choromatsu. This is a hallucination, right? I'm not actually seeing this. Is this real? Choromatsu simply smiled and replied, his hands resting formally behind his back. I think you know the answer to that, he reassured. Osomatsu looked back down at the cut in awe, trying to process the fact that this was indeed a hallucination. He couldn't help but notice his fingers trembling at the sight as he witnessed the beads of blood form together before gently trickling down his skin. It looked so real. It felt so real. The pain he'd experienced upon receiving the cut had to have been real, right? Staring, looking straight at the wound, it was almost impossible to believe that it was all in his head. With his free hand, he slowly brought 2 fingers to the cut. Then, he touched it. He pulled back to look at the bright, vivid blood now staining his fingertips. It was surreal. Choromatsu watched his reaction, fully intrigued and amused by the being's curiosity. Then, he blinked. He leaned in, eyeing the spot Osomatsu seemed so focused on and frowned. Then, he spoke. Wait, no, that's real. That's actually real. Osomatsu practically screamed as he jumped back, holding his hands out in horror. Choromatsu only allowed a second to go by before forming a cheeky, annoying grin. Just kidding. Osomatsu shot a bewildered glare and exclaimed, "You asshole." Still holding out his hands in disbelief. Anyway, why don't you tell me what you're seeing right now, Osomatsu? The alien smiled. No, fuck you. Osomatsu, Choromatsu pushed. Osomatsu gave a stubborn frown. No, you can't just scare me like that. He scolded. What if I were actually hurt? What if I needed an ambulance? I promise you're okay, the other assuaged, unable to hide his entertained smirk. Though. He wandered to the computer beside the neurologist and looked over the information he was receiving. Your fight or flight certainly did spike there for a moment. I want to talk to your superior, Osomatsu huffed. Make a formal complaint about the way I'm being treated here. Sorry Osomatsu, you're stuck with me, he grinned. Whatever, he growled. You suck. So? Thoughts? Feelings? Initial reaction? Osomatsu grumbled before looking back down at the blood coating his hands. He thought for a long moment before responding. That really startled me. He mumbled. I thought I was actually hurt. Go on, the other urged. Geez, I dunno, it was scary, he said. I actually felt pain, and I didn't understand how it happened. I was wondering what I could have possibly cut myself on. Choromatsu glanced down at his notepad and began to write, speaking aloud as he did so. Contemplating theoretical causes to the final effect. Experiencing mild fight or flight response. Very good. Even now, it freaks me out looking at it, but I can't look away. Any physical or physiological changes to your body upon seeing the blood? Choromatsu asked. Physical. Osomatsu thought hard, not usually having to pay attention to physical symptoms from an emotional reaction. I guess there was a tightness in my chest when I first saw it. I could feel my heart racing, and I felt sweaty. Like I said, it just surprised me. Physiological reaction akin to fear, Choromatsu wrote. Any final notes to add? Not really. All right, very good, he said with one final scratch of his pen. We'll go ahead and move on to the second simulation, then. Osomatsu's eyes went wide as he watched in awe the blooded wound suddenly disappear from his vision. It rippled away like water, leaving his hand clean and free from any marks or residue. Whoa. Okay, begin simulation number 2. Osomatsu looked up and around, ready for the next hallucination he was about to receive. A few moments went by of nothing, but soon enough, it happened. The man blinked and rubbed his eyes. The walls around him, were they melting? Things were going dark, things were going blue. Every surface of the room he was in rippled and smeared and liquefied like paint dripping down a wall. It was insanely surreal. He felt dizzy looking at it. Even the presence of the two aliens in the room vanished under the mingling of colors and distortion of outlines. Gark! Osomatsu threw a hand over his mouth and held his breath as his skin was flushed with the sensation of rushing water. His hearing was robbed of anything clear and was instead replaced with muffled hums and noises as the very world before him changed entirely. He was no longer looking at a testing room, but was now floating deep in the waters of a mystifying ocean. Whoa! His exclamation came out with no voice, but instead was a collection of scattered bubbles quick to flutter up towards the surface an infinity away. The waters weren't shallow, but deep, deep below any possible pocket of air. The lighting around him was dim and cool-colored, and the water was uncomfortably cold. It looked like he had ended up in some sort of cove, complete with deep lurking fish and seaweed. He was no longer inside the testing room, at least. All of this, was it really all a hallucination? It felt all too real. Osomatsu. Choromatsu's voice, it echoed around him from seemingly nowhere. He gave a muffled mumph and glanced around, no Choromatsu in sight. Osomatsu, it's okay. Remember, this is all a hallucination. You don't have to hold your breath. Although Choromatsu was right, the illusion seemed all too real to trust so quickly. He shut his eyes tight, feeling each and every motion slow in the thick waters. He could only hear through the filter of rushing white noise, and he certainly did feel lighter. Was it really all right to breathe? Could he even convince his lungs to open up in this situation? Breathe, Osomatsu. The man hesitated a moment longer, the hunger for air only increasing in his chest the longer he held his breath. He slowly removed his hand from over his mouth but paused, unable to find it in himself to try breathing in the air around him. He wrinkled his nose, feeling his nostrils filled to the brim with water as he tried his best to coax himself. He counted from 3 down to 2, then 1. Finally, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath in. Oh! His lungs filled with air and his craving immediately diminished, much to his relief. He panted to get the oxygen flowing once more, holding a hand to his chest. Geese. He mumbled, bubbles trickling upwards from his lips. Wonderful, said Choromatsu's voice. Now that you're comfortable, tell me what you see. Osomatsu took a moment to catch his breath before looking around once more, watching as a school of small fish darted past into the ever-flowing seaweed. He looked up and tried to discern just how far away the surface of the water was. It was more than just a few meters to say the least. Well, he began. I'm underwater. Probably the ocean. I see fish, and plants, and rocks and moss. It's, well, pretty. At least, now that I'm not holding my breath. I see. The voice paused, making Osomatsu think he was probably writing something down before continuing on his line of questioning. So you find the ocean to be a beautiful place? Yeah, sure, Osomatsu nodded. You really like water, don't you? He could practically hear the amused, gushing smile on Choromatsu's face as he spoke these words. I mean, who doesn't? The man shrugged. It feels nice. Many land animals enjoy splashing around in water, he said. And I just find it cute that humans are one of those animals. Aha, Osomatsu uttered, finding slight irritation in the other's amusement. Anyway, it's nice down here. The water is cool, the lighting is nice, and the fish are pretty. You're attracted to the colors of the aquatic animals around you. Yeah, I guess. There's no thought of predation, or perhaps even fight or flight? Osomatsu's eyelids lowered halfway. We've been over this, I don't think of eating every single animal I come across, he muttered. Right, Choromatsu dismissed. Finding peace and serenity in the deep waters of the ocean. Housing no primal response in the form of fear or predation. There were a few moments of silence as the alien wrote in his notes. Finally, he finished. All right, done, he declared. We only have one more simulation to test, so are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be. Great. Suddenly, Osomatsu's perception shifted. The reality around him vanished in ripples, and he returned once more to the testing room, where Choromatsu was standing before him with a polite smile plastered on his face. Choromatsu nodded to the neurologist, and the final hallucination began. At first, Osomatsu didn't notice any significant change. Nothing like what he had experienced before, at least. The walls, the computers, the aliens, they all remained the same. Choromatsu strolled past him and walked over to the computer the neurologist was looking at, looking over the information they were receiving through the man's brain waves. Meanwhile, Osomatsu looked around the room boredly. It was almost a game to him, trying to figure out what was different, what wasn't supposed to be there. After a good minute of nothing, Osomatsu finally noticed something new. He blinked and glanced at a window to his left, where he saw an alien entity looking at him from the other side. He cocked his head curiously. The alien cocked its head curiously, as well. This was certainly something new, but not something unexpected. Aliens stared at him all the time here on this ship, after all. He didn't immediately suspect this individual to be part of his hallucination. As the seconds passed by, Osomatsu noticed that the alien just wasn't taking its eyes off him. He frowned and furrowed his brows uncomfortably, watching and waiting for it to move or do anything else. He glanced back at Choromatsu curiously, who only gave him a polite smile in return. He then looked back at the alien in the window again. What the hell was it doing? It wasn't walking or working, just staring. Osomatsu slowly moved his head away, still eyeing the creature carefully, and to his surprise, it mimicked his movements. The alien also moved its head away, though it was apparent that it was still looking at him. Osomatsu turned his head back to face the alien, and the alien again copied him. He blinked. The alien blinked. He tilted his head once more. The alien tilted its head. Wait a minute. Osomatsu leaned in curiously, watching as the entity mirrored his movements. He then held up a hand. The alien held up a hand. He held up 2 fingers. The alien held up 2 fingers. He waved. The alien waved. That wasn't a window, that was a mirror. He blinked, then looked at Choromatsu. Choromatsu simply grinned, entertained by Osomatsu's slow realization. He lifted his hands and looked down, seeing they were still his usual hands. Then he looked back up at the reflection. Yes, although it wasn't human, that was definitely him. He turned to Choromatsu once more and spoke out in confusion. That's a mirror, right? He questioned. Very good, Osomatsu, the other praised. I'm glad you were able to figure out you were looking at your own reflection. You didn't even have to touch or sniff the glass to realize it. I'm not an idiot, Osomatsu grumbled, then hesitated. Well, I mean, yeah, no, I'm not an idiot. Very proud of your intellect, Choromatsu beamed, writing in his notepad. It took you about a minute, but that's relatively quick. Good job. With that, the hallucination vanished and all that was left in the reflection was Osomatsu's own face. Alright, so, we done now? Choromatsu finished up jotting down some notes before looking up at the other with a smile. For this block of study, yes, that will be all, he confirmed. I have to check in with my superior now, and then I'll let you know what we're doing next. Sound good? Yeah, whatever, he shrugged uncaringly. All right. Just stay put and allow me to get into a call, the alien said. It shouldn't take more than a minute. Following his words, Choromatsu suddenly shifted back into his alien form, no longer looking human. He then tapped a spot beside his right eye, opening up a holographic screen before him and setting up a call. Osomatsu huffed and crossed his legs, plopping his head into his hand as he waited for Choromatsu to finish doing his thing. Intermission. So, you're still not feeling good, huh? Choromatsu sat cross-legged on his mattress, looking down at his lap as Ichimatsu stood over him. A holographic screen was being displayed from the alien's wristwatch, allowing him to look over his notes on human biology as he spoke to the specimen in the bedroom. I think I just didn't sleep very well last night, the man replied groggily. From Ichimatsu's watch, a beam of light shot out and quickly scanned Choromatsu's body. Once finished, information was displayed on Ichimatsu's end. He quickly skimmed over it before closing the screen and getting on his hands and knees, crawling onto the mattress and leaning in to hold Choromatsu's face with both hands. He looked deep into the man's eyes as he spoke. Your fever does seem to be lingering longer than usual. Of course, I have some medicine that should help take care of that. He hummed to himself, feeling the heat emanating against his palms before mumbling, I don't really like having sick animals, after all. That's kind of you, Choromatsu replied, trying to ignore the off-putting title given to him. Ichimatsu let go of his face and scooted closer, bringing one hand around the man's throat and another one to the base of his shirt. Choromatsu practically squealed as his shirt was lifted and the cold alien hand traveled up his torso, feeling for his heartbeat as Ichimatsu continued nonchalantly. Does your throat hurt? Or maybe your head? He asked. Are you experiencing any pain other than some bodily aches? Well. Still visibly flustered by the way he was being touched and examined so freely, Choromatsu stuttered a little. I mean, just my head, I guess. Again, I think I'm just tired. What's causing disruptions in your sleep? He questioned, feeling carefully for the man's pulse. Or about that? Choromatsu gulped as Ichimatsu wasted no time groping the spot just above his left nipple, examining his heart rate. I was actually meaning to ask you or Choromatsu about it. Oh? Yeah. See, I read this book last night, one of the ones Choromatsu left for us, and I think it kind of affected me. Ichimatsu let go of Choromatsu entirely and eyed him suspiciously. A book? What book? It's in there, he said, pointing to the toy chest across the room. It's black and white with a whale on the cover. Ichimatsu grunted before standing to his feet, carefully stepping off the mattress and approaching the chest. He knelt and opened it up, reaching inside and pulling out the stack of books. On the very top of the stack was the book in question, sitting untouched since the previous night. Millimeter. Ichimatsu hesitated, then blinked. This? Yeah, that one. Huh. Ichimatsu put the rest of the books back in the bin and looked over the one Choromatsu had read. Choromatsu gave you kind of a dark children's book, didn't he? I know I'm not native in your language, but I tried to read through it and understand the best I could, Choromatsu explained. Though, I was having some trouble. What is the meaning behind it? What's the symbolism? What's the moral? Symbolism. Moral. Ichimatsu shook his head slowly. There are none. The alien looked up at Choromatsu with a blank, apathetic expression. He held up the book with one hand as if to showcase it as he revealed the reality of its nature. This, he began, is a non-fiction book. It's... Choromatsu wrinkled his brow in pure confusion. Non-fiction. The other nodded. What on earth is it about, then? He inquired. That's not important, Ichimatsu mumbled, setting the book down and standing to his feet. Geez, no wonder you didn't sleep well. Why does Choromatsu think your species are evolved enough to take in content like this? As the doctor walked back over to the mattress, Choromatsu looked up at him with a disappointed expression. But, I'm still curious, he insisted. I want to learn more about it. No, you don't, he muttered. Ichimatsu knelt back down on the mattress and returned to his previous position, taking Choromatsu by the throat gently and feeling up his front to get a read on his heart rate. Choromatsu shivered. And anyway, it's an irrelevant topic for you to be knowledgeable of, Ichimatsu continued, counting the beats in his head. So, we're done talking about this. Yeah, okay, Choromatsu sighed. He then thought to himself, I guess I'll just have to ask Choromatsu about it, then. Ichimatsu finished analyzing the man's pulse and let go of him. Your pulse and breathing are normal, he declared. Just a lingering fever. I'll give you some medicine, and then you should rest. Don't go reading more books before you do, though. You'll just scare yourself. Right. Choromatsu pulled down his shirt and smoothed it out before turning to Ichimatsu with a faint smile. Thank you. Intermission. Choromatsu's call ended as quickly as it began. Tapping the side of his eye, Osomatsu watched as the holographic screen before his alien companion dissipated into nothing. A transformation followed, and within moments Choromatsu had returned to his human-like state. He turned to Osomatsu, his expression blank and hesitant. So? Osomatsu eyed the other curiously. What's next? Am I going back to my room? Am I getting fed? What are we doing now? For a moment, Choromatsu didn't say anything. Then, finally, he mumbled, right. This next test. Osomatsu raised a suspicious brow. I don't like that tone, he noted. Choromatsu sighed. Listen, Osomatsu, I'm going to preface everything by saying this. I really need you to behave during this next test. HN. Osomatsu wrinkled his nose. That sounds ominous. What the hell are you going to do? I want you to know beforehand that, although I'll be present, I'm not going to be the one coordinating everything, Choromatsu explained. This is actually a very special test my supervisor has organized, just for you. Just for me? The man repeated, cocking his head. Yeah, the other nodded, visibly uncomfortable. Why? Well. He kept his eyes on anything but his human specimen as he spoke. I can't give away the purpose of the test, but just know that it's in your best interest to be on your best behavior. Do you think you could do that for me? First, I want to know what I'm getting into here, Osomatsu insisted. What are you going to do? I can't say, Choromatsu replied. You'll just have to go into this blind. Well, what do I have to do? Are you going to have me doing something? No, you won't have to do anything at all, Choromatsu said. In fact, the session isn't going to be focused on you, you're just going to be present for it. Huh? Osomatsu frowned, confused. Wait, so, are there going to be other animals there then? No, he shook his head. It'll just be a group of us scientists. It's just a meeting. Not even anything about you directly. Again, you'll simply be present. Osomatsu pursed his lips suspiciously and asked the question he was afraid to hear the answer for. Will it hurt? Choromatsu paused. It depends. On what? The man exclaimed. Listen, all you have to do in there is behave, he instructed. Be nice, be quiet, and don't act out. Trust me, acting submissive will make your life a whole lot easier. You won't be given any further instruction. Osomatsu squinted. You said, this was your boss idea? My superior, yes, he confirmed. So, just sit in on a meeting and act submissive? He murmured. Disgusting. Trust me, Osomatsu, acting out is going to get you nowhere this time around, claimed the alien. Do as I say, and you'll be just fine. Got it? Osomatsu eyed the alien for a long time before finally giving a sigh. I don't like this, but fine. Wonderful. Choromatsu turned to the neurologist and spoke a sentence or two in their native tongue before turning back to Osomatsu. All right, if you'll follow the neurologist and I to the meeting room, we can get started. Oh? We're not doing it here. Of course not, he smiled. This is the testing room. It wouldn't be an appropriate location for a formal meeting. We're heading to a room where specimens typically aren't allowed, so, feel honored. Sure. Anyway, stand please. Osomatsu hopped from the testing table and took a step forward, ready to follow as Choromatsu and the neurologist collected their things, a tablet device for each of them, and a couple minor objects slipped into their pockets. Then, Choromatsu glanced at Osomatsu and nodded his head, triggering the man's restraints. In a moment's notice, a muzzle appeared over his mouth and his wrists snapped behind his back, binding him completely. Osomatsu jumped in surprise as this unfolded and looked down at his restraints before sending a glare Choromatsu's way. Oi, he warned. My apologies Osomatsu, Choromatsu tried to chuckle. I forgot to mention, you're going to be restrained for the duration of this test. That's not an issue, is it? I mean... He glared down again at the dreaded muzzle and tugged at his wrists uncomfortably. What choice do I have, really? This is all just demeaning. Anyway, if you'll follow along. Osomatsu obliged and followed as the neurologist began to exit the room, with Choromatsu leading from behind. They left the examination room and started down the hall, where Osomatsu walked like a prisoner to his keepers. The door was shut behind, and through the corridors they went. Several minutes of walking ensued as the specimen was led to his next place for study. As they walked, Osomatsu turned to Choromatsu curiously. What's this meeting for, anyway? He inquired. It's just a meeting I have to attend as a behaviorist, Choromatsu explained. There will be other behaviorists there as well, all assigned to different cases on this ship. Other scientists just like me, all studying different creatures. So, you've got a common job, huh? Osomatsu noted. I mean, you said there are like 100 different species on this ship alone. So there must be about 100 behaviorists here too, right? You could say that, yes, he nodded. Although my position might seem high and significant, the reality is, there are a lot of workers who share the same level of superiority as I. It's almost rather generic. I guess so many of my people can be bred to work this field simply because there are so many of us. We've existed a long time, and we procreate as needed. There aren't just a few billion of my people, you know. I see. There aren't going to be 100 behaviorists there, though, he continued. Our cases fall into categories, and each category is overseen by a superior. It's going to be me, a few other behaviorists, our superior, and a couple other individuals of higher importance. That's why you need to behave, you really, really need to perform well in front of my higher-ups. I still don't understand why I'm attending a meeting in the first place, the other said, almost as a complaint. It's not like I'll be able to understand anything you guys are saying. I know. Though, if anything, that should make it easier for you, right? You don't have to pay attention or take notes or provide intellectual input to the discussion like I do, he chuckled. Yeah. The trio continued to walk on through the infinite hallways of the facility, most seeming rather empty. They passed corners and went through doors, soon branching off to a new area that Osomatsu had never been through before. As they walked, Osomatsu turned to Choromatsu once more, opening his mouth to speak. Before he could get any words out, he blinked and did a double take, stopping in his tracks and staring at his companion in surprise. He hadn't expected to turn around and see that Choromatsu had shifted from his human form back into his natural alien body. Choromatsu stopped as well, almost bumping into the other. He stared down for a moment unblinking, then reached down with his primary hand and pet Osomatsu's head. He then placed another hand on Osomatsu's back and pushed softly, encouraging him to continue walking. Osomatsu formed an irritated look upon being pet like a dog and coerced into moving forward, but easily complied. The three continued on through the new area until eventually making it to a glowing blue platform. Osomatsu slowed his pace and cocked his head, examining the mechanism curiously. It reminded him of some sort of futuristic elevator in a way. He was led forward and stepped onto the area beside the other two, glancing around expectantly to see what was going to happen. Once the three were inside, a blue light quickly scanned the platform's inhabitants. The neurologist was analyzed, then the alien that was Choromatsu was analyzed. Finally, Osomatsu was analyzed. Mid-scan, however, the light turned red and flashed once, zoning in on his profile in alert. The elevator seemed aware that he was a specimen among aliens, and was quick to reveal the known to the scientists. In response, Choromatsu reached out with his hand and allowed a holographic screen to scan his palm, overriding the security function and turning the red light back to blue. With that, it finished scanning Osomatsu and turned green to signal its completion. Then, the platform activated. Everything that happened next went too quickly for Osomatsu to comprehend. For a moment, it felt as if he were floating in space. His molecules, his atoms, his biology and chemistry, it all scattered and was teleported before snapping back together in an instant. Before a single second could go by, Osomatsu and the two aliens had teleported from one end of the facility all the way to another. Osomatsu blinked. He went to rub his eyes, but his wrists were still bound behind his back. He looked around, squinting like he hadn't seen light in ages. He was in a brand new place, a brand new location. It didn't look too different from the collection of hallways he'd just come from, but it was clear they had actually been transported to a new area. He looked at the neurologist and at Choromatsu, watching as they stepped off the platform without thinking twice. Then, he was urged to come along through hand gestures. He complied and stepped off the teleporter, following down a new hallway. This area of the facility seemed a lot livelier than the previous one. There were much more alien individuals wandering through and going from room to room, doing work and socializing with one another. Osomatsu had never seen so many of these demonic entities in one place. He wondered if he'd reached some sort of hub, some central area for gathering and exchanging information between studies. It was interesting to say the least. A few corridors down, the neurologist stopped and exchanged a few words with Choromatsu. Choromatsu responded in his own language, now unable to speak in a language Osomatsu could understand since he was in his natural form. The two sent each other goodbye gestures before the neurologist split from the group and went off another direction. Osomatsu watched him go for a moment before Choromatsu placed a hand on his back to keep him moving again. From there, they soon arrived at the meeting room. Osomatsu was gently pushed in through the doorway, where he entered a large room inhabited by at least a dozen 3-meter-tall entities. Standing before just one made him feel small enough, but being surrounded by so many made him feel no larger than a mouse. The room itself was spacious enough, void of too much technology to provide space for formal discussion. The seats in which some of the aliens were already sitting were organized in a half-circle around the room and were floating about half a meter from the floor using some strange, foreign technology. The seats were complete with desks that would have reminded Osomatsu of middle school if they didn't look so proper and high-tech. It was actually pretty cool. Osomatsu was led by his alien companion to the opening of the half-circle, where he was urged to have a seat. Awkwardly, Osomatsu glanced around before taking an empty seat at the end of the row, one that appeared slightly off in coordination from the others. It wasn't floating like the other were, and its location was just a bit offset. As Osomatsu climbed up, Choromatsu suddenly took his shoulder and stopped him. Osomatsu looked back at him in confusion as Choromatsu shook his head no, then pointed to the floor. Osomatsu scrunched his brow and glanced down, where he perceived a couple pillows laying neatly before the chair. "Come on, you're going to have me sit on the floor?" he asked aloud, knowing well Choromatsu wouldn't be able to understand. Choromatsu knelt and patted the pillow in encouragement. Osomatsu finally huffed and plopped down on the pillows, accepting his fate. Choromatsu then pulled out a device he immediately recognized as one Ichimatsu had used on him. It was that invisible leash device, the one no bigger than a finger. Choromatsu activated it and touched it to Osomatsu's neckband. He then touched it to the ground, and Osomatsu watched as this triggered a glowing, circular outline to grow into existence around his being. It was about 2 meters in length, and encapsulated him, the pillows, and the chair offset to the rest. With that, Choromatsu stood and put the device away. Now caged inside this circular outline, Osomatsu could only assume what it meant. Considering the device that was used, he could infer that his neckband was no longer going to allow him to travel outside this invisible cage. He was trapped in this little area with only the pillows and a chair he wasn't allowed to sit in. He huffed, irritated by such a demeaning scenario before looking up at Choromatsu. Choromatsu looked back down at him and reached out, ruffling his hair like he was a cat. He grumbled, but allowed the moment of petting before Choromatsu moved on. Inside the meeting room growing fuller and fuller, Osomatsu couldn't help but to feel like all eyes were on him. He felt like a spectacle being stared at and observed by this large group of aliens. Each alien seemed preoccupied with something: technology, video calls, socializing between one another, working alone at a seat, but on occasion, each set of eyes would take a gander at his presence in their own time. How could they not? This was a room full of their own people, full of familiar faces. A room full of the usual, except for one variable, a wild animal, restrained and muzzled while seated practically in the center of the room. How humiliating. Osomatsu glanced back at Choromatsu, who had gotten into a conversation with what Osomatsu could only assume was another behaviorist. The other behaviorist seemed intrigued by his presence, pointing and looking at him whilst asking away in intrigue. Osomatsu could almost hear their conversation in his head. "Is that your animal?" the behaviorist would say. "Yes, this specimen is known as a human being. A mammalian primate native to planet C-137, Choromatsu might explain. It looks so weird," the other teased. "Yeah, he does look a little funny, doesn't he?" Choromatsu would chuckle. "Does it bite?" the first could ask. "Yes, but don't worry, he's muzzled up and safe to handle," Choromatsu might boast, then add, "Feel free to touch him." As if on cue to Osomatsu's imaginings, the second alien knelt before him inside the circle and looked him in the eyes, patting his head softly. He snarled instinctively, unwanting of the attention he kept receiving. Hearing his growl, Choromatsu snapped his fingers as a warning. The behaviorist finished up petting him and stood back up, continuing its conversation with the other. Osomatsu huffed. Being petted from the floor and talked about by these alien creatures right in front of him. How demeaning. How humiliating. How embarrassing. In a usual social gathering, he'd say he loved being the center of attention. Now though? No. Not at all. He hated this. Over the course of the next 10 or so minutes, more and more aliens showed up in the room. At some point in time, Osomatsu lost track of where Choromatsu was and couldn't find him in the crowd. Without the use of that weird smelly drug, he was having a hard time recognizing which alien was his companion. He couldn't tell any of them apart, they were all the same. As more entered the room, he could feel even more eyes on him and it gave him a bizarre sensation in his chest. It was like a tightness, awkward and uncomfortable. Was this anxiety? He didn't like feeling this way. At the doorway, Osomatsu noticed as a new alien entered. This one was carrying something he didn't see in any of the others, a briefcase. He cocked his head curiously as he watched it analyze the room before finally starting towards him. "Eh?" It walked closer and closer, stopping just outside his circular barrier and staring down with menacing eyes. Osomatsu looked up at the entity and gulped. There was something about its aura he didn't quite find appealing. It looked him up and down before turning to a nearby alien and exchanging questions of confirmation. The other alien, who Osomatsu had a sneaking suspicion could have been Choromatsu, confirmed the other's questions with a nod, allowing it to proceed with whatever it was about to do. All the while, Osomatsu could only watch. The new entity knelt within the circle, facing Osomatsu with a blank, unchanging expression, just as they all did. It set the briefcase down on the ground and opened it up. With the lid blocking its contents, Osomatsu couldn't see what it was pulling out until the item was lifted before him in the air. As soon as he saw it, he went pale. A syringe. A long one. A sharp one. Fuck, he was tired of being drugged up. It never got any easier. Being injected with random chemicals by means of a sharp needle never got any less terrifying. The lone, metallic rod thin enough to penetrate his skin in such a painful way. No way was he doing this. The entity reached forward and grabbed Osomatsu by the hair, turning his head away and revealing a clear spot on his vulnerable neck. Osomatsu's eyes went wide as he eyed the syringe, and he panicked. He jerked away and scooted back, struggling against the other's grasp and scraping his shoes along the slippery ground, shoes they had yet to confiscate since his reabduction. Another alien Nai, likely Choromatsu, jumped in and held him in place to aid the other in its proceedings. Osomatsu snarled and squirmed, fighting their hold on him and struggling, if anything, to make it even harder on them. He'd already forgotten Choromatsu's request for him to behave, and hated going down without a fight. He didn't want to be drugged up again. He didn't want a shot. He didn't want the unknown. He didn't want the pain or the knowledge of a freshly sterilized needle sticking through his flesh. He hated them. He wanted it to stop. Stop! Don't you dare! He cried out, kicking and fighting as he was held onto relentlessly. As if to warn him once more, the alien aiding in restraining him snapped its fingers once, then twice. This was definitely Choromatsu, telling him to knock it off. Of course. Choromatsu had always been so neutral to the way he was treated by the other workers. Choromatsu didn't see any problem in drugging him up again. Choromatsu didn't have any moral qualms with it. To him, Osomatsu was just another test subject. At least, in moments like these, it certainly felt that way. The stranger leaned in with the syringe, zeroing in on the vulnerable spot on the side of Osomatsu's neck. He yelped out, causing a ruckus and attracting even more attention his way from the other occupants of the room. Many eyes were on him, curious by his behavior and intrigued by the show he was putting on. He could feel every burning gaze directed his way as he fought, giving up his will to cooperate as he once more was thrown into an unnerving situation without his consent. Having no choice, no say in the matter of his well-being was stressful to say the least. Finally, the tip of the long needle popped through his skin and buried itself deep into his flesh, injecting him with whatever drug was inside. He hissed in pain and scraped his feet across the floor once more, still fighting the hold of the aliens surrounding him. He could almost feel the chemical enter his bloodstream, pumping through his veins and spreading all throughout his body. He had no idea what was to become of him. Was he going to fall asleep? Was he going to end up in some sort of altered state of mind? What could this one be? Once the drug was successfully injected, the needle was removed from his neck and placed back inside the briefcase. Osomatsu was let go of and he quickly took the opportunity to scoot back against what he could only perceive as an invisible wall. The edge of the circular outline, as expected, kept him trapped within. The stranger put its things away and stood alongside the other alien that had helped out. It then exchanged a few words with the other before heading off, exiting the room and leaving the inhabitants to their doings. Osomatsu glanced up at the alien that was left behind, who looked down at him with a hand on its hip whilst shaking its head slowly. "Oh fuck you," Osomatsu hissed. "You didn't tell me I was going to get drugged up again." As more and more aliens entered the now crowded meeting room, the alien that was Choromatsu stayed relatively close, at least, in sight, anyway. He seemed preoccupied socializing and interacting with other behaviorists, all while Osomatsu sat on display for the room to observe. At some point, another newcomer grabbed the man's attention, as he immediately noticed most of the room acknowledged this individual. They all seemed eager to please it, fearfully respectful of its presence and quick to cater to its superiority. Osomatsu wondered to himself if this was Choromatsu's superior. The guy must have been a superior to most of the behaviorists present, given how respectfully he was being treated. Of course, to Osomatsu, this was all judging based on foreign body language that he didn't fully grasp just yet. The superior nodded to its subordinates, mincing very few words before stepping forward and kneeling before the human specimen joining in on their meeting. Osomatsu gave a wary glare as the superior leaned in, its face no more than a foot from his own. It grabbed him softly by the jaw and turned his face about, getting a good look at him from all angles and examining his overall body language. Osomatsu pouted and jerked his head away. He didn't like being touched so freely by the enemy. To his surprise, the superior seemed to accept his disapproval to its advances and stood, turning to the rest of the room. At this time, the meeting was set to begin. Following orders, the crowd of scientists scattered and quieted down, each taking a seat at one of the many floating desks. Soon, not one was left standing as every individual was seated formally in the half-circle of dozens of chairs. There was no more static-like discussion to be heard, as all eyes were now on the superior leading the meeting. Osomatsu looked about, searching for whom he thought could be Choromatsu. He wasn't positive in his guess, but the alien sat at least a few meters away from him down the row of seats, sending him no more than a glance before turning to the superior at the end of the half-circle. "Oh, he's not sitting with me." Osomatsu thought silently to himself as he glanced to the chair that was within his prison. Set up only a couple feet from his pile of pillows, the chair was without an occupant, making him wonder if he really was supposed to be sitting on the floor. That's what he had been told to do, right? He was sure the aliens wanted him on the floor. It was only more humiliating for him, after all. As the meeting began, Osomatsu felt no different from a child being brought to his parents' workplace, awkward, like he wasn't supposed to be there. He was still getting occasional glances, but most were paying deep attention to the superior speaking. Of course, Osomatsu couldn't understand a word. What was the purpose of him being here, anyway? Just so Choromatsu could show him off. Show off how well-behaved he was. What a load of crock. Osomatsu sighed and rolled his head, feeling the swollen, pulsating afterache from where he'd received the shot. That alien really didn't bother being gentle, huh? He supposed his struggle didn't help, but it still irritated him nonetheless. Rolling his neck wasn't alleviating the pain much, and it only seemed to be spreading. Such a pain. Osomatsu sat quietly, patiently as the meeting proceeded just as any normal human business meeting. The superior would speak for quite some time, occasionally electing one or another to speak after him. Most of the aliens seemed to have notes out or were taking notes, whether it be through writing on a notepad, typing onto a holographic interface, or scrolling through a screen of organized writings. Overall, the feel was very formal and almost tense. Osomatsu could get the sense that some workers were hesitant, perhaps even afraid of the superior. He wondered if this was even one of the superiors Choromatsu had gone to about his and Choromatsu's freedom. Osomatsu let out a breathy groan, rolling his neck once more. The ache, it really was spreading throughout his body, huh? From his neck down to his shoulders and arms, he could feel sparks of pain flickering from his muscles like a fever at its peak. It wasn't going away, it was only increasing. Osomatsu watched as the alien whom he perceived to be Choromatsu raised a hand in response to a line given by the superior, speaking out while referring to his notes. Choromatsu showed his palms and gave little gestures as he spoke, appearing to communicate clearly and methodically while narrating the given logic he desired to express. Although his shoulders appeared just a tad tense, he seemed to carry himself relatively well and was professional in doing so. Once he was finished with his spiel, the superior responded curtly before another scientist jumped into the discussion. It was almost strange watching such a normal situation play out with such alien actors. Another pained sigh left Osomatsu's nose as he squirmed to get comfortable on the floor. The pain, it had spread from his torso to his legs, now affecting his entire body. It was an active ache echoing throughout like a shallow fire, its short wisps waving low as burnt residue crackled and popped from within. It was becoming more and more unbearable, overriding all his senses with a torturous awareness of his physical agony. Aside from the aches, his head had started to pound as well. He couldn't help but to let out another groan, this one a bit higher pitched than before. What was causing this sudden illness? It had to have been whatever was in that drug. Whatever they injected into him before the meeting was causing him to feel extremely unwell, and the sickness was only increasing. Why would they give him something to intentionally make him sick, though? Didn't they have a meeting they needed to focus on? What was the point if he was going to be sitting here writhing in pain for the duration of it? Wouldn't that be distracting? A bolt of pain shot through the nerves in his stomach, giving him a feeling of nausea. By now he was hunched over, rocking slightly as every thought and feeling stemmed from the pain he was experiencing. It was becoming too much and it didn't seem to be slowing anytime soon. At what point did he need to interrupt the meeting with a complaint? To be honest, he felt a little too awkward speaking out or asking for help. He wasn't even a part of the meeting to begin with, he was just a specimen there to watch. Regardless, the aches were already overwhelming, and he couldn't help but verbalize his pain in the form of quiet cringes and whimpers. He just didn't feel good. Not at all. Gah. Another electric shock of pain burst through his body, triggering him to jolt in response. The aches were electrifying, the headache was like an immense pressure, and the temperature in his body was, oddly enough, shrinking. He was feeling cold and clammy as if standing naked in a winter storm. He shivered, wanting nothing more than to warm up. He still had his red hoodie on, but it wasn't enough. He was freezing. He was hurting. His head was pounding. He felt like he was dying. Was that it? Was he dying? Was he finally going to be released from this life of slavery through the sweet release of death? Finally, Osomatsu looked up, desperately glancing around the room at each alien face present. That was it. He needed help. The pain, it was becoming unbearable. It wasn't going away. It was just getting worse. He felt like his body was shutting down, and it was beginning to throw him into a panic. "Ha hey!" he called out. Upon making his voice known, many of the scientists glanced his way, including the superior. As expected, interrupting the meeting left the room dead silent in a painfully awkward state, but he was starting to care less and less. "I need help," he cried out, knowing well they couldn't understand his words. "I hurt. Something in that drug you gave me is making me sick." In response to Osomatsu's cries, one behaviorist looked to Choromatsu for approval. Choromatsu nodded, and the alien stood from its seat. Shivering, trembling, cringing from the pain, Osomatsu watched as the alien stepped down from its floating throne and approached him. He eyed it carefully as he stepped foot inside the circle, slowly kneeling down and hesitating. Then, it raised a hand and reached forward. To Osomatsu's surprise, it slipped its cold fingers through his hair and began to pet him. This continued on for a few long, unbearable moments before Osomatsu suddenly snapped in pain-induced rage. "Fuck off," he snarled, jerked his head away. "I don't need you to pet me like some goddamn animal. I'm trying to tell you I'm in pain." The scientist quickly pulled its hand back before glancing Choromatsu's way, searching for its next move. Choromatsu simply shook his head. The alien nodded before standing straight and returning to its seat. With that, the meeting continued. Osomatsu looked around, flabbergasted by their complete lack of acknowledgement in his pleas for help. He threw his head down with a pained whine, feeling the pounding headache hit him over and over again. His muscles ached so badly, his body hurt so much. He wondered if he was actually dying. "Ha!" He scooted back against the invisible wall, keeping him leashed within the circle, throwing his head back to face the ceiling as he grinded his teeth. The pain, it hurt so bad. He was so cold. His extremities shook violently in response to the sensory overload, and for a moment he thought he was about to start crying. He'd never felt so awful before in his life. It felt worse than his fever from the day before. It felt worse than the stomach flu he'd gotten years prior. He was in absolute agony, and his verbal whines and whimpers only increased with every passing second. "Please," he begged once more, interrupting the meeting yet again. "I need help. Please, I don't feel good." The aliens glanced amongst each other, the room quiet. Then, another alien, a different one this time, looked to Choromatsu for guidance. Choromatsu nodded his head just like before, and the scientist got up from its seat and walked over to Osomatsu. Osomatsu looked up, expression pained as he watched the alien step over to him. It entered the circle and plopped into the empty seat beside Osomatsu. It leaned back comfortably before then reaching out and, to Osomatsu's aggravation, began once more petting his hair like a cat. Osomatsu huffed. "No, help," he repeated, this time allowing it to happen. "I need help." The alien pressed its palm further against Osomatsu's head, scratching his scalp thoroughly and toying with his hair. Osomatsu whimpered and shut his eyes, quivering beneath its gentle touch. He just needed help. He just wanted to feel better. He just wanted to feel like this. What was happening? Osomatsu let out a sigh, relishing in the delicious sensation of being touched and groomed by the stranger. Somehow, this was nice. Upon being petted, something in his body had changed. The overwhelming pain that had moments prior swallowed his body whole had warped. It had now shifted into a pleasurable relief, a relaxing sensation that he craved more and more of. Although the bodily aches didn't entirely subside, something about this alien's touch was relieving him of most of the pain, making his physical state somewhat bearable. With only a little bit of hurt now plaguing his muscles, he could relax for a moment in the serenity of freedom. The relief, it felt godly. Wonderful. Orgasmic. He'd never realized how amazing it felt to only be in a little pain versus so much. His stomach had stopped churning, his muscles relaxed, the pounding in his head had shrunk into little tips and taps, and finally, he felt warm. The icy, frigid sensation numbing his fingertips, ears, and nose had completely subsided and was replaced with a nice, cozy embrace of heat. He felt like he was wrapped up in a blanket of peace, keeping him warm and comfortable during a time of sickness. It wasn't just nice, it was euphoric. Then, Osomatsu suddenly blinked and let out a snarl. What the hell was he doing just now? Leaning into his captor's touch like a dog, allowing it to play with his hair and make him feel more and more inferior, what was this bullshit? There was no way he was going to do this. No way was he going to let this happen. No way he was going to let the aliens win. Finally, he jerked his head away, glaring up at the alien with furious eyes. Who the hell did these people think they were? He wasn't an animal. He couldn't be trained. He couldn't be conditioned like this. It didn't matter what pain he had to go through, he was going to stay strong. The alien stared back momentarily before glancing up at Choromatsu. Choromatsu simply shook his head. Of course, the alien followed this signal and stood from the chair within the circle, returning to its own as the meeting continued on. Every time Osomatsu had an outburst, the meeting seemed to return to its regular pace without a problem. It was as if they had been anticipating this very thing and were prepared. Osomatsu watched as the alien sat back down and everything went on as normal. It was quite disappointing, he still wasn't being helped the way he needed. He curled up in a sort of fetal position, moaning from the excruciating aches plaguing his body. He was so cold. He was hurting so much. Was this a test? Did they want him to cry out? To be submissive? To allow them to pet his hair and give him scratches? Disgusting. Sickening. Vile. Gah. They did want this, didn't they? For the price of Osomatsu's defiance and pride, they were willing to ease his pains and calm him down. That's what this was. This wasn't a test or experiment, it was a conditioning session. He was here to be controlled. That drug. Whatever was in it, he wondered if it was lowering his inhibitions, too. Causing pain, encouraging submission, inducing apathy to previously set boundaries, he was beginning to care less and less. Now that he knew what they were doing, he expected to feel even more stubborn to their techniques and advances. But that egging pressure inside of him seemed to ease by some strange force. There was a small voice begging to be touched and petted. It didn't matter if it made him out to be nothing more than an animal to be trained. It didn't matter if his undermined his very existence as a human being. It didn't matter if he was letting the aliens win. He just wanted to be comforted. Osomatsu clenched his teeth as a loud whine left his throat. He whimpered and shook his head, feeling a stinging sensation spark from his nose indicative of oncoming tears. He was shaking, cringing, struggling, fighting, wishing desperately for the pain to stop. He opened his mouth and let out a cry, feeling as warm droplets seeped from his eyes and began to trickle down his face. He couldn't do it anymore. The aches, they were just too unbearable. He caught the attention of a few aliens, but most tried to ignore him and continue on with the meeting. That is, until he spoke up once more. I changed my mind, he called out. I'll do anything. Just please make it stop. Again, Choromatsu was turned to for confirmation to proceed. Choromatsu nodded, and a new alien got up from its seat and entered the circle with Osomatsu. It sat in the chair and began to pet him. Immediately, a strong wave of euphoria washed over Osomatsu's body. He leaned into the touch desperately, feeling as the unbearable aches in his muscles subsided and were replaced with comfort and ease. His cheeks, ears, and nose flushed red as he was submerged in a blanket of warmth, instantly replacing the icy coldness he felt prior. He felt no different than a baby being coddled by a relaxing fire, his cries being assuaged as he was rocked to sleep. He never wanted this to end. He never wanted to be without these aliens' touch. All he wanted was to be taken care of, forever. That was all he could think about. That was all he could comprehend. Even if it meant he was stripped of every ounce of dignity, he was willing to sacrifice. These aliens, they owned him. He was theirs. Fuck, what? What were these thoughts being fed through Osomatsu's mind like a machine? These were never thoughts he'd normally have. There was no doubt that the drug they injected him with was messing with him. Without pulling back from the alien's touch, he growled at himself. How could he be having these ideas? Upon hearing the little growl leaving Osomatsu's bared teeth, the alien hesitated and pulled its hand away. Osomatsu's eyes flew wide as he turned to the creature frantically. No, wait, I'm sorry. He pleaded. I'll be good. Just please don't stop. The alien entity turned to glance Choromatsu's way. The alien that was Choromatsu, he listened carefully to the tone in which Osomatsu begged. Little to Osomatsu's knowledge, he had been listening to his tone very carefully with every verbal cue, analyzing his body language and determining whether or not he was good to receive attention. As Osomatsu fell deeper and deeper into the drug's hypnotic grasp, Choromatsu could see that his behavior was becoming more of what his superior wanted to see. Choromatsu nodded to the alien sitting beside the man, allowing it to continue. Osomatsu sighed in relief as the entity returned to petting him, taking away most of his pains and leaving him with nothing more than a dull ache. He closed his eyes and fell into the physical touch like a kitten, practically purring with pleasure. As he rested, he listened as the meeting continued on as normal. This pattern of events continued on throughout the duration of the meeting. About 5 minutes after the alien began petting him, it stopped and returned to its seat. Osomatsu, having been well fed in terms of physical touch, found that the aches and pains were slow to return. They did, however, eventually return fully, and Osomatsu was forced to call out yet again for attention. Every time he called for help, a new alien would come to his aid and pet him for about 5 minutes or so, relieving him and putting him in a state of pure sleepy bliss. It was the third time their 5-minute cycle was up that Osomatsu called out immediately. Don't leave again, he begged, watching as the alien returned to its seat. Don't just leave me to suffer, you bastards. Where's Choromatsu? Choromatsu. The alien that was Choromatsu perked up, hearing a familiar collection of noises from the specimen that he recognized as his earthly name. He paused, thinking to himself before getting to his feet and approaching Osomatsu, himself. The man looked up at him, his eyes exhausted from the consistent pain he was experiencing and skin still damp from the leftover tears. He had a feeling this individual was his usual alien companion and welcomed him in the circle desperately. Choromatsu sat down in the seat and began to pet him, feeling Osomatsu press his head deeper into his touch. After that, there were no more cycles. Choromatsu remained by his side for the remainder of the meeting, which lasted about an hour in total. After what felt like an eternity, the superior wrapped everything up and declared the end. Noises of bustling and shuffling immediately filled the room as each alien got up from their respective seats, some socializing with others and others leaving right away to tend to their usual business. Choromatsu allowed Osomatsu a few more minutes of pet time, convinced the man had fallen asleep. He didn't bother interacting with others, as his focus now was solely on his specimen. After giving him some time, Choromatsu patted the man's head and stood from his seat. The moment he stopped petting him, Osomatsu perked up and looked around in groggy confusion. Choromatsu deactivated the leash and the circular barrier around him and helped him stand, guiding him gently to the door. Osomatsu followed along lethargically, almost in a trance. As Choromatsu walked him out of the room and through the crowded halls, Osomatsu whined every time the alien's hands were off of him. Choromatsu rubbed the man's back as he pushed him along, taking him down the same route they had walked on to get there. Eventually, the duo made it back to Osomatsu's bedroom. When they entered, Choromatsu could see that Ichimatsu was long gone and Choromatsu was deep asleep. He did his best to stay quiet as he led the sedated man across the room to the mattress, helping him lie down and getting him under the covers. With Osomatsu's eyes shut and his consciousness only half present, he reached out and grabbed Choromatsu by the hand as if to non-verbally beg him to stay. Choromatsu smiled at the sleepy creature. Even if his current state of mind was drug-induced, it was rather cute seeing him behave so needy and compliant. Choromatsu accepted the plea and sat down on the mattress next to him, petting the specimen until he was in a deep state of slumber. Intermission. End Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Obtaining the next simple sample. Choromatsu. Oi, Choromatsu. Millimeter? Choromatsu blinked sleepily, his eyelids heavy and barely able to rise. He let out a groggy hum as he tried to adjust to the sudden shift from slumber to wakefulness, the abrupt transition from surrealism to reality. He lifted his head and glanced up, seeing a familiar alien face staring down at him. Oh. Ichimatsu. Choromatsu sat up and let out a big yawn, glancing around and taking in his environment. He was sitting at a small, two-person table in the break room, unbothered by the calm yet noise-ridden environment. There were several others scattered about the area, each minding its own business, whether it be eating lunch or going through their notes. Ichimatsu, carrying his own lunch, set his plate down on the table before pulling out a chair and having a seat before his companion. "What, were you sleeping?" Ichimatsu asked. "Oh. Was I?" Choromatsu rubbed his eye and hummed tiredly. "I guess I started dozing off without realizing it." The fourth eldest looked the other up and down skeptically. "You feeling okay?" Yeah, I'm fine," he assured dismissively. "I'm just overworking myself a little, is all." Ichimatsu scooted his front against the edge of the table, getting comfortable as he began to nibble on his lunch. "Well," he began between bites. "You did come right back to work after that incident with the wormhole. You didn't even take advantage of your leave." "I didn't want to," stated Choromatsu. "I'm tangled too deep with those humans." Ichimatsu let out a heavy sigh. "Right. Those humans of yours." Choromatsu looked the other in the eye seriously with a frown. "I think I've raised their expectations too high," he said. "I'm in a bind, I don't know what to do. If they think they're going anywhere anytime soon, then they're going to be disappointed." Choromatsu paused, thinking for a moment as he processed his own words. "They're really going to be disappointed." He let out an audible exhale, hesitating. "What about you? What are your thoughts on the situation? And, be honest." Ichimatsu raised a tired brow. "I think you already have an idea of how I feel about all this," he mumbled. Choromatsu gave a weak smile. I kind of get the sense you think I'm crazy," he chuckled faintly. "I think you're in over your head," he said curtly. "Like, what do you think you're doing? Telling a test animal that they're going back home?" "I mean," Ichimatsu looked down at his food and pursed his lips. "I always thought you were a good behaviorist because you knew how to keep a level head, and you had a good, logical idea of where you stood with the animals. Now, though, I guess I'm kind of concerned. I never thought you to be so easily manipulated." Choromatsu frowned. "I'm not being manipulated," he said. "I don't know," the other mumbled. "You've seen how those humans are. They're not stupid. They know what they're doing." "No, this is different," Choromatsu claimed. "Choromatsu, I'm worried you're really hurting your credibility here." Ichimatsu took a sip of his drink as he spoke. "I'd be upset if," he bit his tongue, hesitating before correcting himself. "I mean, well, it would suck if they deemed you unfit for this case, or worse yet, this job. What if they relocate you entirely?" Choromatsu gave the other a soft smile. "Scared you'll be alone?" "You know I don't make friends very easily," Ichimatsu said quietly. "You're the only person here that I feel comfortable around." "Ichimatsu, I'd have to actively be trying to get on our superior's bad side for it to go that far," Choromatsu rationalized. "You're overthinking things." "No, I think you're not thinking enough about things," Ichimatsu huffed. "You said they threatened to take you off your case at the mere mention of setting the humans free. You're risking a lot for something that—" Choromatsu raised a brow. "Something that—" Ichimatsu sighed. "Don't make me say it," he said. "You've just formed this really bizarre perspective on the value of quality of life for these animals. Your empathy is going too far." Choromatsu averted his gaze, looking down with a worried look. "You really think so?" "I don't want to tell you you're wrong for caring, but you seem very set on keeping your promise," Ichimatsu elaborated. "A promise that's not really worth keeping in the first place. These animals aren't having a bad life under our care. They're not being tortured." The green Matsu formed a small smirk and muttered, "That's certainly how Osomatsu would describe it. You're just caring about this all a little too much in my opinion." "I'm not trying to," he argued, confidence waning. "I mean, this is important, isn't it?" Ichimatsu only responded with an uncertain hum, averting his gaze. Choromatsu stared for a long time. "I'm not crazy here for thinking this way, am I?" he asked. Well, maybe." The other pondered. "I don't know. It's kind of like stepping on a bug." And then feeling bad for it. You can't really let something like that consume you. Otherwise, you end up physically and mentally exhausted. I mean, look at you. Did you even sleep at all last night? Choromatsu scratched his cheek with a faint smile. I didn't not sleep, he replied. I was just up late going over some notes. You're not supposed to take work home with you. You're right, Choromatsu agreed. But, what am I supposed to do? Those humans are counting on me. I don't want to let them down. Look. Regardless of my opinion on the matter and my perspective here, I think it's best you accept the fact that there isn't anything you can do about their freedom, Ichimatsu reasoned. It's a lost cause. They're not leaving this facility, at least, not until they're rehomed to a more permanent living area. I'll figure something out, the elder mumbled while twiddling with his thumbs. I'm sure I will. I always do. Just be careful. Please. Choromatsu glanced at his friend, examining the man's discouraged expression and timid demeanor before forming a sweet smile. You must have been really lonely while I was gone, huh, Ichimatsu? He said. It was a pain, Ichimatsu complained. I was stuck with Atsushi the whole time, that asshole. Atsushi, the chief theoretical physicist from the next facility over. Choromatsu cocked his head in wonder. Didn't you used to be good friends with him? Millimeter. We've drifted apart over the years. His too, what's the word? He scrunched his brow, thinking hard. Confident? Hell, I don't know. It's not like I have anything against the guy, but he's certainly living a good life. He gets paid well, he's popular, he's well liked by higher-ups, and he just keeps getting promotion after promotion even though he's as young as we are. Yeah, people like that are a pain in the ass, nodded the other in understanding. He's always chastising me with snide remarks. Ichimatsu sat up straight and formed a fake smile, speaking in a preppy tone in attempt to imitate the subject of their gossip. You don't smile like you used to. God, you've become such a loner, Ichi. Still haven't been promoted yet? Well, there's no shame in losing as long as you tried, like, the hell is it to you, anyway? Gross, Choromatsu scoffed. Anyway, he sighed. He was aboard this ship the day of the wormhole. You know, you still haven't told me about that, egged the other. I heard you and the other half of the staff ended up stranded somewhere in the Papua galaxy. Yeah. I guess, it's kind of old news now. We didn't jump as far ahead in time as you guys did, he reminded. Right, you guys only jumped ahead 2 meters of time while we jumped 3. It's not really something people are still talking about, huh? The planet we ended up on wasn't too bad, Ichimatsu recalled as he looked up with a faint, dreamy smile. I mean, it was kind of nice. I woke up in a field of long, purple grass. There was a warm breeze, and the sun was setting so the sky was really colorful. Most of my equipment was fried besides my atmospheric processor, so there wasn't anything I could do. No one was around, so I just waited. It was peaceful. His smile slowly faded back into an apathetic frown as he relived the story. At least, it was peaceful while I was still alone. A group of survivors found me pretty quickly. Oh, Choromatsu uttered in surprise. You actually met up with others? What, you didn't? The other questioned. I suppose the urgency wasn't quite the same in my situation, he noted. After all, I was accompanied by Osomatsu during my time on Earth. After being welcomed by Choromatsu, there wasn't an immediacy of danger, so I had no reason to seek out refuge with others. I guess that makes sense, Ichimatsu said. Plus, Earth is a pretty decent size, isn't it? It would have been much harder for you to run into anyone. They were all probably hiding out anyway, seeing as that planet is teeming with life. Right, Choromatsu agreed. And humans seem to be the dominant life forms of Earth, so staying out of sight was the best idea. Anyway, I was found by a group of others and they led me back to the ship, he continued. The wormhole caused catastrophic malfunctioning across the facility, so without any engineers, it was basically a floating brick. Figures. While some of us waited things out in the safety of the ship, others went out searching for more survivors. I got stuck with Atsushi taking charge of our little group, so you can imagine how annoying that was. When you say survivors, you don't mean to imply there were any fatalities, right? Choromatsu frowned thoughtfully. I thought everyone made it back okay. Ah, yeah, sorry, he quickly corrected himself. No, there weren't any deaths, but there were some injuries. There were some injuries on our end, too, the Green Matsu mentioned. I wasn't the only one shot with a gun. Yeah, but you're the only one who was shot with a gun and is already back to work, Ichimatsu scolded. That's true. Did you hear Normal Maru got an animal bite? Choromatsu leaned in, expression astonished. What, really? No, I had no idea. Some others managed to save him from a predatory attack not too far from the ship. I helped tend to his wounds. Look at you, being a good doctor, the other smiled. I'm an animal doctor, not a people doctor, Ichimatsu muttered. But, I was the best we had at the moment, so. The bite wasn't bad, was it? It was a little bad. But, this was a while ago, so his lung healed up. How long did it take before you were rescued? Choromatsu inquired. Not long. The planet we were on wasn't that big, he said. We were rescued, the specimens that got loose were collected, the ship was fixed, and we went on our way. I see. The third oldest watched as the fourth began cleaning up his now empty plate, standing and putting his dishes into a nearby loading station before sitting back down. Yeah. Just a short game of survival on our end. Nothing like the hostage situation you yourself experienced, Ichimatsu muttered. Choromatsu's expression brightened as he looked at the other and said, I got to go to a human cafe. A human cafe? A nice little human hangout spot, he clarified. I got to see other humans socializing and interacting with one another while consuming food and beverages. How fortunate you got to experience the natural lifestyle of your own specimen in the wild, Ichimatsu noted. For sure, the other nodded in agreement. This other human you were with, Specimen B, it seems comparably docile, then. That's correct. Choromatsu has yet to display any signs of behavioral aggression under our care, Choromatsu confirmed. Despite his defensive stance upon our first meeting, he's shown to be a gentle creature that is generally submissive. Exactly what we want to see. I guess we'll see how submissive it behaves during its next block of testing. Choromatsu gave a helpless smile with a little laugh. They both knew exactly what was in store for Choromatsu after their lunch break. I'm sure he'll behave for the most part, though we do need to watch for signs of aggression brought about by sexual hormones. Either way, I'm excited for it. I am a bit curious, myself, Ichimatsu admitted. It'll be my first time observing this sort of thing. After all, I wasn't around when you obtained the sample from Specimen A. Right, you were busy with the Crispicirrus specimens that day, Choromatsu recalled. I think you'll find the sexual side of humans to be absolutely fascinating. I find it fascinating in any species really, he replied. I mean, that's just weird, right? The idea of reproducing using two individual organisms. Kind of gross too. It certainly does require a certain level of social and behavioral instincts in order to be a successful ritual, he said. Man, I'd kill to see it happen between a male and a female human. It's too bad we're stuck with two males. I mean, it does happen sometimes though, right? Ichimatsu pondered aloud. Hasn't the animal sexologist mentioned that it's common for sex to occur between two males? He has. Choromatsu blinked, surprised. But, that doesn't make any sense. Two males can't create offspring, can they? Why would intercourse take place otherwise? No idea, he shrugged. You'd have to ask him about it. The alien brought a finger and a thumb to his chin thoughtfully. Is this something we should be concerned will happen between our two humans? Even if it did, it's not like it really matters, right? Ichimatsu pointed out. They can't make babies, so all it would do is provide further blocks of study for us. I suppose you're right. That would be quite interesting. Choromatsu thought hard for a few moments. I wonder if that's something we could even encourage. I'll have to ask the sexologist. Speaking of all this, Ichimatsu stood from his chair and stretched. I think it's time we head back. All right, then. Choromatsu stood as well, giving a yawn as he tried to hype himself up for returning to his job. You wanna follow me to the humans' room? No. Give me a few minutes, and I'll meet you in the testing area. All right. See you there, then. Intermission. Choromatsu took a deep breath in, mentally preparing himself for work again after enjoying a long lunch break. Standing outside the bedroom assigned to his human test subjects, the alien shifted into his faux form and finally opened the door, entering the dwellings with a cheerful voice and welcoming smile. Good morn. His greeting was cut off with a gasp as a toy went flying across the room. He threw a hand up instinctively, blocking the plush cube from hitting his face and juggling with it before successfully catching it with 2 hands. What? Beat it, alien. Choromatsu looked up, analyzing the faces of his 2 specimens. Osomatsu was lying on his back on the hard floor surrounded by soft toys of different shapes including spheres, cubes, and cones. He boredly threw a ball into the air and caught it again, barely sparing a glance Choromatsu's way. He appeared visibly irked. Meanwhile, Choromatsu sat on the mattress with his back pressed against the wall, deeply immersed in one of the books that had been in the toy chest. He only sent Choromatsu a neutral glance before delving back into the book, quietly aware of Osomatsu's bad mood but choosing to stay out of it. Osomatsu, Choromatsu called in a commanding voice. These toys aren't meant to be thrown at others. No, Osomatsu cut him off rudely. I don't want to see your stupid face right now. I'm pissed off at you. Pissed off? The alien wrinkled his eyebrows with a confused expression. Why? You know why, the man scoffed, throwing the ball again into the air and catching it from above. I feel like I never know why you're upset with me, he frowned. If you really don't know why I'm furious, then you can just fuck right off. Choromatsu stared for a long time before finally closing his eyes and shaking his head slowly with a disappointed look. It was getting tiring being verbally abused by someone he was supposed to be taking care of. You're never happy to see me, are you? He sighed. Why would I be? The other grumbled. Always so aggressive, always so angry. I have every right to be angry. I mean, I wish you'd just say hi back every once in a while, he said with a discouraged frown. Instead I'm always greeted with something being thrown at me, or you trying to take me hostage. Why is that? Osomatsu didn't answer, instead opting to ignore him and throw the ball into the air. He caught it without even looking at the alien. He wanted to anger the other. He wanted to start a fight. He was sick of his circumstances, and he was going to make sure everyone was aware. Choromatsu waited for an answer but was met with only silence. He pursed his lips and spoke again. It's kind of exhausting, you know? I'm doing my best here. Doing your best, huh? Osomatsu hissed. Come on. You can't expect me to be thrilled to see you after that fucking meeting yesterday. Oh. Choromatsu looked at Osomatsu curiously. That's what this is about? Yes, he responded shortly, throwing the ball once again into the air. The alien leaned back against the wall and folded his arms as he replied. The conditioning session, right? He said. I didn't realize that was something that would carry over to today. Of course it is. Osomatsu glanced at the passive Choromatsu briefly before throwing the ball again. It's messed up. Osomatsu, you already know I had nothing to do with that, he reminded. After all, it was my superior's call. You can pretend like you aren't a part of the system all you want, growled the elder. That doesn't make it true. You're just as bad as the rest of these aliens. Choromatsu's soft expression lowered slightly as he felt a twinge of irritation spark in his chest. Despite all his struggles to get on the human's good side, he was still openly being compared to everyone else, and he'd be lying if he said it didn't bother him a little. Like I said. He huffed, speaking slowly. I'm doing my best. Osomatsu caught the ball one more time before sitting up and turning to the other with an irate glare. You can't condition me into behaving, he warned in assertion. I don't tolerate that. I'm not going to be trained like some animal to enjoy your presence. Well. Choromatsu glanced away, his eyes half-lidded as he mumbled in subtle frustration. Maybe if you behaved in the first place, my superior wouldn't find such conditioning sessions necessary. That was humiliating, the man snarled. It was degrading. I can almost let slide all the other fucked up experiments you do on us, but this crosses the line for me. Punish me all you want, but don't you dare try to condition me into liking you. Choromatsu twisted his lips, trying to hide his growing aggravation. To him, it was that last part that stood out. In his mind, it was a little unfair to still be so vehemently hated after all they'd been through. He'd accepted Osomatsu's disregard for him prior to the events that took place on Earth, but why was he still acting like this after the ordeal? Did they not bond as much as he'd thought? You don't have to like what we do here, he stated with a wrinkled brow. But, considering everything that I'm doing for you, all I ask is that you show just a little bit of respect. You already know I don't respect you, Osomatsu jeered. I have no reason to. What is it exactly that you're doing for us right now? Because to me, it still looks like the other aliens plan on keeping us here forever. You just have to trust me, Choromatsu encouraged, expression still tinted in irritation. Trust you? The man let out a scoff and put the ball down. How the hell am I supposed to trust you? After all, it's your fault Choromatsu's here with us too, right? The alien looked away, keeping an unhappy expression as he immediately shut up. What could he say? It was true after all, as much as he regretted it. Choromatsu sent a melancholic glance Choromatsu's way before burying himself back in the book, distancing himself from the confrontation that was starting to get heated. Osomatsu took the silence as confirmation, only fueling his frustrations. So I was right, then, he announced. You knew Choromatsu was going to be abducted. You could have told him to run, but you didn't. So? How can I trust you? Why should I respect you? You still haven't done anything for us other than pretend to be nice. At least I'm fighting for you, Osomatsu, Choromatsu contended. Barely, Osomatsu huffed, triggering more of the alien's anger to seep. You already know I went to my higher-ups and asked about your freedom, he growled. They threatened my job, remember? I don't know what else to do. Ah, there it is, the man embellished. You don't know. You have no idea how you're going to get us back home. You made a promise that you couldn't keep, and now we're the ones suffering because of it. All I've ever done is try to help you, Choromatsu argued, his words being fueled by more and more frustration. Yet the only time you've acted nice towards me was when you wanted an alcoholic drink. And why is this suddenly bothering you now? Osomatsu prompted. Is it because you know you messed up? Choromatsu clenched his teeth, the fury growing in his eyes. Something within him finally snapped. It's because I just got done defending you to Ichimatsu, and yet I'm still being treated like this. Choromatsu finally shut his book, looking up with a discouraged frown as he listened to the escalating argument. Guys! He called out softly. His voice fell on deaf ears as Choromatsu continued, raising his voice. The higher-ups are losing respect for me and my coworkers are starting to think I'm crazy, he spouted. All because I actually give a shit about you. Osomatsu sent a challenging glare the other's way, indulging in the view of a sincerely angered Choromatsu. This was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to instigate, he wanted things to get out of hand. He wanted to see just how enraged he could make this guy become. To him, it was a sign of sincerity in contrast to the behaviorist's ever-happy angular smile. You don't act like you do, the man claimed. If you really did, then we'd be home by now. But we're not. We're still here being tested on, experimented on, punished, trained, and conditioned. All by your hand. Osomatsu. Choromatsu straightened his posture, glaring ahead at the specimen furiously. His tone grew serious, almost formal as he spoke. For as long as you're here under our watch, you need to know your place as a specimen of study and treat me with some respect. Fuck you, Osomatsu snapped. Know my place. No, I'm not going to fall in line with these backwards expectations you have for me. I'm already here against my will, and I'm not going to pretend that I'm fine with it. I can tolerate this kind of behavior when I'm just doing my job, the other began, eyes narrow. But I'm doing more than just my job. I'm actually trying to help your situation. And I'm risking a lot to do so. This is my work and my livelihood. Yeah, and this is my life, he spat. What the hell do you think is going to happen if I keep pushing higher-ups to send you back home? Asked the third eldest with fists clenched. Because I can assure you, a behaviorist replacing me as your caseworker wouldn't give two shits about your freedom like I do. God, you know, this is why you're so unlikable, Osomatsu barked back. You make promises you can't keep and can't handle it when people call you out. Choromatsu's brow twitched as he listened to Osomatsu continue to chew him out, both falling into the heat of the moment and fueling the fire. You put on this fake-ass smile and pretend to be our friend just to make your job easier. You're fake, you're shallow, and you continue to let both of us get tested on by those other alien bastards. This is exactly why Choromatsu and I. Guys! This time, Choromatsu's interjection was loud enough to cut Osomatsu off. Osomatsu glanced his way with an innocent expression, showing no responsibility in his instigation of their argument. Choromatsu returned his gaze with a disappointed glare, setting his book aside on the mattress as he looked between the two. Just stop, he said. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Osomatsu grumbled and crossed his legs, setting his head into his hand as he picked up the ball and bounced it on the ground begrudgingly, deciding it was time to stop. Choromatsu, looking no calmer than he was moments prior, glared down at the floor with a quietly furious expression. He hesitated, thinking hard and allowing the air to sink in and mellow before finally speaking up. Choromatsu, he called sternly with looking up. Come. Choromatsu blinked and paused before scampering to his feet and quickly complying, not wanting to disobey and cause any further tension. He sent Osomatsu one last, unreadable look before following Choromatsu out of the room. No more words were said between the firstborn and the third eldest. Choromatsu and Choromatsu left the room quietly, and soon the door was shut, leaving Osomatsu by himself. Intermission. The walk down the halls of the facility was heavy and tense. Choromatsu followed along at Choromatsu's side timidly, staring ahead with a discouraged look. They continued on their path for several minutes before Choromatsu felt the courage to send a glance the alien's way. When he looked, he saw something that caught him just a little off guard. Choromatsu was stiff, glaring down at the ground with tight lips and a quivering brow, doing his best to conceal his frustrations. Globs of tears trickled down his face, falling noiselessly to the floor in a never-ending stream. His cheeks and nose were tinted red despite the guy keeping his hands restrained and arms dangling down his sides, unwilling to give his face the physical attention and stimulation that often accompanied tears. Choromatsu's expression softened. He'd never seen Choromatsu cry before. He pursed his lips before finally breaking their long silence and opening his mouth to speak. Choromatsu. He called quietly. Why are you crying? Huh? Choromatsu blinked and looked up at Choromatsu in confusion, not even realizing he'd been crying in the first place. He stopped in his tracks and brought a hand to his face, touching the damp trails squiggled down his cheeks and looking at his fingertips. He furrowed his brow and tilted his head, touching his fingertips to his thumb and feeling the wet substance. I wasn't aware. I could cry in this state. Huh? Choromatsu gave the other a perplexed look. What do you mean? Crying is a trait unique to humans, he explained slowly, quietly. I didn't realize I was capable of doing it. I suppose, the longer I spend with you humans, the easier it is to genetically mimic your species. I see. Choromatsu looked the alien up and down before sending words of comfort. Osomatsu was just being an ass. You don't have to let him get to you. Choromatsu rubbed his eyes with his arm, shaking his head and trying to stop the tears. I'm sorry, Choromatsu. What you saw in there, I'm not usually like this, especially with the specimens I care for, he apologized. I'm just exhausted. I understand, Choromatsu said with a soft smile, reaching up and petting Choromatsu's hair much like Choromatsu often did with he and Osomatsu. Choromatsu let out a small chuckle, secretly finding it amusing for his own actions to be mimicked by the humans during times of his own distress. I hope I didn't scare you, he said sincerely. Osomatsu's never gotten under my skin like that before. It's fine. Like I said, he was just being a prick, he empathized. Choromatsu sighed and brought a hand to his head. Lately, I've been very confused, he huffed. I'm questioning everything I've been taught and trained to believe. I'm trying so hard to do the right thing, and I'm risking so much for creatures that might not even be. Choromatsu leaned in, curious but unaware of how Choromatsu might finish his sentence. Choromatsu hesitated, then turned to the other seriously. Choromatsu, do you hate me? He asked. Eh? The man was surprised initially by the question, but quickly formed a gently smile and waved his hands. No, of course not. I don't hate you. But, you agree with Osomatsu, right? Choromatsu sighed again and continued walking down the hall with the other. Osomatsu wasn't just speaking for himself, after all. Choromatsu averted his gaze and scratched the back of his neck uncomfortably. Well, he did have some good points, he said. But he didn't have to be so aggressive about it. I don't agree with the way he was trying to pick a fight. I know you want to go home, and I appreciate you being patient with me, the alien said. I'm just in a bind right now. It's something I'm losing sleep over. But, I hope you know that I really do care about your well-being. I know. Choromatsu tried to smile as he continued to sympathize, but it was clear he still had mixed feelings. Just, try not to let Osomatsu get to you. I'm sure you're doing your best. Yeah. As they walked along, there was another minute of silence between the two. Choromatsu allowed Choromatsu the quiet to think things over before changing the subject. So, where are you taking me? He asked. I almost thought I was in trouble with the way you called me over after the whole argument. No, not at all. Choromatsu, his tears about dried, formed a soft smile as the focus was shifted. I apologize if I gave you that impression. Then, I'm just going in for another test. Of course, he beamed, bringing back his cheerful attire. You don't have to worry, you're not being punished. Okay, good, Choromatsu sighed in relief. What's in store for me this time around? We just need to collect a few samples from you is all, he informed. In fact. Choromatsu reached into his pocket and withdrew a small, empty container sealed by a plastic lid. He handed it to the human, who held it with both hands and examined it curiously. Since we're just about there, why don't you hold on to this for me? Okay. But, our samples. The blue Matsu eyed the alien, intrigued. What kind of samples? Samples of bodily materials collected, I should say, harmlessly from your person, he replied. As with many of the tests and experiments you're to undergo, it's one we've already performed on your human companion prior. That doesn't answer my question, Choromatsu frowned, growing suspicious. What samples specifically are you going to collect? Well, this first one is going to be an easy one, smiled the other. It's just a urine sample. Basically, I just need you to pee in the cup I gave you. I've seen Osomatsu do it, so I know I can trust your ability to do so as well. Millimeter. The man pursed his lips, glancing down at the container in his hands before staring back at the alien. Millimeter? Choromatsu turned to his specimen with a curious gaze. You seem rather unnerved by this. No, it's just. He hesitated, weighing whether it was worth asking the question early on. I know Osomatsu mentioned some samples you collected from him before you two ended up on Earth, so, I'm just wondering if one of those samples happened to be. Yeah, you know. Choromatsu shifted his focus elsewhere, unwilling to look Choromatsu in the eyes as he asked his question. A sample that comes from being jacked off. Jacked off. Choromatsu brought a finger to his chin and looked up thoughtfully. Yes, that's a phrase Osomatsu used as well. I assume you're referring to the semen sample. Yeah, that, the human muttered awkwardly. Choromatsu looked directly at Choromatsu, eyeing him with a blank expression. Is that knowledge you'd really like me to forewarn you about? He asked. Or, is this something you'd find comfort in going into blind? I really don't like that answer, he gulped. That sounds vaguely ominous. Choromatsu hummed and turned back to face forward as he continued leading the other through the halls. There is something related in store for you today, Yes, he finally confirmed. But, when I recall how Osomatsu's session went down, it makes me hesitant to fill you in on what exactly you're going to experience. Will it hurt? Not at all. Choromatsu grinned pleasantly. In fact, it should, biologically speaking, feel very pleasurable for you. I don't know. Choromatsu clutched the container tight warily. I mean, I'm still. You're still? The alien egged on curiously. I'm still. The man, wearing his shoulders tense, blushed as he kept his whole head facing another direction. A virgin. A virgin? Choromatsu cocked his head. Elaborate. Geez, don't make me explain it, Choromatsu groaned, running his fingers once through his hair. I'm not experienced. I haven't, had sex before. Ever. Oh. The alien seemed to brighten upon hearing the statement, stopping in his tracks entirely and turning to Choromatsu with an eager look. Choromatsu, you've never had sex? Choromatsu stepped back, taken aback by Choromatsu's visible elatedness. No, I haven't. Then, this should be a very interesting experiment for you. He beamed. See, during arousal, your body will experience a state of sexual euphoria achieved only through very special stimulation. Oxytocin and adrenaline will flood through your blood as your genitalia. I know. Choromatsu interrupted abruptly, stammering in embarrassment. I know what happens. Oh. Choromatsu placed his hands behind his back and smiled politely. Then, it's nothing to be afraid of. This is. With his free hand, Choromatsu covered his face with teeth clenched. This is going to be embarrassing as fuck. How exactly are you going to do it? I'll leave that a surprise, the alien replied as he began walking again. But just know, there's nothing to be ashamed of. I've told Osomatsu countless times that it's a natural biological function among sexual organisms. It's very basic stuff. We as scientists are simply here to study it. You're just going to study it, the second eldest reiterated. Yes. And, while you guys jack me off, you won't find it weird at all? He asked. Invasive, maybe. Gross. Gross. Grinned the alien. No more gross than any other function, like eating or sleeping. Why? Do you find sex to be gross? I guess in a way, it is, isn't it? He mumbled, his cheeks flushing a bright red at the very thought. I mean, if you think about it, there's a lot of bodily fluid that, comes out. Even so, your species is wired to be enthralled by it, he noted. Gross is an odd word to describe something you're designed to be drawn to. In fact, I suppose if sex is considered gross, it kind of puts a positive spin on the word, doesn't it? Sure. Choromatsu swallowed, feeling more and more uncomfortable despite Choromatsu's scientific approach. After all, everything the alien was saying was correct. Anyway. Before any of that, you just need a urine sample, right? That's correct. As they arrived at their destination, Choromatsu stopped before a door and opened it up, revealing a bathroom Choromatsu had never been in before. It was similar to the one in his and Osomatsu's room, complete with a toilet and a wash station. Choromatsu entered and looked around. So just, pee in the cup, right? He asked. Yep. I'll be right here waiting for you to finish. Choromatsu gave a deep exhale as he eyed the toilet. He approached it and stopped, hesitating before glancing at Choromatsu. Choromatsu stared back with his usual smile, his hands politely behind his back. He was unmoving, giving no indication of allowing Choromatsu any privacy. The man already knew there was no point in asking for any. He gave an uncomfortable grimace before setting the container aside, still carefully eyeing the alien as he reached down and unbuckled his belt. He moved slowly, cautiously, awkwardly. The alien never looked away. Finally, accepting his fate, he pulled down his pants and did the deed. Once Choromatsu was finished, he put the lid on the cup and looked around meekly. He noticed the small, glass window embedded into the wall and gave Choromatsu one last look before opening it and setting the container inside. Once inside, the platform elevated and took the sample out of sight. From there, Choromatsu washed his hands and followed the alien out of the bathroom. Choromatsu led Choromatsu around the corner before they entered a familiar area, the testing room. Inside, Choromatsu carefully walked past several alien scientists and approached the testing table to await his next set of instructions. Meanwhile, Choromatsu exchanged a few words with his co-workers as he reached into a cupboard and pulled out a small, lidded cup with a strange liquid inside. He then handed it to Choromatsu. "Open this up and drink what's inside, but don't swallow," Choromatsu instructed. "What is it?" Choromatsu inquired, examining the liquid cautiously. "It's just to aid in isolating your saliva while we collect a sample," he explained. "I want you to swish it around in your mouth for a minute, then spit it back out into the cup. Can you do that?" "Yeah, sure." Compliant as usual, Choromatsu unscrewed the lid and brought the edge of the cup to his lips. He raised the end and allowed the substance to pool into his mouth. Once his cheeks were filled, he swished it around as he was instructed to do before spitting it back out. He then screwed the lid back on and handed it to the alien. "Wonderful," Choromatsu smiled as he took the cup and set it aside. "Now that we have those out of the way, it's time to move on." "Move on?" Choromatsu hesitated. "To the semen sample?" "It's going to be a little more than just collecting a sample this time around," the alien noted. "All you have to do is get undressed and allow us to do our work. Now, if you will." Choromatsu stayed put for a long moment, teetering slightly on his feet as he weighed his options. He didn't really have a choice in any of this, did he? He wasn't the type to rebel or make a fuss out of things like Osomatsu was, but this wasn't something he was exactly comfortable doing out of his own volition. "I don't think I want to do this," he finally mumbled, fidgeting with his fingers. "I'd rather we just skip this one." "Sorry Choromatsu, we have to get this one done." "Don't worry, it'll be fine," Choromatsu said in an encouraging tone. "I still don't know exactly what I'm in for," he hummed. "All I know is that I'm going to have to come in front of a bunch of aliens, and I'm really not okay with that." "But you know it doesn't hurt, right?" the other reminded. "If the animal sexologist is to be trusted, it should feel quite pleasurable for you." "That's not what I'm worried about," he frowned. "With humans, this type of thing is, really private and intimate. It's not something that should be public." "I get that," Choromatsu replied with a sad smile. "But we need to proceed regardless." "Choromatsu, I'm being serious," Choromatsu frowned, growing more and more anxious. "If I can get a pass on any test, it'll have to be this one. A rain check, maybe. At least let me get a little more mentally prepared for this." "Come on, Choromatsu," he urged. "I promise you'll be okay. I'm really not comfortable with this." At this time, a new alien walked forward, stopping at Choromatsu's side before shifting into its human form. As expected, the newcomer was Ichimatsu. He glared at Choromatsu before glancing his companion's way curiously. "Is there a problem?" he asked in his usual monotonous voice. "Ah, Ichimatsu," Choromatsu greeted. "You're a little late." "I just had to check up on another specimen," he replied dismissively. "Anyway, do we need to strip the specimen manually?" Well." The Green Matsu glanced at their human specimen, eyeing him up and down hesitantly. "I guess that's up to him." "So?" Ichimatsu brought his gaze back to Choromatsu with a dark aura about him. "What'll it be? Are you going to submit and comply, or do we need to punish you for disobedience?" The direct nature of Ichimatsu's forward threat caught the man off guard, and he uneasily stepped back. I mean. He fumbled between words as he bit his bottom lip. The mere mention of punishment brought him back to the conversation he had held with Osomatsu. Being reminded of Osomatsu's fearful demeanor, his dismissive and secretive response, it made him uneasy. He could only assume the worst. He gave a dry swallow, feeling a tightness in his chest at this threat. The last thing he wanted was to see what exactly these conditioning punishments entailed. "Ichimatsu," Choromatsu frowned in assertion. "We don't need to resort to threats so hastily. He isn't acting out or misbehaving, he's just a little scared." And you're too quick to buy into it, sighed the other. When animals see that you're capable of feeling pity for them, they are more likely to play the sympathy card. It's a manipulation tactic. It's like what I was telling you earlier. Choromatsu pursed his lips and averted his gaze, scratching the back of his neck uncomfortably. I'm just trying to be patient with them, he argued, trying to defend his soft approach. These humans are very emotionally driven creatures. They seem to process their feelings through verbal expression with others and have thus far exhibited behavior indicating that they respond well to direct communication. It's important to adjust one's own method of control according to the needs and functions of that in which he is working with. I suspect the more complex a creature is, the less likely it is to respond positively to basic conditioning techniques. I think there needs to be a balance, Ichimatsu countered. You're not supposed to spoil an animal with infinite patience. Otherwise, they're going to walk all over you, exactly like Osomatsu's been doing. You have to draw a line. When you tell the human to undress, the human needs to be immediately compliant and undress. At the end of the day, their level of ease will adjust as they get used to acting in submission. Choromatsu exhaled through his nose, avoiding looking at either Ichimatsu or Choromatsu. I mean, maybe that has some truth in it, he mumbled. But I'm doing my best here. Ichimatsu's expression and tone seemed to soften as he detected the other's insecurity. Hey, look, I'm not trying to say you're doing a bad job, he said quietly. I'm just trying to look out for you, you know. Humans are dangerous. Choromatsu folded his arms and shut his eyes in deep thought, a hint of confusion tainting his expression. For a moment, he'd forgotten Choromatsu was still standing there, listening to every word exchanged between the two aliens. I know you are, he sighed. I have a lot to figure out right now. Things are a little confusing at the moment. Right. Ichimatsu shot a glance at Choromatsu before looking back to his friend. Well, I mean, you're not alone in this, anyway. That's why I'm here, after all. To give you a hand. So, you want me to take over for a minute? Choromatsu finally looked up at Choromatsu again, his expression thoughtful and indecisive. Choromatsu returned a gaze of mixed feelings of his own. The man didn't quite know how to feel about the words that had just been exchanged. On one hand, he felt pity for Choromatsu. The guy really was trying his best to make him and Osomatsu feel, not so much like caged lab rats, at least. Choromatsu wanted to be patient and understanding towards them, unlike Ichimatsu. That being said, however, he'd just admitted himself that everything he was doing was about control. It was about training him and Osomatsu, their two human specimens, to comply. Not only that, but how was Choromatsu being so easily influenced by Ichimatsu's words? Their animals in question were two individuals capable of logic and feeling. Choromatsu was a man, a human being. He wasn't just an insect, he was a fully competent life force. How was this so hard to understand? He didn't know what to think. He didn't know if this made him want to rebel or just give up and conform. Was there a right answer? Finally, Choromatsu nodded to his companion. Yeah, you can take over for a minute, he breathed with a look of disappointment. I'm going to go get a drink of water, I'll be back. Choromatsu felt a pang of hurt in his chest as he watched Choromatsu turn and exit the room, leaving him alone with Ichimatsu and the rest of the aliens. Something about Choromatsu's response gave him a sense of betrayal. After all, he was willingly leaving him in the hands of someone a bit more ruthless and apathetic towards his mental well-being. The doctor really was a force to be reckoned with. As Choromatsu shut the door behind him, Ichimatsu turned his full attention back on the human. All right, he announced. Undress. Goosebumps speckled Choromatsu's arms at the direct tone of Ichimatsu's deep voice, suddenly fearing the worst. He wondered for a moment if he should even try to argue, or if it was best to just comply. Of course, complying meant that he was going to be stimulated until release in front of everyone. God, he was going to have to publicly come. These aliens were going to see the process of his dick getting hard and everything. How did Osomatsu go through this before? He gave a hard swallow and took one more step back, his lower back now pressing against the edge of the testing table. I'm just nervous. I really don't want to do this. Then, Without allowing another second of arguing, Ichimatsu withdrew a small device from his pocket, one that Osomatsu had seen plenty of times but Choromatsu was yet to witness. The device was aimed at Choromatsu's torso and hastily fired. Choromatsu let out a surprised yelp as the small gelatinous bullet splattered against his chest. He looked down in a panic and watched it squirm and grow, climbing around from all directions as it sprouted dozens of large tentacles. Gargaya? What is? He stumbled, bewildered as the bio-device grew bigger and bigger, entangling him entirely in its grasp. Within moments he was lifted from the ground and left to dangle, each limb trapped in the ever-slithering amalgamation. A powerful shiver made his body twitch as he felt the damp, squiggling appendages wriggle all over him grossly. He let out a shaky exhale, finding that struggling was futile against this odd creature. Now fully trapped like a fly in a spider's web, Ichimatsu and one other alien approached him and began removing his clothes. "I really don't want to do this," he whimpered, repeating his plea to the more cold-hearted Matsu. So dramatic," Ichimatsu muttered as he audibly began unbuckling the man's belt. "You're even trembling. There's no need for all of this. I want to go home," whined the second eldest, beginning to grow frantic. "I'm not supposed to be here." "Enough," the alien ordered. Ichimatsu's co-worker worked the top half of Choromatsu. Before it began tugging off his jacket, it first tapped the band around his neck, triggering the human muzzle to reappear over his nose and mouth. Choromatsu frowned, feeling a sense of inferiority that came with being muzzled. He squirmed as his jeans were pulled from his waist and his jacket was removed by force. His shoes and socks were removed, then his pants, then his shirt, leaving him just in his underwear. One last time, he opened his mouth to beg. "Just stop!" he cried out desperately. Ichimatsu ignored his final plea and took his underwear by the hem, pulling them down in one swoop and leaving him completely naked. A chill ran up Choromatsu's spine as his vulnerable body and privates were exposed to the cold air in the room. As the alien set his clothes aside, the bio-device shifted and crawled over the testing table, pinning the poor man down. He gasped as his bare back was pressed against the freezing metal table and the bands around his neck, wrists, and ankles activated. Then, the monster shrunk into a tiny pellet once more and bounced back into the device in Ichimatsu's hand. Now laying on the table, Choromatsu tested the strength of the binds keeping him pinned. To his surprise, he found there was still room for movement to a limited degree. He could lift himself about 6 centimeters from the surface of the table, but no more. It was as if he were bound by invisible chains allowing for some struggle, but no hope for complete freedom. He gave a dry swallow as he stared up at the lights beaming down over his body with several alien faces watching over him in his peripherals. Being strapped down this time around, he found himself instinctively afraid of his current circumstances. He had no control to stop whatever it was they were going to do. He was nothing more than an object of observation and analysis. Nothing he could say could change their minds. To Choromatsu's right, one alien pulled from a cupboard a small, corked bottle and a syringe. It buried the tip of the needle through the lid and sucked into its barrel a full dose of whatever chemical was in there before pulling back out. Then, the entity walked to the testing table and carefully reached across Choromatsu, handing the needle off to the doctor. Ichimatsu took it and glanced down at the specimen. "Hold still," he commanded. "Well, what the hell is that for?" Choromatsu exclaimed. "I thought you were just getting a sample from me." "This is to aid in the behavioral portion of this examination," he stated. "The behavioral portion?" Ichimatsu reached down and took Choromatsu by the forearm, feeling with his thumb for a good vein as the man watched on in horror. "I don't want to be drugged up again," he said in a panic, pulling his arm back but having little room to escape Ichimatsu's grasp. "I don't like needles." "It'll be fine," he hushed dismissively. "Besides, I think you're supposed to find pleasure in this. So, it can't be that bad." Choromatsu gave a sharp inhale as the needle poked through his skin, slipping the drug directly into his bloodstream. He cringed, whimpering and refusing to lay eyes on what was happening. As quickly as he was injected, the needle was removed and taken out of sight. With the syringe now gone, Choromatsu glanced at the small mark left behind in the middle of his arm, already detecting a faint bruise forming around it. He always thought getting a shot was bad enough, but not knowing what exactly he was being injected with was absolutely terrifying. With each alien busily preparing for what was about to happen, Choromatsu brought his gaze back up at the bright lights overhead. He could feel his naked body trembling from both fear and the icy air around him. He wondered if it was even possible for them to get their sample while he was in such a frantic state. Could they really make him climax while he was feeling so afraid? A minute or so went by before the door across the room opened and an alien stepped in, shifting upon entering the testing room. It was Choromatsu, wearing his usual superficial smile and hiding away any uncertainties he may have been expressing just minutes prior. He walked over to Choromatsu and greeted him cheerfully. "Looks like they already got you set up and comfortable for the examination," he smiled. "I'm freaking out," Choromatsu replied warily, still quivering. "Don't be." Choromatsu reached a hand forward and played with Choromatsu's hair, petting him softly while looking into his eyes. "Just relax and allow us to work with you." "How can I relax when I'm strapped to a table naked in front of a bunch of aliens?" "Try not to overthink things," he allayed as his hand slipped from Choromatsu's head to the side of the table, adjusting a setting. Once finished, Choromatsu felt as the ice-cold exterior melted away into a comfortable warmth. He sighed, relieved that, if anything, he wasn't going to have to go through this cold. "Better?" "A little," he exhaled. "Good. If you experience any pain rather than pleasure during this session, please let me know, okay?" Choromatsu said, then gave a guilty smile. "I have a hard time telling the difference when you humans start whimpering like you do." Choromatsu pursed his lips, feeling his cheeks get hot at that last remark. They were really going to go all out, weren't they? "Are we ready to get started, Choromatsu?" Choromatsu stood up straight and turned his focus from the human specimen to an alien companion nigh. He grinned and nodded, replying in the same fashion as the other. "Yes, we're ready," he announced. "I assume the drug has already been administered?" "Already done," Ichimatsu jumped in. "Great," said Choromatsu before turning back to the first alien. "You're the sexologist here, so go ahead and take the lead." "All right." Choromatsu watched, listening to their unintelligible chatter as the alien stepped forward, looming over him and staring down with those gaping holes for eyes. He stared back, his brow quivering slightly at the ominous perspective he was forced into. The creature reached into its pocket and pulled out a pack of strange, translucent gloves. It opened the bag and pulled them out one at a time, slipping its fingers through and pulling it down to its wrist. Choromatsu observed as the foreign-looking glove flickered a glow before suddenly shrinking skin tight against its hand. Then, with one more dying glow, its existence faded into an invisible covering that could no longer be seen with the naked eye. The only visible indication of the glove was a subtle heated glow of red present over each fingerprint. The alien proceeded to put gloves onto all 6 of its hands before throwing away the packet. It then turned and towered over Choromatsu once more, ready to begin. The purpose of this portion of study is going to be to pinpoint, observe, and excite specialized items sexual organisms harbor known as erogenous zones, the sexologist explained aloud to its companions. Choromatsu cocked his head curiously, pulling out his notepad and readying his pen without taking his eyes off his coworker. "Erogenous zones?" he repeated, intrigued. "What are those?" An erogenous zone is a hypersensitive area on the physical body outside of the genitalia that arouses a sense of sexual excitement in the animal, it said. They are often targeted for stimulation during sexual intercourse between a male and a female to further promote the act of mating. They're spots stimulated for sex. Choromatsu brought a finger to his chin thoughtfully. But, isn't that solely reserved for the sexual organs themselves? Not necessarily, it replied, looking over the clueless human carefully. It gently reached forward and took Choromatsu by the cheek, examining his face in interest. To Choromatsu's surprise, the alien's fingertips felt warm, heated as opposed to their usual icy touch. It was a nice change in pace. He wondered if that was the doing of the skin-tight, red-tinted gloves. As the entity observed, it continued in its native tongue. "See, erogenous zones are kind of like ticklish spots. But, when stimulated under the right circumstances, they can also trigger sexual arousal." "Oh." The third eldest began writing rapidly as he listened to the other explain. "That makes sense. And every sexual organism has these?" "Not all, but many do," the sexologist noted. "Mammals especially." "That's so funny," Choromatsu remarked, finishing up the last sentence in his notepad. Tickling a creature to stimulate arousal. How interesting. I guess it has to feel good, then. Yes, most sexual organisms have evolved to seek out mating opportunities because it brings about pleasure. This particular genetic wiring promotes reproduction and ensures one's DNA is passed through the creation of offspring. Man, sometimes I envy your job, the green Matsu gushed with an innocent smile. I find these points of study to be so fascinating. It is, considering the whole concept of sexual and asexual reproduction is so foreign to our own species, the co-worker agreed. Now, if we take a look here. Ichimatsu and Choromatsu observed carefully as the sexologist brought its hands to Choromatsu's nude body. Choromatsu grimaced as a pair of warm fingertips trailed from his navel down to his pubic area, hesitating only for a moment before wrapping those fingers around his flaccid dick. The man let out a stifled gasp and tensed as his most private area was handled like any other appendage and lifted for others to see. The first sign of sexual arousal in these kinds of animals is what's called an erection, or the stiffening of the male sexual organ as blood flow increases, explained the sexologist. As the drug we administered goes into effect, the specimen should begin to exhibit this as well as other signs of arousal. Choromatsu bit his bottom lip, averting his gaze as his cock was held in the alien's warm hand. He was feeling a little more sensitive than usual and didn't appreciate being the center of attention. All eyes weren't just on him, they were on his genitals. The alien continued handling his dick, trailing its finger around certain areas as it explained its knowledge to the curious behaviorist. The outer genitalia are made up of the penis and the testes, it said, causing Choromatsu to wince with every inappropriate touch. The testes are where the sperm is stored. During the climax of sexual stimulation, it travels out through the penis, which is where we get our semen sample. And the climax is the most pleasurable for them, right? Choromatsu questioned. That's correct. That's the way these animals are designed. Ichimatsu eyed Choromatsu, then the sexologist. You really know your stuff, huh? He mumbled. The overall process of sex doesn't vary between mammals very much, noted the sexologist. It's pretty simple, really. And you said today, we're going to find what was the term you used? Choromatsu asked. The erogenous zones, it answered. We're going to see if humans have some of the common ones, if any at all. The heat emanating from the alien's hand blanketed Choromatsu's dick as it was held, making him feel a little strange. He squirmed as the tip was brushed with a thumb before the hand slid down and groped his balls. As soon as this happened, he let out a surprised squeak and jumped. "Ha hey!" he cried out. See how it immediately responded to further touch? The sexologist pointed out. Yeah! Choromatsu exclaimed, fully immersed into the lesson. As we stimulate it further, you'll see more of a reaction. Holding the man's balls in the palm of its hand, it fondled them with a heated touch. Choromatsu felt a jolt of that strange feeling spread all throughout his abdomen up to his chest. It was a warm, tingly feeling that caused his dick to twitch in response. Fuck, it was happening. He was already starting to get hard. The specimens always seem to struggle when they're stimulated, Choromatsu noted. That's because they're very sensitive, replied the sexologist. You have to be gentle and make sure you don't hurt them. His face a bright crimson, Choromatsu grunted and sent a pleading look Choromatsu's way. Can you get him to stop already? He begged. I'm not comfortable with this at all. Just relax, Choromatsu, Choromatsu comforted with a smile. I promise he isn't going to hurt you. Now, the most common erogenous zone in mammalian organisms are. To Choromatsu's relief, the warm hand released its gentle grip on his scrotum and moved on. It hovered its fingertips over the man's chest, hesitating before going in. The nipples. Choromatsu released a shaky gasp, throwing his head back and shooting his arms up as his left nipple was grasped. With his wrists only able to raise part way, he was trapped in a state of little struggle. As the minutes were passing, he could feel his body becoming warmer and more sensitive, so the assault on his nipple was almost electric. The alien rubbed its thumb sensually against the already erect tip, wringing any reaction it could out of the specimen below. Choromatsu exhaled, his breath becoming heavy as he grew at half-mast. So seriously? He panted. As expected, it became lively and twitchy upon being stimulated here, said the sexologist. And its change in color, this is exactly the reaction we're looking for. Yeah. Choromatsu beamed. Osomatsu's cheeks turned pink when he was aroused, too. I assume it's an increase in blood flow to the facial area. I've also noticed it can happen when a human experiences shame or embarrassment. Shame and embarrassment, huh? The sexologist glanced at the other, intrigued. That's a pretty complex emotion for an animal to harbor. It is, he agreed. Humans are very clever little things. Anyway, you can see its skin flush red, along with its breathing becoming labored. These are further signs that it's becoming sexually aroused. The scientist continued deeply massaging the man's nipple, soon bringing out another hand doing the same with the other. Choromatsu let out an unfiltered whine and squirmed. Fuck, this is humiliating. He groaned. You guys really have to be doing this. The alien above rubbed his nipples in circles, finally finishing off with a pinch, causing Choromatsu to jolt. Then it let go, keeping its warm palm still pressed against the specimen's bare torso. There are several other common erogenous zones among mammals, it said. As we move down its front, you'll see how it continues to react. Choromatsu's abs flinched as the hands traveled down his skin, passing his midsection and drawing closer to his growing hard-on. The sexologist's movement slowed as it entered the pubic region, massaging downwards as if in slow motion. This sensual act made Choromatsu let out a shaky exhale, biting his lip while trying to hold still. He felt the heated palms begin to split, each taking a thigh and passing his cock entirely. He couldn't help but to find that it felt incredibly good to be touched so intimately, even if the one doing the touching was an alien stranger to him. You still doing okay, Choromatsu? Choromatsu asked, checking in on the other. Not at all, Choromatsu huffed, chewing on his bottom lip as his thighs were groped. Try and enjoy it, okay? Yeah, sure, okay, he replied sarcastically. Down here, we have a couple other common erogenous zones, the sexologist continued. For instance, the inner thighs are often moved or repositioned manually during intercourse, so the animal may feel pleasure from pressure applied there, as well. The large pair of warm hands sultrily caressed the top of Choromatsu's thighs before slipping inward, squeezing and gently pulling his legs open. Choromatsu winced and gave a hot and heavy exhale, his hips squirming slightly as he was repositioned into a vulnerable pose. His inner thighs were palmed deeply, pressing his legs open further and further for the rest of the scientists to see. Choromatsu resisted, but he was held firmly. As Choromatsu and Ichimatsu eyed the quivering, aroused man, the sexologist brought a third arm over and softly took the man's dick in his heated grasp, causing it to twitch from the attention. Wow, it's really easy to arouse a human, isn't it? Choromatsu noted. Only because of the drug we administered, the sexologist reminded. As you can see, the genitals are growing more erect as we continue to stimulate. Watch how the animal reacts as we further explore its body. Choromatsu whimpered as the hand holding his cock squeezed softly, moving up towards the tip before drawing down to the base of his shaft. Keeping the man's legs open, the alien continued down along his perineum, wringing one more shaky exhale before pressing the gloved fingertip suddenly against his hole. Gak! Choromatsu's mouth flew open as the heated finger toyed with his entrance, causing him to attempt to snap his legs shut and throw his arms out to stop it. A wave of heat associated with an odd tingling shot through his lower stomach as his dick perked up entirely, now fully erect. His privates felt exceptionally warm as his ass was stimulated by the alien still holding his legs wide open. Oh! Choromatsu's eyes went wide as he observed Choromatsu's behavior. He's really responding to you, isn't he? Yes. As you can see, you can stimulate these areas alone to get a reaction. The alien's index finger probed at his entrance, squirming deeper and deeper until the ring opened enough for the sexologist to slip its finger inside the wet cavern. Choromatsu practically cried out as his hole was invaded and a strange sensation sent a wave of excitement flushing through every nerve in his body. He jerked against the band keeping him chained down and let out a verbal whine, squirming as the finger wriggled inside of him. Choromatsu looked him over curiously. And, this isn't painful for him? He questioned, eyeing the specimen and listening to his whimpers. Not when done with care, the other answered. It's simply reacting to the sexual arousal I'm triggering. Wow, Choromatsu uttered, awestruck. Choromatsu gave a strained, shaky inhale as the finger dug deeper inside of his tight ass. He pressed his thighs against the hands in attempt once more to shut his legs, but they were propped open using the alien's magnificent strength. He shut his eyes tight and gasped as he felt the finger curl and rub against his insides, threatening to pull a scream from his gaping mouth. It wasn't so much a scream of terror, however. Something about the sensations he was experiencing felt strange. Bizarre. High energy. Twisted in the most fascinating way. Was this pleasure he was experiencing? Was he really getting off to being fingered by an alien? He didn't understand how he could be hard considering his current circumstances. He wondered if the drug they had administered had anything to do with it. Now, watch how it responds as we stimulate multiple erogenous areas at once. 2 hands kept his legs open, 1 hand played with his hole, and 1 more reached down and pressed against his stomach. This hand slid down his front sensually, nearing his swollen member but refraining from touching. As Choromatsu was massaged, he gave another moan and struggled. The hand over his torso spread its fingers and rubbed against his pubic area before lifting and brushing through the hair on his head, petting and grooming him while cupping one of his cheeks and toying with his ear. Ears are another common one, as are the lips and mouth, it noted. Though, we can skip the lips in case this one is bite-happy. With the alien's 2 last unoccupied hands, it reached down and groped both of Choromatsu's pecs. He gave a loud exhale as his nipples were tugged and rubbed and pinched lovingly, all while his legs were spread wide and his ass was continually assaulted with 1 finger. Foo. Fuck. He breathed, falling deeper and deeper into the incredible sensation of being sexually massaged. That. So, it would seem we've found most of its erogenous zones, the sexologist announced proudly. Humans aren't too different from other mammals, then. How interesting. Ichimatsu glanced at Choromatsu's hard cock, eyeing the precum now beginning to seep from the head. He tilted his head curiously. Semen already? He asked. Precum, actually, the other clarified. Not exactly semen, though it contains traces. Precum leaks during arousal to aid in lubrication. I see. Anyway, we should move on to the next portion now. Choromatsu released a sigh as the finger pulled out of his ass and the alien let go of him entirely. Letting out a longing whine, he collapsed down, panting heavily with a streak of blush apparent across his face and ears. Finally. He huffed. God, this is humiliating. Are we done? Not quite, Choromatsu grinned with a knowing smile. We still have the behavioral portion to study. Don't worry, I don't think it will last very long. This wasn't the behavioral portion. Nope. Choromatsu groaned, mouth still agape as he tried to catch his breath. He'd been close to edging and almost wished they could have finished him off there and now. His body ached with craving and his dick twitched with desire. His skin felt sensitive to the touch and he was growing desperate for that delicious release. He was left wondering how he'd gotten so turned on considering how awkward the situation was. "Part please, can we just finish up already?" He pleaded between breaths. You can't just suddenly stop. It hurts. Choromatsu formed a curious expression and leaned in. It hurts. He repeated. How does it hurt? Yeah, you know. His voice grew quieter as he looked away shamefully. It's just, well, it's too much for me to handle when I'm getting close and everything just stops. Well, you'll get to finish here in just a moment, he assured. Then, he glanced up at the sexologist and switched to his natural language. Shall I? Proceed, the sexologist nodded. All right, just hang tight, Choromatsu. At this time, Choromatsu watched as a purple-tinted bubble came into existence around his being. The bands around his neck, wrists, and ankles, along with his muzzle, deactivated as the bubble engulfed him entirely. He sat up the second he could, careful with his hard-on as the naked man was lifted into the air above the aliens. What's happening now? He cried out in surprise. We're going to take you somewhere special, Choromatsu answered. With the bubble of transportation following behind while carrying their human specimen, the aliens began filing out of the testing room. Choromatsu, Ichimatsu, the sexologist, and 2 others walked along through the halls before approaching 2 doors. Choromatsu was brought through one, and the aliens walked through the other. The door shut behind Choromatsu as the bubble settled on the ground and popped, setting him free in this new location by himself. He scampered to a sitting position and quickly looked around, taking in his surroundings frantically. First thing first, he had to figure out where he was now. The room, its floors were soft and padded and decorated with pillows and blankets all across. It was cozy, reminding him of some sort of den or fort for children. The lights were relatively dim, creating a calming atmosphere without straining the eyes. There were no other doors in the room aside from the one he came in through, and the wall to his left was replaced with tinted glass that he could mostly see through just fine. On the other side, he observed the aliens, including Choromatsu and Ichimatsu, standing in observation while talking amongst one another. And finally, in the center of the room, there was something of significant intrigue. Choromatsu crawled along the padded floor to the bio-device placed only a couple meters before him. The first thing he took in was the smell. He wrinkled his nose as he sniffed the air, detecting a sweet aroma. There was something fascinating about this scent, something rosy and tangy that made his cock tingle with heat. He was instinctually drawn to it. He was physically drawn to it. He was sexually drawn to it. What was it? The item in question glistened in some sort of clear, wet substance. It had a squishy shape with several tight holes that throbbed in his presence, each one leaking some sort of sticky fluid. Choromatsu squinted, peering closer before hesitantly reaching out and poking the bio-device. The moment he touched it, it sprang to life. A dozen thick, slimy tentacles quickly protruded out of each tight hole, slithering like worms and wrapping around Choromatsu's appendages aggressively. The man jumped back and let out a yelp, startled at first, but then horrified as the tentacles got to work on his body. It was all happening too fast for him to process. One tentacle wriggled up to his ear, licking its exterior and interior sensually with a wetness that was all too heated. Another wrapped around his back, the tip curling out over his front and pressing against one of his still erect nipples. A third tip to the other nipple, brushing and flicking it with a vigor all too alive. 2 other, larger tentacles wrapped around each of the man's upper thighs, caressing his body deeply. More and more tentacles slithered along his naked body, rubbing against him and leaving him covered in a gross, wet substance. It all happened within moments, and Choromatsu couldn't hold back. The instant his still highly sensitive body received the overwhelming onslaught of stimulation, he threw his head back and let out a loud moan. Ah! With his jaw dropped, another tentacle popped from one of the tight holes in the bio-device and squirmed into his mouth, filling his cheeks and dancing with his tongue. His eyes rolled back and became damp as saliva, and whatever else the tentacle was coated in began to seep and trickle from the corners of his mouth, dripping down from his jaw. Every part of him besides his genitalia was being stimulated at once, and it felt amazing. He gave another heavy, muffled groan as his body was pulled closer towards the bio-device. Choromatsu, eyes becoming blurry from the stimulation, looked down at the device and noticed something that sent longing shivers up his spine. There was one hole left unoccupied, one surrounded by a wall of tentacles on both sides. It was a hole just for him, throbbing and leaking in anticipation. For a moment Choromatsu awoke from his hazy overstimulation and gained a bit of sentience. His mouth still taking its fill of the wet, squirming bio-device, he glanced to his left and tried to make out the aliens watching from the other side of the glass. They were observing him. They were observing his behavior. They were waiting for him to act on his instincts and the gradually increasing effects of the drug. After this, he was never going to be able to look them in the eyes again. Another loud, vocal moan left the man's throat as one of the wriggling appendages slid down his cock and made its way to his entrance. Like a fish out of water, it frantically writhed against his hole, pressing against him as it dug. Choromatsu's first moan was followed immediately by another, more feral one as the sopping tentacle buried itself against him. Then, its narrow tip slipped through the tight ring and entered inside of him. Ha! The tentacle toying with his tongue finally left his mouth and slid intimately down his neck, allowing his pleasured cry to be heard clearly as his ass was invaded by the slimy extremity. Mass amounts of precum began trickling down his member as the drug finally reached its full effect, subjecting him to an overbearing sensitivity and horniness he'd never before experienced. His clear thinking now long foggy and dazed, he thrusted his hips forward into the air in sexual desperation. He felt so good, so fucking good. He needed more, he needed to keep going until he could finally have that mouth-watering release he craved so badly. He couldn't control himself anymore. Choromatsu, his arms still wrapped with tentacles, finally threw his arms forward and grasped the biodevice firmly. He inhaled through his nose, taking in once more the delectable aroma of a wet and sticky tentacle sex monster. As the scent filled his nostrils, his hips only jerked again without consent. He didn't care if he was being watched anymore, he couldn't think. He'd devolved into nothing but a feral, horny animal. Finally, in one fatal swoop, Choromatsu thrust his dick right into the tight, throbbing entrance of the alien biodevice. The moment he buried himself inside, the tentacle in his ass made its own progression deeper into him, stretching his hole wider than ever before. He let out a loud exhale, moaning as he pulled out and thrusted back in. His movements were fast and wild, completely unrestrained and unhinged. The wet noises and squelches were almost as loud as his vocal cries as the tentacles continued stimulating every part of his body. The inside of the biodevice, it felt even better than he could have ever dreamed. It was perfectly lubricated and hot, pulsating and sucking as it collected his precum within its chambers. It beckoned his body into release, drawing from his cock any fluid it could produce. Being stimulated so sensually from the front while also being toyed within the ass, along with every other stimulation going on from his visuals to his hearing, sense of smell, and even the aftertaste of the tentacle that had basically Frenched him. It all brought about a whole new plane of physical pleasure that rocked his insides with an electrifying amount of energy. He thrusted his hips faster and faster, indulging guiltlessly in the sexual satisfaction it wrung from his body. With his ass stretching wider and wider to accommodate the slithering tentacle, any amount of pain only registered as bliss in his brain. Already, he was getting close. It had only been a minute and he was getting close. Outside of the twisted alien sex chamber, the entities observed Choromatsu's increasingly primal behavior. They took note of his sexually dominant stance and his expression filled with predatory lust, along with how aggressively he held onto the biodevice below. For the aliens, this was just another observation experiment. Ichimatsu, still in his human form, glanced his friend's way. "So, you really think these creatures are as intelligent as we are?" he asked. Choromatsu looked back with a curious brow raised. "Why do you ask that now?" "I mean," Ichimatsu examined the animalistic man repeatedly burying his member inside the biodevice. "Just look at it. It's so feral. Like a machine." "Well, animals are wired to behave certain ways when their instincts kick in," Choromatsu replied. "Their instincts override any thoughts or emotions that would otherwise compel it to behave differently. It's not something that can be easily controlled. That's what differentiates us from wild animals," the fourth eldest pointed out. "Wild animals are controlled by instinct. Us, on the other hand, well, we're the ones in control." Choromatsu stayed quiet for a moment before pondering, "I wonder why these humans are so embarrassed to act like animals. You'd think they would have accepted that stuff like this is part of man's true nature, that of a carnal beast living in a reality indifferent to their existence. It's so strange that they fight their instincts so much." Ichimatsu didn't say anything. Instead, with a blank yet curious face, he looked back at the human on the other side of the glass, watching in quiet thought. "Ha!" Choromatsu let out another shaky moan, goosebumps trailing all the way down his arms. His breathing had surpassed laboured and was now rapid and gasping as his movements quickened. The wet sounds of him slapping against the biodevice rang throughout the room, muffled only by his whines and grunts. He was already so close to climaxing, but the build-up itself felt powerful too. He couldn't get enough of the swirling pleasure bubbling inside of his body, and he was just about ready to release. Finally, it hit him. As a virgin experiencing the most earth-shattering fucktoy in the universe, there was no way he could last much longer than a minute. Choromatsu gave a debauched roar as he was electrocuted with pleasure. His cum filled the biodevice chamber as it continued sucking him off while simultaneously fucking his ass. His nipples were pinched and the tentacles around his body pressed him deeper into the hole, as deep as he could go. Every muscle inside of him seized and jerked as an unrealistic amount of his seed flowed from the tip. He'd never come so hard in his life, nothing could possibly compare. His fiery orgasm lasted a good 10 seconds before it finally began to die down. Despite already coming, the biodevice wasn't so quick to stop. It continued fucking him and stimulating his cock frantically, doing nothing more than what it was designed to do. As overstimulation set it, Choromatsu twitched and jumped in a panic. Stop already. I'm done. He wildly fought the tentacles as his sensitive body was continually massaged, soon breaking free and stumbling back. He collapsed onto his back on the padded floor and shut his eyes, gasping to catch his breath. He was finally finished. He'd done exactly what he was scared of, coming in front of a bunch of creepy aliens. But he didn't care, he was much too exhausted. As the man's clarity gradually began to make a comeback, his consciousness slowly drifted. He didn't remember anything more after that. Intermission. End chapter 13. Chapter 14, Reflections. Hum. The man's consciousness returned steadily, welcoming him into a physical existence serene and without noise. The world was calm around him, carrying him back to life like a gentle child in its arms. Choromatsu hummed sleepily as his first thoughts began pooling in. I'm so warm. The thought said. Oh. What did I do to deserve such a refreshing nap? I feel so good. He squirmed in his curled-up position to get comfy, yawning before cozily smacking his lips. I'm so comfortable. His ears and cheeks were tinted a soft pink, heated by the insulated covering over his body. The blanket, something about it stood out. It was unique to the touch in that it applied a certain amount of pressure over his body as if he were embraced in a tight hug. What is this? He wondered. This blanket, it's kind of heavy. Am I sleeping under a weighted blanket? I've never used one of these before. It's nice. Every so slowly, the man's eyes opened. Where am I, anyway? He questioned silently. I barely remember what I was doing before passing out. Choromatsu blinked, eyes widening. Wait a second. The man suddenly snapped back to his senses, jumping up and throwing the weighted blanket off of his nude body as he looked around the room in horror. The room was padded and empty, dimly lit with a strange bio-device in the center that appeared to be deactivated. There was a long, tinted window across one of the walls, but no one appeared to be on the other side. He was alone, and he was still inside the room he'd last been conscious in, that bizarre, alien sex dungeon. I'm here. Fuck, that wasn't a dream. He exclaimed in his thoughts, mortified. You mean I actually? Images from his last waking moments flashed through his mind as he recalled the state of mind he had been forced into. Horny beyond all reason, pleasured beyond imagination, gross and sweaty and covered in tentacle slime, it all really happened. He, being a virgin pumped full of a mysterious sex drug, relentlessly fucked, and was fucked by, a tentacle monster. All while the aliens observed and took notes on the other side of that glass. Ha! Choromatsu grabbed tufts of his hair and stared down at the ground in absolute dread. I can't believe I actually lost my virginity in front of a bunch of creepy-ass aliens. Well, kind of lost my virginity. What the hell? How humiliating. This is not how I pictured my first time. The memories of what had happened made him feel sticky and gross. He brought his hands down to their opposing arms, holding himself as he looked back up and around the room. And to make matters worse, they just left me in here. He let out a sigh, still looking quite flustered. Jesus. The longer I stay on this ship, the more understanding I am of Osomatsu's provocative attitude. He brought his gaze down to the floor as he continued thinking to himself. Hell, I probably would have jumped on the take me home now bandwagon too if I didn't think Choromatsu was being sincere. Although he's a little confused, he seems to have good intentions. For now, anyway. Choromatsu allowed his eyes to shut, letting his scattered thoughts sink in and settle as he contemplated things over. He didn't stay alone for much longer. It was at this time that the door to the sex room opened, and Choromatsu was greeted by two familiar faces. In a panic he grabbed at the weighted blanket previously tossed aside and pulled it up over his still very naked body. Choromatsu. The tone of the third eldest was cheery as always as he greeted the specimen with his trademark angular smile. How are you feeling? The man hesitated. There he was, sitting without clothes in the middle of the floor with a blanket covering his privates, and the alien walking in on him didn't think twice about it. He stared for a long time before uttering a quiet response. Was all he could say. Oh. Choromatsu chuckled. I see. The second visitor took a curious step forward, looking around the room in awe before his eyes fell on Choromatsu. "Whoa, what the hell went on in here?" the eldest asked. "I don't want to talk about it," Choromatsu replied dryly. "Then, I won't ask," Osomatsu shrugged. If anyone knew of the humiliation some of these tests caused, it was definitely him. The naked man brought a hand to his eye and rubbed it, still a bit groggy from his nap. "What's going on?" he asked. "Why's Osomatsu here?" "We're just here to pick you up so we can move on to our next matter of affairs," Choromatsu explained. "What is it?" he questioned skeptically. Choromatsu grinned. "It's a surprise." "Is?" Choromatsu's eyelids lowered. "Is it a good surprise?" "Yes, it is." The other beamed. "Oh. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't taken a bit off guard by this." "Well, that's good, I guess." "Yep. So if you'll just stand and follow me." Choromatsu stepped forward and knelt, reaching out a helping hand. Choromatsu eyed his hand before glancing down at himself. I have no clothes," he reminded. "Your clothes are still in the testing room," Choromatsu said. "Come along and we'll retrieve them, okay?" Okay." Choromatsu's eyes flicked briefly over to the red matsu in a nonverbal cue. Osomatsu folded his arms and averted his gaze respectfully, keeping his eyes off the other as Choromatsu took Choromatsu's hand and allowed the blanket to slide off his body. Choromatsu helped Choromatsu stand, and the three began walking out of the room. Once they exited the dimly lit sex area, they made their way to the testing room and retrieved Choromatsu's clothing. He hastily threw them on as Choromatsu made a verbal note. "Don't worry about getting fully dressed," he said. "We'll just be stripping you two down again in a few minutes." "Seriously?" Choromatsu frowned. "Ah, so that really is what we're doing," Osomatsu nodded. "Thought so." Choromatsu glanced at Osomatsu curiously but didn't ask any further questions. He simply threw on his underwear and held the rest of his clothes to his chest as they exited the room. The trio made their way across the facility. They walked down a hallway Choromatsu had never been through before, but it was one Osomatsu recognized and expected. They eventually made it to their destination and entered a new room where the three were greeted by two more aliens. Once stepping inside, Choromatsu's eyes went wide. Whoa. His jaw dropped in amazement as he took in their new surroundings. Before him was a large, alien water park complete with ropes, blocks, platforms, shower heads, toys, and all kinds of wacky structures and designs all catered around a big pool taking up most of the room. There was a shallow area along with a deep area, and the water was crisp and clean. If Choromatsu was still a kid, this place would have looked no less exciting than a roller coaster zipping through and around a candy factory. "What is this?" he asked, stepping forward. "This is what they use to trick us into thinking life as a human test subject is decent," Osomatsu muttered. Then, without even looking at Choromatsu, he held out a hand. "Choromatsu. Swimwear." Choromatsu glanced at Osomatsu with a frown subtly tainted by discouragement. Yeah, of course," he replied, gesturing to one of his alien companions. Right on cue, a transportation bubble floated into the room and popped before both humans. There settled two items of clothing, a pair of red swim trunks, and a pair of blue swim trunks. Osomatsu wasted no time pulling his arms free from the sleeves of his red hoodie and slipping it off over his head. He then set it aside and removed his shirt, then his pants, and finally his underwear. As he began putting on his swim trunks, Choromatsu hesitantly set his pile of clothes aside and slipped off his own underwear to make way for the blue swim trunks. As both humans got dressed appropriately for swimming, Choromatsu shifted his form to accommodate and was quickly presented as wearing a pair of green swim trunks. Once all three were dressed and ready to go, Choromatsu led them to the edge of the pool. First, he hopped in, then Osomatsu. Choromatsu sat on the edge and allowed his feet to dangle, dipping his toes into the water and getting a feel for it. "The water's all warm and ready for you too," Choromatsu encouraged. "Just like it's warm and ready for every slave they bring here," scowled the eldest, sending a brief glare Choromatsu's way. Choromatsu could detect a faint waver in Choromatsu's smile upon hearing Osomatsu's passive-aggressive remark, but said nothing. After just a few more moments, Choromatsu jumped into the pool. The man let out a relaxed sigh as he sank deeper, allowing the warm water to reach his lips and blanket most of his body. Ah, he hummed. This feels nice. He cupped some water in his hands and began wetting his face and hair, cleaning himself of any residual tentacle slime or sweat still lingering on his skin. A bath is much needed, he commented. I'm glad. Choromatsu tried to smile. As Choromatsu washed himself, he noticed Osomatsu and Choromatsu stayed quieter than usual. The two stood closer to him than to each other, and neither looked the other's way. There was an almost tangible tension in the air between them that was prolonged with every second of silence. It was a painful awkwardness that could be felt for miles. Osomatsu, refusing to look Choromatsu's way, and Choromatsu, refusing to look Osomatsu's way. As the minute passed, Choromatsu realized it was up to him to remedy the lingering tension. So, Choromatsu, I've been wondering about some things, he began, attracting the third eldest's attention. You know, just coming up with questions to ask considering you're, well, an intellectual extraterrestrial. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. The alien beamed, quick to shrug off any discomfort between him and Osomatsu. What's on your mind? I guess, mainly I was wondering. Choromatsu brought a finger to his chin and looked up. What do your people's morals look like? Our morals. Choromatsu cocked his head. Elaborate. What is your stance on morality in general? I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but your people don't seem to really have a problem testing and experimenting on other life forms, he noted. You abduct animals, you cage them, you force them to undergo sometimes painful examinations. To me, that seems kind of morally wrong. Plus, you know, there's the whole thing about, sex. Choromatsu looked off to the side as he continued onto the more uncomfortable topic. I guess I was just thinking, us humans are very, what's the word? Particular about the concept. Sex in general is often a taboo topic. It can be regarded as bad under some circumstances, and is otherwise seen as a very private act. What I'm trying to say is, sex is very much tied to morality in human culture, so it feels strange when it's observed so casually by your species. So you're curious about my opinions on these matters? Choromatsu asked. Kind of, yeah. Well, first I'd like to say that the concept of sex in my species simply does not exist, and therefore isn't inherently tied to any social, cultural, or moral standings, he explained. This is why, to you, I might appear rather neutral if not fascinated. As I've explained to Osomatsu, my people reproduce using kinematic self-replication. As for the morality of this, I suppose it's a generally well-respected occupation to hold. There isn't anything taboo about it, really. Choromatsu stared at the other, wide-eyed and curious as he asked, and kinematic self-replication is? You can think of it like building a new person, he said. Only, you use elements from your environment in contrast to growing them internally. I see, the second eldest nodded. I guess that's pretty different from us, huh? Yes, quite. So, there's nothing taboo about it. Well, Osomatsu jumped in quietly, hesitantly breaking from his distanced stance. Reproduction itself isn't what's taboo. Yeah, I guess you're right, Choromatsu said. I suppose I should ask, is it fun or pleasurable for you in any way? Pleasurable. Choromatsu tilted his head and looked up thoughtfully. Millimeter, I suppose there's satisfaction in knowing you've created a whole new individual. But if you're referring to the same pleasure sexual animals have the capacity of experiencing during intercourse, then I have to say no. To us, reproduction is simply an occupation. I guess there's really no reason for it to be taboo then, he pondered aloud. What about other things? Like drugs for instance? Do aliens have drugs? Yes, stimulative chemicals exist across different worlds, the alien confirmed. But as far as morality goes, it's really just to each their own. Balance and moderation is encouraged and ingrained into us from a young age. Do people from your planet ever have problems with addiction? The Blue Matsu wondered. No, it's not an issue in my society, Choromatsu smiled. The mental and physical well-being of our people are of utmost importance. At least, that's how it is back on my home planet. There's easy access to the proper resources and technology to prevent one from going down such a path. I see. And? Osomatsu leaned in, eyeing the alien skeptically. What about you? Do you do any drugs? A pause. Choromatsu stared back at Osomatsu for a long time wearing a blank expression. Seconds passed before he eventually responded. Define drugs. A. Seriously? The eldest yelled out. What is this hypocritical bullshit? Well, I never said I was against them per se, he replied with his hands up innocently. I mean, there are chemicals that can be consumed from certain fruits on my planet that trigger a certain level of what I suppose you could refer to as intoxication, much similar to you humans and your beer. And you partake of this substance? Choromatsu pressed. Choromatsu scratched the back of his neck uncomfortably. Sometimes after a long day at work, sure. I can't believe you drink, Choromatsu, Osomatsu tutted with a judgmental look. And I thought you were better than that. Hypocrite. Well, it's not like I have to stay particularly healthy, he reasoned. I'm not a test animal. Hey, watch it. Come on, the third eldest groaned. You don't think I deserve to relax after taking care of your ass all day? You humans are way more complicated than any other species I've worked with. Be honest, how often do you drink? The red Matsu asked. All I can say is that you can be sure I'm hitting the bottle after a day like today. Osomatsu shut his eyes and gave a little sigh. Yeah, I wish I could say the same, he scowled. Choromatsu looked at the other for a moment before speaking up again. Alcohol isn't entirely out of the question for you too, you know, he said. Osomatsu immediately perked up upon hearing this and turned to the other with wide eyes. It isn't? He asked. I've spoken to the neurologist and biologist, plus a couple higher-ups, and it looks feasible, revealed the alien. Really? No joke. For the first time from what Choromatsu had seen all day, Choromatsu formed a little smile directed towards Osomatsu. We have just a few more steps to take before we can conduct an observation session concerning your consumption of alcohol. It looks likely. Osomatsu's energy dissipated slightly as he stared at the other, his expression blank and almost hesitant. I didn't think you'd actually ask. Choromatsu's shy smile lingered for another few moments before he snapped back into a more prideful front. He blinked and turned his head away dismissively, muttering under his breath. Well, you were being really annoying about it, so. Choromatsu looked between the two, watching carefully for any progression between their interactions. Osomatsu was staring hard at the other, seemingly contemplating the simple fact that Choromatsu had actually listened to him and had done something about his request, as trivial as it was. It was something he sincerely didn't expect. He had actually been listened to. Choromatsu stayed shied away, keeping his head low and expression pouty, not so willing to open up and accept the other's show of vulnerability. They stayed quiet for a moment and allowed the silence to play out. Then, Osomatsu formed a big smile. You know. Osomatsu threw an arm out and over Choromatsu, pulling him close and sending a cheeky grin his way. You and I aren't all that different. Wanting a drink every now and then is perfectly fine. Choromatsu formed a small smile and looked at the other hesitantly. Yeah, it is, right? Of course, Osomatsu chuckled. You know how it is needing to relax every now and then. Choromatsu smiled, seeing as Osomatsu was finally starting to open up a little since his argument with Choromatsu earlier. With how things were progressing, he was hoping their fight was nothing more than a petty scuffle they could all look past. So, how about curse words? Asked the eldest. Choromatsu blinked dumbly. Curse words? Yeah, you know, words you're not supposed to say, he further explained. Choromatsu looked up thoughtfully. No, none that come to mind. Does such a thing exist in your culture? Yeah, there are some, Osomatsu said. And these are words that are forbidden to be spoken. Kind of. More like, it can just come off as rude or disrespectful, the man clarified. Interesting. Choromatsu pondered for a moment before suddenly perking up and glancing at the other. Have I uttered any of these curse words in my previous interactions with you too? Yeah, you've said a few. Choromatsu's expression turned shocked, almost fearful. I have. Yeah, once or twice I think, Osomatsu confirmed. You let it slip when you're annoyed or just being an ass about something. I wasn't aware. He exclaimed apologetically. What could I have possibly said that's forbidden in your culture? Let's see. The eldest brought a finger to his chin as he thought. Ass, fuck, shit, words like that. Millimeter? Those? Choromatsu furrowed a brow in confusion. Are those not natural emphasizers in your language? Not really. But I mean, I don't care, I use them all the time. Yeah, Choromatsu jumped in. So do I. I see. The alien looked down in deep contemplation. That's quite interesting. It is, isn't it? Choromatsu nodded in agreement. A silence followed after as Choromatsu and Osomatsu thought of how else to add to the conversation. They wondered more about different taboo subjects, but nothing else seemed as intriguing at the time. As their conversation soon died out, Choromatsu perked up and glanced around the pool for some pool toys. He smiled and reached towards a few floating by, happily bringing them back over to his two specimens for play. From there, they engaged in lively horseplay and spent the next hour or so making the best of their situation. Choromatsu was eager to rile them up and provide a social and physical outlet for them. He encouraged them to climb, splash, dive, and do whatever they could to get all their energy out for the day. It was relaxing for the humans to take their minds off of everything for a bit and just have fun, and it was a nice little period of bonding as well. Soon enough, their time for play had come to an end as one of Choromatsu's co-workers signaled him to bring the specimens out. Choromatsu led Osomatsu and Choromatsu to the edge of the pool and helped them out, directing them off to the side where there was the small tub for washing. If you'll just remove your swimwear please so we can get you two thoroughly cleaned, he suggested politely. Choromatsu and Osomatsu obliged, stripping down and setting their shorts aside. Choromatsu watched as Osomatsu, already knowing the drill, stepped inside the circular area and sat down to await his bath. Choromatsu sent a glance Choromatsu's way before following the eldest's lead and sitting down beside him. Another alien joined Choromatsu, and the two reached towards a shelf and retrieved soapy scrubbies, ready to begin. Osomatsu and Choromatsu sat submissively, allowing the aliens to work as their bodies were scrubbed. Bubbles formed all along their skin as they were thoroughly handled and bathed. To them, it might have felt nice if it weren't the slightest bit degrading. As Choromatsu and his co-worker cleaned them, Choromatsu glanced at Choromatsu and spoke up with a question. What's going to happen after this? He asked. Is there going to be another test? There's always another test, Osomatsu huffed as his hair was scrubbed with soapy lather. Well, not before we get you two fed, said Choromatsu. We'll have you two eat, then we're taking you in for another spectrology report. Oh, Choromatsu hummed. Another one of those, huh? Yes. I'm afraid since the first one was unsuccessful, the animalologist wants to try again, he explained. Besides, we've been tasked with an added directive this time around. As with last time, you'll just sleep through it. I see, the second oldest said. I guess that shouldn't be too bad, then. After about 5 minutes, the aliens finished washing the humans and allowed the tub to activate. The ring floating high above head shot metal rods down to the tub's edges, acting as base points for the holographic wall that formed around them. Osomatsu and Choromatsu were then sprayed with water, and all the suds washed down the drain. With that, the two were led through the holographic wall that dried them as they passed, and each were handed an outfit. To Choromatsu's surprise, the clothes they gave him didn't belong to him. Along with Osomatsu, he had been handed a black t-shirt, some pants, and a pair of underwear. His hoodie, his fashionable jeans, and even his shoes were nowhere to be seen. He gave a little sigh but accepted the new clothing and got dressed. From there, the two humans were taken by the aliens to the feeding room. They sat in their usual chairs and ate their bland food, participating in meaningless conversation to pass the time. It was about 10 minutes before they finished up their meal and were ready to move on. At this time, Choromatsu politely led the two specimens from the feeding room to one of the ship's testing rooms, specifically a secondary testing area familiar to the humans. It was the same room where Ichimatsu had taken them for the spectrology report a couple days prior, complete with a chamber sealed off by a wall of glass. With a couple aliens leading in front and Choromatsu behind, the humans were walked inside. There were 2 aliens already present in the room upon entering, one of which was quick to greet Choromatsu and shift into his human form. This, of course, was the Doctor, Ichimatsu. Osomatsu and Choromatsu paid him little mind, however, as they noticed the second entity staring blinklessly from some computers. Upon seeing this other alien, a feeling of unease settled over them with a chill darting up each of their spines. As if in sync, Osomatsu and Choromatsu grimaced as the alien observed them without the smallest of movements, holding a rather ominous aura. Something about this individual in particular made both immediately uncomfortable, and they stood frozen in place while staring back. Choromatsu stepped forward and smiled to Ichimatsu. "Are we all ready here?" he asked. Ichimatsu nodded. "Yeah, we're ready." "And, for once, the animeologist isn't late," he mumbled with a hand to the side of his mouth in secrecy. "I can see that," the other said with a faint chuckle, eyeing the alien that the 2 humans couldn't take their eyes off of. "I know he's got a busy schedule, but you'd think he would try a little harder to be on time like this every time, you know?" Ichimatsu complained. "Not like you can really get on him," the behaviorist shrugged. "He gets his work done, and he's good at what he does." The 4th eldest switched his focus from Choromatsu and looked over their human specimens, both still and unnerved. "Maybe a little too good." "Right, you two?" Osomatsu blinked and glanced at Ichimatsu with a puzzled look on his face. "Huh?" Choromatsu tilted his head and looked Osomatsu and Choromatsu up and down curiously, analyzing their body language and facial expressions. "You two all right?" he inquired. Osomatsu glanced back at the alien who still stood unmoving, sending unreadable stares their way. "Yeah, but... is that guy?" Choromatsu twisted his lips. "Is that the animeologist?" Yes it is." Choromatsu verified. "I don't like the way he's looking at us," the eldest muttered. "He's kind of creepy." "I agree," Choromatsu shivered. "Oh, don't be scared," the green Matsu comforted with a pitted smile. "He's harmless, just another scientist here to do his job. I promise he won't hurt you." Osomatsu hummed, squinting back at the staring animeologist. "Something about him makes me sick," he said. "I don't like it." "It's fine," Choromatsu reassured, bringing a hand to Osomatsu's head and petting him gently. Upon being petted, the man sent a quick glare Choromatsu's way. "Anyway, are you two ready to get started?" Osomatsu and Choromatsu looked at each other, then glanced over at the small area closed off by a wall of glass. This area was the same one they had been put to sleep inside on the day of that spectrology report. The same few pillows decorated the floor within, though it didn't make the cell look much cozier. In fact, it looked more like a prison made just for them, the 2 human lab rats. Knowing what was potentially in store made the 2 anxious to begin. "Right." Osomatsu looked over at Choromatsu uneasily. "Is this going to be the same deal as last time? We just sleep through things while trapped on the other side of that glass." Choromatsu slipped his hand from Osomatsu's hair to his back and gave him a gentle push forward with a happy nod. "That's correct," he said. "And, you're going to drug us up again?" "Yes," Choromatsu confirmed. Osomatsu and Choromatsu sent each other timid glances as Choromatsu and Ichimatsu began walking the duo along towards the door to the chamber. They stopped before it and opened it up, gesturing the humans to step inside. "Go on," the 3rd eldest urged amicably. Osomatsu hesitated before forming an exasperated expression. "I don't know if I want to willingly go through with this," he said. "I don't like knowing that I'm going to be sedated. It's kind of terrifying actually, knowing beforehand what we're in for." "Yeah." Choromatsu muttered, shoulders tense as he stared ahead at the pillows scattered about just beyond the doorway. "I kind of feel the same way. I don't like needles at the best of times, and knowing that it's going to knock me unconscious is kind of scary, too. Besides, having the spectrology report done, it was kind of painful last time, right, Osomatsu?" The man glanced the eldest's way. "It wasn't comfortable." Choromatsu frowned as he eyed the 2 curiously. "That's right, you did mention that," he considered. Regardless, I need you two to step inside the chamber. Besides, as far as the sedative goes, it's just a little poke. The alien tried to smile. One teensy little poke, then you fall asleep. That's all it is. I know it's just a little poke, Osomatsu grumbled. But that doesn't mean we like it. Go on, step inside. Choromatsu gently pushed both Osomatsu and Choromatsu forward, walking them through the open door and into the chamber. Have a seat, he gestured. And don't worry, the doctor will take good care of you. The two humans glanced Ichimatsu's way, both feeling a tight knot in their stomachs as they observed the alien withdraw a long syringe. I really don't want to be drugged up again, Choromatsu asserted with a hint of anxiety in his tone. It doesn't feel good. It actually freaks me out a little. It's okay, Choromatsu cooed as he placed a hand over the man's head, gently pushing him down to a sitting position beside one of the pillows. It'll be over before you know it. Now, do you want to try counting to 10? Will that ease some of your fears? Ichimatsu knelt beside Choromatsu, holding up the needle ominously in wait. The man's eyes went wide. Whoa, wait, he fumbled. Hold on. Start at 1, and count up to 10, Choromatsu encouraged. I'll even count with you. Would that help? Choromatsu bit his lip as the needle neared his neck. No, don't yet. I have a request. Oh? Choromatsu blinked and looked to the other attentively. What's your request, Choromatsu? I wanted to ask. Choromatsu toyed with his fingers timidly, looking down at the ground before sending a brief glance Osomatsu's way. He swallowed, then finally spoke. Do you think you could do Osomatsu first this time? Osomatsu let out a betrayed exclamation as Choromatsu gestured to him. Wait, why me? I don't want to go first. I feel weird being the first to fall asleep, Choromatsu argued. And I was the first last time, so maybe this time I could go last. Don't throw me under the bus just because you're scared. The eldest shouted. I don't want to get drugged up, either. Take one for the team. He pleaded with an innocent smile. No way, the other huffed. You go first. Baby. Osomatsu, Choromatsu, Choromatsu tutted. Why does it matter who goes first if you're both going to be sedated regardless? It's just. Choromatsu squirmed in his seat uncomfortably. I don't know. It's weird. I really just don't like this. I don't like getting drugged up. I don't like the feeling. Choromatsu sent a sweet smile as he took Choromatsu's face with both hands, looking into his eyes reassuringly. It's okay, he comforted. Would it help if you shut your eyes? Choromatsu stared back at the other, eyes filled with worry. Emma, maybe. Just close your eyes really tight and count to 10, okay? Okay, he nodded. With a shaky breath bearing a childish sense of fear, Choromatsu allowed his eyes to fall shut. As his vision was replaced with darkness, he listened to the movement take place around him. He heard the slightest of motions come from directly in front, immediately followed by a hand running fingers through his hair softly. 1, 2, 3. He began, eyes only shutting tighter. 4, 5 HIC. He jumped at the sharp pinch on the side of his neck, throwing his hands together and squeezing them tight to stop himself from instinctively shoving Ichimatsu away. 5, 6, 7. The moment Choromatsu felt his body washed away by a sea of physical unease, his eyes popped open in a panic. He could only open them halfway however, and his eyes rolled back uselessly. He slumped to the side, collapsing onto a soft pillow beside him. Almost instantaneously, he was out. Osomatsu shivered, unnerved at having just watched another person be sedated. Choromatsu continued petting the man's hair for another moment before smiling Ichimatsu's way. Thanks for being patient with them today, he said. Yeah, whatever, Ichimatsu mumbled as he replaced the needle and took out a clean one, preparing for the next human. It's annoying but, I guess it's probably better not to physically restrain them if we don't have to. Choromatsu turned to Osomatsu brightly. Anyway, it's your turn, Osomatsu. He sang. Osomatsu returned Choromatsu's smile with a sick grimace. He glanced down at the unconscious Choromatsu before picking up one of the pillows and fluffing it. He then set it on the ground next to his companion and lied his head down, getting warm and comfortable. "Just make it quick," he said. "Close your eyes." Osomatsu did a deep inhale through his nose, then shut his eyes upon exhaling. He hated having to do this, but he really was left with no choice. He tried his best to put his anxieties aside and accept his fate, one shared only with Choromatsu. 1, 2, 3. He counted. 4, 5, gark. Just like the other, Osomatsu jumped upon feeling the thin needle penetrate the surface of his skin. He swallowed, keeping his eyes shut tight as he continued. 5, 6, 7. He could only count a few more numbers before sleepiness took hold and his consciousness left him entirely. And just like that, he was out. Darkness. Intermission. Specimens are incapacitated within the chamber, Choromatsu announced to the team as he and Ichimatsu sealed the door shut. "We're good to go. The behaviorist and anemologist need to take positions A and B on the energy decoding platform," another scientist called. "Don't forget the defragmentation gear." "I have them right here," Ichimatsu said, holding up 2 sensors in the palm of his hand. "Here." Both the anemologist and Choromatsu took a sensor, sticking it over their right temple. As Ichimatsu shifted back into his natural alien form, Choromatsu held onto his human facade, expecting that he might need it in order to further understand the proceedings about to take place. The anemologist beckoned Choromatsu to follow, where they both stepped onto a circular platform before a holographic computer. The first activated the platform, which glowed in response with a slight hum. Choromatsu turned to him and opened his mouth to speak. "So, this is my first time doing this," Choromatsu admitted sheepishly with a shy smile. "My previous clients never surpassed the first spectrology report. They were organisms of very basic level complexity." "Don't worry, this is all but a daunting task," the anemologist stated. "Pretty much all of the technical work is my responsibility. Your main job as the behaviorist will be to aid me through verbal translations and simple observation analysis." Choromatsu pulled out his notepad and readied his pen with a smile. "Sounds easy enough," he grinned. "Hopefully the humans will be a bit more responsive to our advances this time around. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know." "Of course." At this time, the anemologist reached forward and began interaction with the holographic interface of the computer before them. It dragged information across the screen and typed, manipulating lines and shapes and grids and bars in a foreign fashion. As it worked the computer, the ambient light within the chamber shut off. Choromatsu leaned in curiously, watching as the 2 humans lied in deep slumber amidst the darkened area, dimmed peacefully for slumber. For a moment, there was nothing but the gentle hums of the machinery around. Then, the alien saw something he didn't expect to see, an ethereal glow forming around the bodies of both humans. "That glow," he pointed out, intrigued. "Is that energy particles extracted from their bodies?" the anemologist confirmed. "I see. Our first order of business is to take hold of this energy and contain it, stabilizing the fragments and converting them to a decipherable code our computers can read to us," it explained. "This is the portion that failed last time we performed the spectrology report." "Have you seen reports fail before in the past?" Choromatsu inquired. "Well, I've seen the specimens fight it," his partner replied. "The more these creatures fight the process, the harder it is to contain their energies and the more likely it is to fail. Typically the more complex an organism is, the more it will fight. That being said, I haven't actually seen it fail before." "So, these humans really are first for us," the other commented with a secret smile. "Aside from our own, that is correct. Interesting to say the least." Within the chamber before them, the 2 sleeping humans stayed curled up against the pillows scattered on the floor. With the process having begun, their energies flickered and glowed around their physical forms like little heartbeats, soft and warm. Each apparition was reminiscent of a field of soothing orbs fluttering in a mist of light, radiating pulses of slow growth and regression in a rhythm true only to the individual. The magnetic field within the cell kept these energies contained as a force beckoned them to provide for the aliens a show of expression, tugging and toying and pulling at the spirits in hopes of tearing them open for observation. In the unconscious minds of little awareness, there was a familiar pain. Not a physical pain nor one that could accurately be described to the living, but a sort of unearthly sensation that triggered an immediate fight or flight in its host. There were cries that went unheard, struggles that were unseen to the naked eye, and ferocity in the will to obtain or regain power. The only tangible indication of this ongoing battle were delicate twitches and jerks from the bodies lying otherwise motionless in slumber. Choromatsu looked beyond the holographic interface before them and eyed the facial expressions of his two human clients. With lips slightly parted and eyelids fallen gently, their brows furrowed in the slightest of discomfort. Choromatsu recognized in this visual demonstration a faint sense of discomfort in their beings. He pondered for a moment if it wasn't something to be brought up, but eventually decided to speak and relay the message to his companion. "You know," he began, still eyeing the creatures. "The humans conveyed to me an intriguing point of contention during their last lucid experience, one that I feel compelled to inquire you about." Without looking up from its work, the animuologist responded with, "And what would that be?" "Were you aware that the specimens undergoing this procedure feel a sort of pain during the process?" "Pain?" The scientist dragged a holographic meter up to fill a bar as it analyzed the progress. "That shouldn't be, that is, the animals should be unable to experience any sort of physical pain during their state of unconsciousness." "They didn't describe it so much as physical," Choromatsu corrected himself. "But more so, surreal. Mental, maybe." "Mental, huh?" "That's interesting, though I suppose what you're suggesting could be possible," said the animuologist as it began typing onto the interface. "After all, the process of obtaining a spectrology report technically isn't harmless." Choromatsu turned to look at the other with a curious gaze. "Could you fill me in on what exactly your work entails?" "It's not exactly easy to explain," the animuologist said as it resumed its work. "You see, as the specimens lie with their two eyes closed, their third eye opens and reveals the energies that make up the individual life of the animal. My work is about accessing the specimen at its most pure and vulnerable state where it's typically difficult for it to disobey our will. During this process, we are commanding it to lie at the mercy of our desires as we examine its deepest, darkest state of existence. The goal is to establish complete and total control over its core consciousness, allowing us to access its innermost thoughts, emotions, desires, and memories." Choromatsu eyed the other in growing horror as the animuologist spoke these words. "In a way," it continued, "we're simply holding its spirit still while we cut it open and dissect what it has to offer, analyzing it from the inside out." I see." As the alien typed, Choromatsu looked back at the humans with an apprehensive stare. A pang of guilt bubbled in the pit of his stomach as he observed their little twitches of unease. "I wasn't aware it was such an invasive process," he said quietly. "They don't mind it," the animuologist stated dismissively. "By the time they wake up, they usually don't remember much." Choromatsu simply nodded, finding it best not to argue. Deep down, however, he knew the two would certainly have a problem with it if they realized what was actually going on. Hell, they already had a problem with it. He supposed their behavior around the animuologist was easily explainable now. The guy was trying to not just control them physically, but control them on an entirely different plane of reality. Although this forced dominance was only a temporary experience, the humans were still willing to fight to the point of making the first spectrology report fail. This first time, they had actually managed to evade spiritual dissection entirely. It was easy to dismiss Osomatsu and Choromatsu as nothing more than stubborn organisms, but Choromatsu knew it was more meaningful than that. These humans didn't like to be controlled, and oddly enough, Choromatsu found himself empathizing with them more than he normally did. He didn't find a problem seeing them naked, nor did he find a problem stimulating them in order to collect a sample. But dissecting their core existence like a cadaver and exploring their being on such an intimate level. Something about it felt personal. Choromatsu usually didn't have much regard for breaking an animal's boundaries, but knowing how intelligent and emotionally charged they were, it almost felt immoral. He couldn't help but imagine what it must feel like to be held spiritually hostage as your worst secrets were revealed to another. The animuologist gave an uncertain hum, looking over the fluctuating progress of complete control. They still fighting it? Choromatsu presumed. Yes, they are, it confirmed. These creatures are so stubborn. You've been having issues controlling their behavior in general, no? Yeah, he nodded. They don't respect our authority as higher beings and are therefore defiant in most situations. I see. Here, let me try something. The animalologist opened up a new window on the interface and began manipulating controls, amplifying severity of the force and meticulously organizing the settings like a true professional. As the power over the humans increased, Choromatsu watched them for further signs of distress. He frowned as he observed Osomatsu form a more fearful expression and jerk his arm, visibly quivering as he fought off the invisible force trying to take hold. Choromatsu curled deeper into the pillow, grasping its surface and clinging to it in anguish. Having been drugged, neither showed any signs of awakening anytime soon. I'm sorry, you too, Choromatsu thought silently to himself. I didn't fully grasp how much pain this must cause you. Again the animalologist hummed as it looked over the progress bar. Out loud this time, Choromatsu turned to the other and said, still nothing. Yeah, these humans certainly are strong-willed, it replied. Choromatsu furrowed a brow and looked down thoughtfully, considering their original goals for this session and wondering how they were going to make it work. Their memories, he began. Will we still be able to access them if the specimen's images aren't contained? The specimens can't stop us from accessing bits and pieces of their history, though we likely won't get much, the animalologist replied. We can allow the containment field to work in the background while we delve into what's available. So, how does this part work? Choromatsu asked, glancing at the other. We retrieve what we can, and the computer generates visuals for us to observe. Pretty much, the other said. Since you and I are standing on the energy decoding platform, we'll be immersed into a virtual representation of each memory we choose, organized and constructed based on the animal's 6 senses and what those senses detected during said memory. Basically, all the physical stuff. The animalologist pointed to the sensor stuck over its right temple. These sensors will allow us to analyze the types of thoughts and emotional reactions the animal harbored during these memories as well. Since you're the behaviorist and translator, your job is to pay attention to any verbal and non-verbal communication and piece together, based on the culture of these animals, what's going on in each memory. Sounds simple enough, Choromatsu said. Do you need me to translate directly to you in real time? It's not necessary unless there's something you feel is significant, his companion replied. I'll be studying the organization of energy waves and the more scientific portion of these memories. We'll compare our notes later on so we can come up with our official report for the higher-ups by tomorrow. All right, he smiled. Are we ready to begin? The animalologist looked back at the screen, scanning through the information and overall progress of containment. I think we're about as ready as we're going to get, it finally said. If we don't get much this time around, we can always come back and try again another day. Typing away at the holographic interface, the animalologist raised its voice to announce to the other aliens in the room. We're beginning dissection of Specimen A and B's earliest memories, it called. Systems processing. Please stand by. Another alien held up one of its hands in an AOK signal, not taking its eyes off the monitor before it. Energy levels stable, pre-scan cleared, it said. You're good to go. Great. Choromatsu took a deep breath in, readying himself for his very first memory-oriented spectrology study. Although he felt bad for Osomatsu and Choromatsu, he had to admit he was quite curious as to what he and the animalologist would find in their earliest moments of existence. He wondered if Osomatsu and Choromatsu were going to relive these memories as they explored them in real time. Were they going to be lucid enough to remember this after waking up? A final countdown began from 5, rhythmically ticking down to 1. Each alien stood at their appropriate position, monitoring the process as it started. Ichimatsu sat back with his arms folded and watched the humans, observing for any physical distress he needed to concern himself with. The animalologist and Choromatsu stood in their respective spots on the platform, Choromatsu with his notepad and pen ready in hand. With the technology around them humming in activation, it finally began. Choromatsu's eyes went wide as the very room he had previously been in suddenly faded into white. His co-workers, the computers, the humans within the spectrology chamber, it all vanished, all except for he and the animeologist standing on the platform. Within moments they found themselves not at the facility, but instead in an existence of pure bright light and nothing else. Whoa. He uttered, awed already by the shift in reality. A transition into the first memory? No, this is the first memory, the animeologist clarified. We're already there. But, it's just white, he said. What is? Ooh-ah. Choromatsu blinked as he heard a little cry ring out from the emptiness. Oh? The voice, it was tiny. High-pitched and strained, like something small was in pain. The alien looked around curiously, seeing nothing at first. Then, something flickered before them. It was a thin outline, drawing itself into existence. He leaned in for a closer look, squinting as something was created before his very eyes. The outline, it grew into more than just abstract marks. Within seconds, it was a petite creature bundled up in a soft, white blanket. That's... Choromatsu's eyes went wide as he stared down at the little animal curled up in the arms of another. That's a baby human! He exclaimed excitedly. It's actually a baby human. Animals are always cute when they're still babies, the animeologist commented. It must be Osomatsu. Specimen A, he guessed. Am I right? The scientist glanced over the holographic interface briefly. Yes, this appears to be a memory connected to Specimen A. Baby Osomatsu, he gushed. As they talked, the scene before them flourished further into a soft, only partially completed existence. There were no colors, and many of the features of the parent holding the child were obscured. Upon first glance, Choromatsu couldn't quite tell if it was the mother or the father holding little Osomatsu. He cocked his head and observed as the parent drew a loving hand down the crying baby's cheek, comforting him with a sweet smile. This is his very first memory in this existence, Choromatsu stated. Just having been born. No thoughts, no opinions, nothing more than a brand new life brought into his world. The black and white scene was a bit fuzzy, but slowly more details formed in the parent holding Osomatsu. Choromatsu examined the individual, looking over the human's long hair, glasses, and finally, glancing down at their chest. Then, like a light bulb flickering on over his head, he figured it out. Ah! That's the mother, he beamed. That's the mother holding Osomatsu. And here comes potentially the father. A new obscured figure stepped into view, fuzzy and colorless like the rest of the scene. This figure knelt and looked over the baby, taking great care to be gentle. Yeah, looks like it, Choromatsu agreed. I have to ask though, how does Osomatsu remember this? Is an animal's birth a common thing for them to still remember later on in adulthood? Not consciously, no, the animeologist answered. But even if it's hard to find, these forgotten memories always exist within the organism's energy. Why is it black and white? He questioned. And fuzzy? The human's eyes likely weren't developed fully by this time. It was just born, after all. The computer has to use the animal's other senses to paint the picture as accurately as possible, as experienced by the animal, while also giving us a good sense of its environment. I see. The two scientists observed as the infant was coddled and loved, both taking notes of what they were observing respectively. The scene before them didn't last long before there was a disturbance in the visual representation. Choromatsu blinked as static formed over the faces of the individuals, obscuring them further and further until they could no longer be seen. What's happening? He asked. We have very limited access to their memories since they are yet to submit to our control, the animeologist replied. We're only going to be able to see bits and pieces of their lives before the memories fade out. Ah, right, Choromatsu said. I think it'll be best if we alternate between the specimens. This will allow brief cooldowns for each one, allowing us more time to analyze before we're cut off entirely. So next is going to be Choromatsu. As if on cue, the staticky visuals shifted and changed. Colors bloomed into existence, fuzzy at first but quick to condense into objects within the forming environment. Choromatsu looked up and around, looking for what he expected to be Choromatsu as an infant. And, just as predicted, an infant materialized on a carpeted floor before them. The baby, it looked no more than 10 months. It had soft, dark hair with big brown eyes and wore a blue onesie. It was lying on its stomach in a luxurious living room decorated with potted plants, regal furniture, and a traditionally empirical interior. A mother sat a couple meters away, wearing her hair up in a bun while adorned in traditional Japanese dressing. Her glasses made her look very similar to Osomatsu's mother, though her appearance came off a bit more mob-like in the classic Yakuza style. She looked down at her son with an adoring smile and gushed. My little baby Choromatsu, she sang lovingly. Just look at you. The infant looked up at his mother with big, innocent eyes and let out a little bar. The mother chuckled and reached into a bowl beside her filled with dry cereal. She picked up a single piece and set it down on the carpet, allowing space between it and Choromatsu. Can you try crawling to the cereal? The mother encouraged. Come on, Choromatsu. You can do it. Choromatsu leaned in and watched in fascination as baby Choromatsu's eyes went wide upon seeing the cereal. He let out a meaningless and reached his tiny hand forward, scooting across the ground towards his reward. He moved centimeter by centimeter, sliding along the carpet with all his strength to get what he perceived as a delicious treat. Choromatsu smiled. He's learning how to crawl, he told his companion. And look! His mom is even utilizing a reward system. Weren't you having trouble establishing a reward system with these specimens? I was, he confirmed. So strange. If a reward system has been successful on them during childhood, I wonder why they react poorly to it now. As Choromatsu got closer and closer to the piece of cereal, his mother grew more excited. Keep going. You're doing so good, Choromatsu. She cheered. Almost there. Choromatsu's little body scooted closer and closer until his face was only a few centimeters from the morsel of food. He finally stopped and threw a hand out, using his whole fist to clumsily grab at the cereal. Then, he brought it close and practically fit his entire hand in his mouth in eating it, getting baby slobber all over his skin. When he bit down, he chewed with his mouth open and smacked his lips like he didn't know any better. Yes! The mother praised. Good job! You did wonderful. She reached into the bowl and scooted back, placing one more piece of cereal a bit away from Choromatsu. One more, she urged. Come on, you can do it. Just as the first time, Choromatsu's eyes went wide upon seeing another piece of food. He frantically scooted forward, crawling along the carpet and finally reaching the second piece of cereal. He recklessly stuffed it into his mouth and chewed as his mother applauded. Oh, my Choromatsu! She gushed, reaching forward and picking up the chubby infant. My dear baby boy, you're growing up so fast. She playfully pressed her lips against the baby's cheeks and blew raspberries while hugging him tight. Baby Choromatsu responded immediately with a bright, happy smile and a high-pitched giggle, throwing his arms out aimlessly as he was pampered by his loving mother. I love you, she cooed before blowing into his cheek once more, drawing another laugh from her infant child. Choromatsu observed their wholesome interaction take place before him, watching with unbreakable focus as the human parent played with her human offspring. There's so much positive reinforcement, he noted. So much encouragement and love. These humans really are emotionally charged creatures, maybe even more so than us. The scene taking place before the aliens lasted only a few more moments before static began overtaking the environment. The furniture, the floors, the mother, and Choromatsu all vanished in a sea of disruption as the memory was once again snatched from the aliens' grasp. Just like before, the memory had been short-lived without the aliens yet having complete control of the humans. Choromatsu watched the shifting of the scene alongside the animuologist, awaiting their next memory to analyze. After about 10 seconds of nothing, a vivid scene quickly rippled into view. It was colorful and bright and just a bit clearer than the previous one. The two scientists on the platform were faced with a short, stumpy man on his hands and knees, looking down lovingly at baby Osomatsu who couldn't have been older than 1. The child was dressed in an oversized tee with a diaper underneath and was looking up at his father with a happy little grin. Ah, Osomatsu's father, Choromatsu noted. Just as Choromatsu and his mother were, these two appear to be in the main room of their nest. You can see a soft covering or carpet along the floor, along with several objects scattered about that resemble toys and books. The environment is very juvenile, very safe. Matsuzu reached down and took Osomatsu by the ankles, lifting his feet into the air. Choromatsu watched carefully as the animeologist scanned energy waves from its computer. This is a positive memory for the specimen, the animeologist stated. Do you know what's going on in it? Ah, not yet, Choromatsu answered, eyeing the man curiously. Let's see what the father does. The father looked down at his son enthusiastically and asked, Are you ready? Osomatsu nodded with a tiny yes, while bringing a hand to his mouth to suck on a finger. Matsuzu did a big inhale, then opened his mouth to sing. Pat a cake, baker's man, he chanted, clapping baby Osomatsu's feet together in time with the rhythm. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. When he sang this part, he gently shook Osomatsu's feet as if he were hurrying to bake a cake. Osomatsu formed a big, open-mouthed smile and giggled. As Choromatsu watched the scene play out, a smile grew on his face. Ah, he began, jotting down a note or two. It's some form of ritual for play. Like, a game between the parent and offspring. I see. Roll it, and roll it. Matsuzu continued, rolling baby Osomatsu's feet around and around. And mark it with a B dot. The man then raised his son's feet high up and began swinging them left and right, adding dramatic intonation to his song as he went. And throw it in the oven for Ozo and me. Once the song was finished, Matsuzu cheered and used Osomatsu's little feet to make jazz hands in the air. Osomatsu let out an uncontrollable laugh and clapped his hands together, his little baby teeth showing in his smile. We made a cake, Osomatsu. The dad praised. Yay, good job. Give me a high five. Matsuzu let go of Osomatsu's feet and extended his palm forward, being a happy receiver to the baby's excited little slap. Arden. The baby shouted in his small voice, bouncing his legs. Again. Matsuzu chuckled. You want to bake another cake? Arden. Choromatsu couldn't help but to give a little chortle, watching the eager little Osomatsu zealously demand more playtime from his father. Matsuzu obliged, and their game started over once more. Such a happy infant, said the alien with a warm smile. He was so sweet. Heh, why did he have to grow up to be such an asshole? Just as the previous memories, this one ended as soon as it began. Matsuzu's singing faded into non-existence as the colors and outlines vanished from before the scientists. The world around them turned to static, and they were left again with nothing. The animeologist gave a disgruntled huff and began typing on its computer. The humans are really fighting this, it said. Although we managed to get bits and pieces, it's still a struggle every step of the way. They're pretty stubborn, Choromatsu mumbled. He still didn't feel good knowing Osomatsu and Choromatsu were likely in pain as their earliest memories were analyzed without consent. It didn't make him feel any better about his position in all of this. Why won't they just submit? The other muttered as it continued to work the technological details of the procedure. They're making it harder on themselves. There's really no way to force them, is there? He asked. Force, technically, no. But coercion is still at our disposal. The animeologist altered a few more settings in its work, adjusting an energy spectrum radar and manipulating rays of a coded atomic destabilizer. Then, as the alien input a few more commands, the next memory was triggered. All right, I got something, it said. Before and around the platform, a new scene blossomed to life. As with the previous, this memory was clearer and more detailed with little to no anomalies in its physical presentation. The setting was the same living room Choromatsu and his mother had been in before, only some minor differences were present. A new couch, some shelves rearranged, and something that was quickly noticeable, a beautifully handcrafted glass bowl. It was clear and filled to the brim with water. At its base were colorful rocks and a single bushel of fake seaweed, and swimming in the center was a beautiful red betta fish. Oh! Choromatsu leaned in for a closer look, analyzing the imprisoned pet. It's some sort of earthly fish. A caged fish in a human nest. The animeologist barely looked up from the energy data that was being fed through its computer. I suppose for consumption. Millimeter, I don't think so, he hummed thoughtfully, intrigued. Little did he realize, Choromatsu wasn't the only one whose attention was fully encapsulated by the pet. Standing below the stand upon which the glass bowl was placed, a little Choromatsu, being no older than perhaps 2 years old, was looking up at the magnificent creature with wide eyes and lips slightly parted. He wore a blue top with overalls that only went down to his knees, and bare feet that probably had socks on them before being tugged off and thrown on the floor somewhere. There was a sense of mischievous innocence about him, and anyone could immediately tell he was about to unintentionally cause some trouble. With curiosity overtaking any tiny bit of common sense he had at that age, Choromatsu stretched a hand upwards, reaching up towards the fishbowl while on the very tips of his toes. He grabbed the edge of the stand with one hand and touched the glass with his other, tapping against it while eyeing the gorgeous fish inside. He wished he were tall enough to get a closer look at it. He just wanted to see more. Choromatsu eyed the little toddler in interest, watching his behaviors and wondering what he was trying to do by reaching towards the fish. Before he could come up with anything, however, the fishbowl was knocked off its center balance. Choromatsu gasped as the bowl rolled on its side and fell to the floor, shattering and causing a huge crash. Ah! The little Choromatsu jumped back and fell on his bottom, startled as the broken bowl spilled its contents all over the carpet. He quickly looked out towards the hallway, knowing that one of his parents had definitely heard that. He then turned back to the fishbowl and formed a guilty look. There, flopping frantically as it was now exposed to air, was the beautiful red betta fish. Choromatsu quickly got to his feet and looked down at the poor dying fish. He brought 2 clutched fists to his chests and stamped in place repeatedly, thinking fast as to what he needed to do. Fishes liked water, right? Right, so he needed to get water. Right. Sure, it's okay, fishy. He shouted in his soft, tiny voice. Stay there. He feverishly glanced around the room, his eyes falling upon his sippy cup a couple meters away. He waddled over in a reckless sort of run and got down on the ground, picking up his sippy cup with both hands. He then turned and hurried back to the fish. Being a bit too dumb to know it could open and otherwise too little to open it on his own, he turned the sippy cup upside down and began pouring a steady drip of water over the heaving fish. Sure, it's okay. He comforted. Don't sleep. It's okay. Choromatsu cocked his head, staring for a long time before turning to his notepad and writing. He appears to be trying to save the fish, but I don't think he knows how. Save it, huh? His partner glanced up at the scene curiously. They plan on eating it alive. Like I said, I don't think they intend on eating the fish. About a minute went by of Choromatsu shaking the sippy cup uselessly over the fish, allowing water to soak into the carpet below. He gave a big frown as the fish hopped and jerked, still seemingly struggling to breathe. He looked up and around, desperate to help in any way he could. Then, he noticed a clear glass of water on a stand beside the couch. It was about halfway full, and that was all Choromatsu needed. He set the sippy cup aside and got up, hurrying to the couch. He stopped halfway and looked back at the fish, still trying to figure out his plan. Then, he returned to the fish and knelt. Come here, fishy, he whispered, taking the fish into his little fist and holding onto it gently. With the fish now in hand, he turned to the couch and began to climb. He struggled up onto the cushion, rolling his body and twisting until he was sitting up on the couch. Then he climbed up over the armrest and reached out towards the cup. Finally, he opened his fist and allowed the fish to fall into the cup of water. For a moment, the fish didn't move. Choromatsu's expression turned worried as he watched it float motionlessly, waiting for it to do something. Then, it sprung back to life. He smiled, relieved that he'd successfully saved the fish. Ah, he did it, Choromatsu grinned. He got the fish back into the water. Good for him. Choromatsu's gaze fell back to the floor, where he looked over the awful mess the toddler had made in the process. Broken pieces of glass lay shattered across the floor over spilled pebbles, sitting in water that was left soaking into the nice carpet. The alien frowned. That's still quite a mess, though. Choromatsu. Choromatsu and Choromatsu both looked up as a voice called out in a panic. Of course, it was Choromatsu's mother, looking shocked to see what her son had gotten into while she was in the bathroom. Unfortunately, Choromatsu didn't get to see the consequences of little Choromatsu's actions, as at that moment, the memory turned back to static. Ah, we lost it again, Choromatsu sighed. And it was kind of getting interesting, too. I would have loved to see what kind of punishment the mother was about to utilize. Agreed, the animuologist nodded. The waves of static before them stayed present for about 10 or 15 seconds before the next memory began to play. This time, the setting was different than what the two aliens had seen previously. Instead of a nice, calming environment within the confines of the humans' own homes, this time they were outside. Under a bright, blue sky was a field of soft grass that ran all along from one end of a gate to another, enclosing the play area within the bounds of what appeared to be some sort of daycare or preschool. Instead of just one toddler, there were about 15 running wildly around toys and balls and play structures fit for their young age. It was a lively and chaotic setting that had a sense of peace to it. Choromatsu took it all in, intrigued to see young humans now far from their nest and active in the wild. They were truly observing nature at its finest. One familiar face caught Choromatsu's eye. It was a little Osomatsu, perhaps 3 years old, running about happily and full of energy. He had in his grubby, dirty little hands a toy spaceship, its colors half scratched off and one wing missing. Plub plub plub. He blew his lips as he ran to make a motor sound, flying the ship up and down through the air. Pew! Pew! Push! The toddler Osomatsu ran along the edges of the field, racing his toy through invisible obstacles and asteroids in a vivid scenario visible to no one but himself. He circled around other kids before making it to a dirt pile. Oh no, we're gonna crash. He playfully called in a pretend scared voice. He knelt in the dirt and, from a vertical position, flew the spaceship directly down into the ground. As soon as it crashed, he made a big, imaginary explosion that sent the toy flying. Oh no, we're dead. He set the toy upside down in the dirt with a few more added explosion noises before something new caught his eye. Now that he had killed everyone in his pretend scenario, he was easily distracted by a girl just about a meter away. He let go of the ship and looked up at her, seeing that her back was turned to him as she played with dolls with another friend. The girl had 2 pigtails on the back of her head, tied with yellow ribbons that complemented her pink dress. This was a familiar face to Osomatsu. She was a classmate, named Totoko. Choromatsu eyed the newcomer up and down, interested in that toddler Osomatsu himself was interested. He stopped playing with his toy and is about to interact with another human child. This should be interesting. Osomatsu paused, thinking only briefly, if at all, before a snarky little grin formed on his mischievous face. He got up from the dirt and reached forward, clasping his fingers around one of the small girl's pigtails and pulling with all his might. Totoko dropped her doll and yelped as her hair was pulled, throwing her arms back and pushing the other away. Immediately, she began to cry. Oh, Choromatsu gave an unamused frown as Osomatsu instantly formed an oh crap expression on his face. That was mean of him. As Totoko screamed and cried, globs of tears falling from her cheeks, Osomatsu looked around frantically before darting away. He quickly dashed towards a bush not too far from a tree and knelt behind it, looking on through the spaces between the leaves. He watched quietly as one of their female caretakers rushed to Totoko's aid, kneeling by her side and comforting her. They were too far for Osomatsu to hear what they were saying, but it was only a few moments before the teacher was leading Totoko by the hand towards the bush he was hiding behind. Yup, you're in trouble now, Choromatsu mumbled. Osomatsu stayed hiding, watching them get closer until the teacher made her way around the bush. Osomatsu looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Osomatsu, she called in a stern voice. Osomatsu gulped. Did you pull Totoko's hair? No, the toddler quickly lied. Yes, he did. Totoko argued. He pulled my hair like this. The small girl then mimicked the motion of pulling something in front of her. No, I didn't, Osomatsu huffed. It wasn't me. Osomatsu, the caretaker warned. You need to say you're sorry to your friend. Millimeter. Osomatsu turned his head away, his lips in a pout. I don't want to. Choromatsu watched attentively as the adult hummed, staring at Osomatsu for a moment before turning to little Totoko. She knelt before her and spoke to her in a soft voice. Totoko, how did Osomatsu make you feel when he pulled your hair? She asked gently. It made me very sad, toddler Totoko verbalized in her small voice. It made you very sad? Yeah. I think it would make me very sad too if someone pulled my hair, the caretaker empathized. She then turned to Osomatsu and asked, Osomatsu, would that make you very sad too? With a more guilty expression, Osomatsu kept his head turned away and mumbled, I don't know. I think maybe you should say sorry to Totoko so she doesn't have to feel sad anymore, she suggested. Do you think you could do that? Osomatsu glanced back up at Totoko and hesitated. Then, he stood up and, with hands behind his back, gave his apologies. I'm sorry, Totoko, he said. It's okay, Totoko replied, wiping the tears from her eyes. Do you two want to hug it out? The caretaker persuaded. Just as the two toddlers had been encouraged, they both opened their arms and gave each other a wholesome little hug. Choromatsu smiled as he watched one of Osomatsu's many early lessons in apologizing to someone you've hurt. So he hurt her, then was coerced into apologizing and exchanging a platonic embrace of kinship, Choromatsu recapped to his companion. Here, he's being taught important social-emotional behaviors by someone who doesn't appear to be an older family member, but instead is a caretaker of sort. Fascinating stuff, the animeologist remarked. It would do him some good to relearn some of these things, he chuckled, only half-jokingly. Osomatsu withdrew from the hug and looked Totoko in the eyes with a big, sparkling grin. Totoko-chan. Do you want to play spaceships with me? He asked eagerly. Okay, the other nodded. And with that, the two toddlers ran off towards some toys. As the scene naturally ended, so too did the memory, and the alien scientists were returned to a world of static. Surrounded by flickering dots of greys and whites, Choromatsu turned to the other with a question. In that memory, how many units went by since Specimen A's birth? He asked. Looking over the data, the animeologist replied, looks like his age was about 17 meters of time. That old. He still looked like a baby, he said. He was only half the size he is now. Seems like the physical maturity rate of a human isn't too dissimilar to our own. Yeah. Choromatsu watched patiently as the world around them continued flashing a collection of ever-moving particles, searching for its next memory. A few seconds went by, then a minute. He kept his notepad ready, but grew a little confused as nothing appeared to be happening. Are you having trouble retrieving the next memory? He inquired of the other. Millimeter, the animeologist typed efficiently, putting its effort into its work first before its reply. Specimen B's memories around this time are guarded, it's fighting more than before. It's getting increasingly difficult to access its past. It's more guarded, huh? Choromatsu jotted down note of this as he continued. Specifically around this time in its history. Now, why would that be? Animals aren't usually capable of constructing complex secrets of its past. Not sure. There's a lot of negative energy around this time, so perhaps it was something traumatic. Can we skip past this timeline for now and continue on to a more recent one? Choromatsu suggested. No, it's only going to get trickier from here on out, the animeologist declared. In other words, we might be just about done with Specimen B for today. Already? He gave a disappointed frown. We really didn't get to see much. As long as they continue to fight our control, we're not going to get much. Well, Choromatsu added one more comment in his notepad before looking back to his companion. I suppose we can see what else we can get from Specimen A before he cuts us off, too. Specimen A is still fighting, but there's no significant resistance just yet, so we should be good to see at least a few more memories. With those final words said, Choromatsu turned his attention back to the environment to witness as it melded into a single setting. This new memory, it was vivid and clear, just as the rest. Choromatsu's eyes went wide as he saw not just one or two little humans, but a classroom full of them. They were just a bit bigger than before, appearing about 5 years old. Each one sat at a miniature desk Choromatsu knew he himself could never fit in. The room itself was colorful and decorated creatively for an efficient learning environment, including an ABC's chart strung across the ceiling, pictures of students' art assignments stuck up on the walls, a soft carpet designed in shapes and numbers, a beanbag chair in the corner next to a bin full of children's books, a whiteboard with basic vocabulary words scribbled on it, and, of course, a large desk in which a single older human sat at to supervise the children. Each child in the room seemed to have their eyes on one person standing in the front of the class with a big, cheeky smile. As expected, the center of attention and protagonist of the memory was little Osomatsu, wearing a cute blue suit with big yellow buttons down the front. He stood tall and proud with hands behind his back, opening his mouth to speak to the class in his little voice. "Today, for show and tell," he announced. "I brought this." Throwing his arms out from hiding, the little Osomatsu opened his palms and revealed a large scarab beetle, waving its antennae and flicking its mandibles creepily. Upon presenting the insect, a couple young girls in the room screamed and jumped from their seats. "Osomatsu," the teacher called. "Where do we keep bugs?" Osomatsu did a pouty frown. "Outside." "That's correct." "Why don't you come with me and we'll put it back outside?" "All right," he huffed. The teacher stood from the desk and took Osomatsu by the hand, leading him to the door. Before the two could even open it, the memory before the aliens washed away into a sea of meaningless frequencies. "Apparently, they don't allow certain types of organisms inside their nests," Choromatsu remarked. "Funny, though. We know fish and birds are allowed in human nests." The next memory that appeared showed Osomatsu at the age of 6. He was kneeling on the sidewalk next to a patch of grass outside the elementary school, holding in his hand a magnifying glass. With a dumb smile and his tongue sticking out the side, he angled the tool just right to create a beam of heat strong enough to scorch any ant that came his way. Choromatsu squinted and tilted his head, taking a moment to figure out what he was doing. "Ah." The alien formed a grin as he recognized the use of the object. By taking the sun's rays and putting them into a narrow volume of space, he's found a way to magnify its concentrated power over a single spot. He brought a finger and thumb to his chin as he pondered, "I wonder how he's going to utilize this power." It didn't take long for the ants to start marching by. Osomatsu leaned in, aiming the small circle of heat over the head of one crawling just a little too close. Holding it steady, he watched as the ant began to panic, slowly being scorched until it curled up and died with a little wisp of smoke leaving its carcass. As little Osomatsu laughed, Choromatsu's expression turned uneasy. "Oh," he uttered, grimacing. "Well, that's a cruel game. Is this some sort of form of play?" "I can only assume so," Choromatsu replied. "It doesn't seem much different from any other mammal pestering a smaller insect to death. Playfulness, curiosity, and destruction can go hand in hand with young animals. They're not wired like us." At this time a young girl about Osomatsu's age skipped his way, stopping and kneeling beside him with a curious look. "What you doing?" she asked innocently. "Setting ants on fire," answered Osomatsu proudly. "Want to join?" "Oh, look at that." Choromatsu beamed as he looked over the girl, recognizing Totoko from a previous memory. It's the same human he interacted with before, only a little older now. Childhood companion, huh? "I wonder if he's still friends with that human as an adult," he said. "I'll have to ask next time I see him." Totoko smiled and reached her hand out, accepting Osomatsu's offer to give it a try. She took the magnifying glass and aimed it herself, opting to burn the biggest one she could see. Immediately it succumbed to the immense heat of the sun and curled up, suffering. "Die, die." Totoko giggled, laughing all too sweetly considering her actions. "Die." Osomatsu chimed in, chuckling along with his friend. It was only moments after that this memory concluded, rippling away into the empty void that was transmissional static. Choromatsu jotted a few notes down for the few seconds of time he had before a new memory played. In this one, an 8-year-old Osomatsu soared down a road on a red bicycle, pedaling as speedily as he could go. Before Choromatsu could get the chance to take in the new setting, the young boy lost control and skidded off the street, flying from the bicycle seat and tumbling through the grass. As the bicycle crashed nigh, he sat up and began to cry, holding his scraped and bleeding knee close. Luckily, Matsuyo was nearby and she quickly came to his aid. She comforted him and wiped his tears, taking him by the hand and helping him walk back to the house where he could get cleaned up. Then, the scene ended and there were a few moments of staticky transition. The next memory that played was another typical memory for a young boy. It was a hot summer day and Osomatsu was 9 years old. He and his parents had stopped by a local sweets shop for some nice afternoon munchies. Matsuyo and Matsuzu ordered a slice of cake each, while Osomatsu ordered an ice cream cone. As his mother and father sat at a table to eat, young Osomatsu was allowed to go use the ice cream machine all by himself. With a sneaky look about him while being just out of view of anyone responsible, he pulled down on the ice cream machine and watched as his cone filled beyond the brim with sweet, savory chocolate goodness. It rose about 1 scoop high, then 2, then 4. The zealous little boy didn't stop until his ice cream seemed to tower as high as the sky. Once he was finally satisfied, he began to walk back to the table to show his parents his proud work. Halfway there, however, the tower wilted and fell, creating a large mess of ice cream in the middle of the floor. As embarrassed as his parents were, Matsuyo and Matsuzu hurried and helped Osomatsu clean it up, apologizing profusely to the employees. In the end, Matsuyo helped Osomatsu get a new, regular-sized ice cream cone, and the family enjoyed their nice little snack. Up until this point, the memories of Osomatsu's childhood flowed smoothly through the aliens' computers, despite Osomatsu still fighting their hold. Choromatsu was confident he was going to get to see plenty more instances of Osomatsu being a cute little asshole and readied his pen, awaiting the next memory. "So, about how old is the specimen by this point in time?" he asked. "Let's see," the animuologist scanned through the data momentarily before coming across the answer. In this next memory, Specimen A's age is about 60 meters of time. "So still quite young," he noted. "That's correct." "Well, let's see what we've got here." With a confident smile on his face, Choromatsu looked forward into the void and watched as the computer began generating what they didn't know would be the final memory of the day. Pulling the energy and essence from their human specimen and deciphering it through nothing but code and virtual data, the world began to build around them the setting in which they were about to be introduced. Starting from nothing, they were soon immersed in an incomplete world being put together piece by piece, block by block, pixel by pixel. The next memory had begun. The first thing Choromatsu could make out in the environment were flashes of red and blue light reflecting off surrounding surfaces in the setting. He peered deeper into the static, trying to make out what it was that was causing the alternating colors to appear. Quickly before him the colors flickered, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, in a never-ending pattern of fright. The frantic nature of the lights reminded him much of his own facility's emergency alarm system and immediately had him uneasy about what he was about to see. The next thing that became apparent to the two scientists analyzing the memory was a scream. It belonged to a young Osomatsu and seemed to derive from pure, unadulterated terror. Then, before Choromatsu's eyes, 2 figures ran into view, one small, the other tall and much older. The smaller one, Osomatsu, was being dragged by the wrist while wildly struggling to escape the other's grasp. "Let go. You're hurting me." The older, more sinister-looking individual feverishly pulled the child along, caring little for his cries and pleas as he made his great escape. With a young, innocent hostage secured, he knew there was nothing that could stop his ploy. "Osomatsu!" cried another voice, this one belonging to the mother just out of sight. "My baby! Stop, police!" A deeper one threatened, following the trail of their perpetrator. Shaded sides of bricked buildings wearing over the years bloomed into view on either side of an asphalt pathway, littered with trash and dirt built up in the cracks and crevices of the ground. The wicked man yanked the young boy through the alleyway past broken windows reflecting the cloudy skies from their shattered frames. They soared over trash bags and bits of glass, knocking over an empty box or two in their frenetic pursuit. The sound of sirens wailed through the alley in a deafening song of warning, telling of oncoming authorities giving chase. The elder soon reached a chain-link fence with a broken lock and swung it open, hauling his victim through the opening in his desperate race against justice. Osomatsu yelped as his blue suit got snagged in a loose wire from the beaten-down fence, giving a nice RIP. That left a hole in his sleeve. Osomatsu could pay only little mind considering his urgent situation. Choromatsu stared hard at the scene unfolding suddenly before him, his expression grave and body alert. He could recognize clearly that Osomatsu was being taken without consent by a human with malicious intent. He felt he had so many questions at that moment. Who was this man? Why was he taking Osomatsu? What were his intentions and reasons? Choromatsu's mind flashed back to the way he and Osomatsu had been treated upon finding themselves on Earth, and the thought left him even more confused. He had learned at the time that humans often chose violence to protect themselves and their families. What the hell was this man protecting himself from by kidnapping a child? What was going on? With the police not too far behind, the antagonist turned a corner and stopped, lurking in the shadows to buy some time. He then knelt to Osomatsu's height and looked the crying child in the eyes with a nightmarish glare born of true sadistic nature. With fingers still squeezing the life out of little Osomatsu's wrist, the man said in a low and ominous voice, "We play by my rules here on out. You do exactly what I say, or I kill your whole family. Got it?" No. Osomatsu's expression was mortified as he desperately tried to shove the man away. No. Osomatsu dug his fingers into the man's skin as he pushed with all his strength, sobbing. He knew he was too weak to escape the man's grasp. He was useless, powerless, completely without control. He couldn't be a hero, there was nothing he could do. What the hell? Choromatsu couldn't help but utter as the environment flickered, the static threatening to once more overtake their view of the memory. I don't really understand what's going on, the animalologist admitted as it looked over the energy waves it was receiving. That's not the father, is it? No, that's a new human, one I've never seen before, he said. Please let me go, Osomatsu begged, his voice glitching under the unstable simulation growing ever more chaotic. With the colors of his environment fading into speckles of black and white, he desperately added to his plea with an, "I want to go home." The vile man sent the other a furious scowl, squeezing the poor boy's wrist even tighter. "You follow me, or you'll regret it," he warned under the increasing computer static. With that, the man heaved the 10-year-old to his feet and yanked him further down the maze of alleyways and side streets. As they hurried through, the alien's view became more and more obstructed by collections of mangled, coded blotches, indicating their slipping hold on the memory. Fixated on everything that was happening along with the increasing obscurity of the show, Choromatsu turned to his companion in a frenzy. "You really can't do anything about the clarity?" he pressed anxiously. "The specimen is fighting it," he replied simply. "Bad memories are always harder to analyze than good ones." Choromatsu looked back at the scene with a nervous groan, trying to make out his human friend in the sea of static. It was no use, the outlines of the environment were thinning and the colors were fading. The sounds of the memory were dying into a muffled hum until soon, there was nothing. It didn't take long before the scene was taken from their grasp entirely, and a new one was to begin. The memory transitioned onto its second act without warning. This time, instead of a bright and bustling setting filled with voices and chaos, the light dimmed to create an ominous aura around them. They had been suddenly flown from the streets of a city to a quiet room, one only illuminated by the single window. At this window stood the man, the perpetrator who had taken Osomatsu against his will. He stared out into the city with a bitter look on his face as he toyed with a clean, sharpened kitchen knife. Across the room and tied by his wrists and ankles, the man's hostage lied helplessly upon the hardwood floor. Osomatsu, Choromatsu looked at the trembling child with sympathy, lowering his notepad slightly as the scene began. "What a disappointment," the man announced, his tone cold and unfeeling. "You truly have been useless to me, Osomatsu." Osomatsu watched the other with eyes overflowing in terror, his voice bound by a long piece of duct tape stuck across his face. The light reflecting off the blade of the knife flickered briefly as it was handled and felt, its sharpness tested with the simple touch of a thumb. The man eyed the weapon for a moment, allowing some silence before he turned and began approaching his victim. The only noises that could be heard were the clicking of his dress shoes upon the floor and his calm words. "It's a shame, really. Would have been nice if I got more use out of you before it came to this." Osomatsu's shoulders tensed as the man got nearer, large globs of tears trickling down his cheeks. He shook his head frantically and wailed under the tape, mortified of what was about to happen to him. "Please, please, please. was all he could utter, his words inaudible and muffled. It'll be over soon, though. Just. Suddenly, the man's apathetic glare shifted into a menacing smile. Try to enjoy it as much as I will. With the man now towering over the young boy, Osomatsu was lost in an episode of panic. He couldn't believe it. He didn't want to believe it. His life was about to end, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. That knife was about to be inside of him, wreaking havoc on his mortal body. It was going to be painful. It was going to be bloody. And it was going to be horrific. He didn't know what happened after somebody died, but at that moment he was more afraid of that darkness than anything he could ever imagine. He wanted his mom and dad. He wanted to go home where he was safe. He wanted to see his friends at school again and enjoy life. He didn't want to die. Choromatsu, he was frozen in unrequited dismay at what he was witnessing. It confused him beyond what he could comprehend, and worried him dearly despite knowing it was nothing more than a memory. Before, he had easily chalked up a human's violent tendencies with the desire to protect others, but this individual harbored something far from that. This human was a sadistic monster, an entity capable of nothing more than a delirious lust to end the lives of others. He was a cunning, twisted shell of a creature that existed in animal form, an intelligent entity that lacked the capacity to exhibit any show of remorse for others. It was truly terrifying, the existence of a being of such malice with so much power and desire for control. Choromatsu had never quite seen an animal like this before. He wanted others to suffer. He wanted to cause pain. And right now, his victim was about to be an innocent child. The man wasn't just evil, he was a devil reincarnate. How could a single animal be wired with such a robotic, sociopathic thirst for blood? As the energies within the system rose to absolute instability, the memory being played before the two scientists shut off without any courtesy of transition. They were instantly enveloped in a timeless void of static, where Choromatsu stood in silence as he processed what he could. His partner worked the computer tirelessly, analyzing the data and looking over the information carefully. For a minute or so, there was nothing. Choromatsu simply stared at the ground, his arms to his sides with the notepad weakly in his grasp. He almost felt sick to his stomach after that. What he'd seen made him feel worse about a lot of things, and he wondered how much he was going to be able to bring up with Osomatsu, especially if the guy remembered all of this upon waking up. Eventually, the animeologist spoke up from its work. We're not going to be able to access any more memories from them today, it said. We'll have to continue this another time. All right, Choromatsu finally nodded. If you want, we can take a short break before getting together and going over our notes. That sounds good, he replied quietly. And, listen, the animeologist turned to the other and spoke sincerely. I know this is your first time, but don't take on these memories too much. They need to be analyzed without emotional bias, and worrying about anything further is just going to tire you out. Trust me, I've been doing this for a long time. As long as the specimens are still alive, they're fine. There's no need to feel sorry for them. Right, the other mumbled dismissively. We'll let the others take the specimens back to their room and meet up again soon. Now, go relax for a bit. Will do. Intermission. Hours came and went of peaceful slumber for the two humans, resting unaware and without pain now that they had been taken from the spectrology chamber to their room. Both slept dreamlessly, dwelling on the memories each had relived in their unconscious state and feeling once more the emotions associated with each one. They were bittersweet in aroma, both kind and venomous in flavor. It was a relief for them to no longer be forced to exist in the past. It wasn't long after they awoke when the quiet souls looked up at the door, watching it open to reveal a ghostly alien standing in the doorway. The creature shifted its form and stepped inside, shutting the door behind and greeting the two with an optimistic smile. Good morning, you two, Choromatsu said with a palm up and out amicably. I hope you slept well. Osomatsu glanced up at the alien with a calmer expression than usual, one tainted in obscure melancholy as he hugged his knees to his chest. He appeared low in mental energy, yet physically refreshed from the many hours of sleep he felt he didn't need. When he looked at Choromatsu, there was little hostility or spite that could be detected in his demeanor. Instead, he seemed reclusive and withdrawn from his own anger. For Choromatsu, it was good to see he wasn't furious, at least. Choromatsu only spared a side glance Choromatsu's way before returning his gaze to the empty wall. He stayed laying on his side on the mattress with the blanket pulled up to his shoulders, closed off from any interaction. He was visibly more disturbed than his human companion, but his gloom was frail and unspeaking. He didn't say a word. "Hey," greeted the eldest, hesitant to sound even the slightest bit upbeat. "How are you feeling?" the green Matsu asked. Osomatsu tightened his lips awkwardly. "Fine," he mumbled. "In case you're wondering, I'm not here for any tests or anything, I just wanted to check in," Choromatsu informed. "Check in, huh?" "Yes. I want to make sure you two are doing okay, mentally and emotionally." With a more sympathetic smile, he explained, "Also, I kind of had a feeling you'd have some thoughts to express after the spectrology report." "I mean..." Osomatsu averted his gaze, keeping his expression calm. "Not really. There's not much to talk about." "There isn't?" The other was surprised by this comment. "No," he stated dismissively. "You don't have any opinions on what happened?" "I don't," he answered, shrugging. "I mean, it is what it is." Choromatsu pursed his lips, analyzing Osomatsu's body language and facial expression carefully. He exhaled quietly, trying his best to decipher and translate this animal's thoughts and emotions using his own knowledge of the human psyche. There was a moment of hesitation before he replied. "Osomatsu, you really have nothing to say about the report?" Osomatsu looked up in slight confusion and asked, "Is there something you want me to say?" "No, I just don't really understand," he admitted. "Millimeter?" Osomatsu stared back, expressionless. "What's there not to understand?" "Usually you have quite a lot to say about what we do to you," he pondered. "I expected you to be angry with me. Are you not angry about anything?" "Millimeter." The man rested his head back over his arms, pausing for a moment. "I guess not." "That's a little unusual of you." Osomatsu answered only with another shrug, allowing a silence to follow between them. Choromatsu stared hard at him for a moment before glancing Choromatsu's way. "Choromatsu, are you doing okay?" he questioned. For a moment, the second eldest quietly debated on whether he needed to answer or not. Then, he closed his eyes and huffed. "Yeah, I'm fine," he said curtly. "Are you sure?" the alien pressed. "Yes," Choromatsu replied, not sparing a glance. It was easy to detect the subtle aggression in his voice, causing Choromatsu to grow concerned. He looked over the two specimens and frowned. "Both of you are acting kind of strange," he pointed out. "Neither of you usually behave like this." "I mean..." Osomatsu's eyelids lowered, feeling a hint of agitation. "If you really want to piss me off, you could keep trying to pry with these useless questions." "I just worry, is all," Choromatsu said with a genuine look. "If you want me to be honest, I really don't like that we're performing these spectrology studies on you." "Then why were you poking around in our memories?" the other asked in an almost accusatory tone, finally showing a bit of attitude towards his captor. "I knew we were going to be analyzing your history and upbringing, but..." Choromatsu looked to the side and scratched the back of his neck timidly. "It wasn't until the animuologist explained what exactly he was doing to you two that I started to understand. And, frankly, it kind of made me uneasy. I kind of imagined myself in your position, and it made me feel a lot of things. It must have been a very excruciating and invasive process." Choromatsu began to walk forward, approaching the two humans on the circular mattress and lowering to his hands and knees. He then sat cross-legged on the far end, making sure to keep plenty of space between himself and the specimens. "But I think it's actually more than that," he continued. "The animuologist said that more traumatic memories are always harder to pull from the animals because they tend to hide and repress them. I'm sure there are things you don't want to have to relive, such as..." The behaviorist hesitated, looking up at Osomatsu with a sympathetic look. Osomatsu stared back, his eyebrows furrowed in discouragement and lips pursed. Hearing Choromatsu's words, Choromatsu too glanced up and eyed the alien solemnly. There was a long pause. Choromatsu bit his tongue at first, but then decided to proceed with his question. Is it okay if I ask about that? He inquired, uncertain. The last memory we looked at. Osomatsu lowered his eyes and buried the lower half of his face in his arms, glaring away indecisively. Choromatsu saw his hesitation and added to his question. And, I'm not asking as a way to interview you or anything. I know it's my job, but this isn't for the sake of my notes, I just want to know what happened to you. He tried to give a reassuring smile. And besides, maybe it would help to talk about it. The Red Matsu stayed still for a long time, thinking over his options carefully and weighing his emotions before deciding. Choromatsu sat patiently, allowing the man time to consider. He was sure it was something that was hard to talk about and was more than happy to leave the choice up to him. Finally, with an accepting sigh, Osomatsu spoke. It happened about 10 years ago, he began. My parents let a lodger stay at our place for a month or so. That is, when us humans want to earn some extra cash, it's an option to open up a space in your house for rent. We had this guy come in, and although he seemed nice at first, let's just say he wasn't the greatest person. He was involved in crime and used our place as a way of hiding out and laying low. We had no idea. When the police finally tracked him back to our house, he took me hostage and got away. So. Choromatsu wrinkled his brow, doing his best to wrap his head around what he was hearing. An evil human kidnapped you during his escape from the police. An evil human? What are you, for? Osomatsu scoffed, partly amused by the other's simplistic vocabulary choice. What, do you not have criminals on your planet? I think criminal would be a strong word to describe a misbehaving Horovigan, he said thoughtfully. My people are designed meticulously, we're built from the ground up one cell at a time by professionals. We all have the same blueprints for our design, and we all have the same upbringing. It's very rare for one of us to be born defective. Defective, huh? The man allowed his knees to fall to either side as to sit more comfortably, beginning to appear more relaxed. That's what you call it? Yes. Most defects in an individual can be corrected, however, so it's usually not a problem. And, when it is a problem? Well. Choromatsu smiled. They're simply exterminated. Jesus, what the fuck? Osomatsu grimaced, disturbed by the other's innocent smile. You just kill anyone who's not normal. Well. The alien fiddled with his fingers, averting his gaze awkwardly. They would be an anomaly to our society. What the hell? I'm surprised you have the capacity for any empathy at all, he scorned. Is it really that off-putting to you? Choromatsu asked with a guilty look. Because this is something that seems pretty standard to me. Well. Osomatsu glared the other way. I mean, of course it's going to seem normal if that's how you were raised. But no, that's really messed up. Choromatsu looked down, thinking hard for a moment before returning his gaze back to Osomatsu seriously. But what if the defect in an individual resulted in behaviors exhibited by the same man who kidnapped you? Is it not dangerous allowing that individual to continue to live? He reasoned. I don't think there's one right answer that fits all, replied the other. Choromatsu hesitated, allowing this new perspective to sink in for a moment. I guess that's something we'll have to have a deeper conversation about in the future, he said. But, it's off topic. Yeah, it is, Osomatsu agreed, plopping his head down in his hand. Going back though, what did this man have to gain from taking you away from your family? He questioned. Were you a threat of some kind? It's not that hard to figure out, he replied. Basically, he threatened to kill me if the police followed him. It secured his escape. It gave him leverage. Humans don't normally want other humans to die, so he was able to get away. Oh. I see. Choromatsu nodded in understanding, disheartened. How long were you away from your family? Osomatsu gave a deep exhale as he thought back, looking over his memories while doing his best to keep emotionally distanced from them. It was about 10 days, I think, he answered. I think I understand how long that is, the alien said, referring back to the short time he'd spent on Earth. That's kind of a long time, isn't it? Yeah. As soon as he was off the police's radar, he demanded money before I could be let go, Osomatsu elaborated. But my parents couldn't afford the ransom. So, he was going to just kill me. How did you survive? It's kind of a blur, really, the man mumbled, bringing a hand to his head. He drugged me up after that, I think to take me somewhere else to do the deed. But while he was transporting me, the police finally found him and managed to arrest him. So, everything turned out okay. At least, it was the best-case scenario considering the circumstances. Wow. Choromatsu uttered. I can't believe you had to go through that. Being a human, it must be so dangerous. It can be. Osomatsu paused, then did a big, dramatic stretch complete with an open-mouthed yawn, appearing a bit more aloof. But, yeah, I mean, it's all in the past. I don't like to think about it too much, and I definitely don't like reliving it in a spectre chamber under the watchful eye of nosy aliens, but it is what it is. I'm sorry you had to relive some of it because of us, the other apologized. Like I said before, now that I understand what happens in a spectrology report, it's not something I'm comfortable doing. You have every right to dislike the animeologist for their work after this. Yeah, fuck that guy, Osomatsu huffed with a bit of a chuckle. Next time, I'll keep a good distance between you two, Choromatsu grinned. Osomatsu blinked and raised a brow. This remark also attracted the attention of the third Matsu, who sent a fearful look their way. Next time? Asked the eldest. Well, yeah, the alien shrugged. You mean, we're going to have to go through that again? Oh. Choromatsu gave a guilty smile. It's really not up to me, but I'm fairly certain the animeologist intends to try again with you guys. Osomatsu grumbled and muttered, is that so? Choromatsu frowned and sat up suddenly, pushing the blanket off his body as he turned to Choromatsu gravely. Choromatsu. He began. I really don't want you guys doing that again. Oh. Choromatsu gave him a sorry look and replied, well, like I said. I don't have any say in it. It's not my field. Please, I'm being serious, he asserted, visibly distressed. I'm not okay with it. I don't consent. I know, he assured remorsefully. I realize it isn't ideal, but I think it's safe to expect another report sometime in the future. Choromatsu sent a pleading look. There has to be something you can do, he begged. Can't you send a request or a complaint or something? Anything? Choromatsu, if I had that much authority, then I'd have them stop doing tests on you altogether, Choromatsu reasoned. Or better yet, send you back home. But, I'm just your caseworker for social-emotional behaviors. Choromatsu pulled his knees to his chest and looked at the other with a hurt expression. Listen to me. I really don't want you looking through my memories again, he repeated. I really don't think there's a way to convince the animeologist, let alone the higher-ups, to leave it be, he claimed. I don't want it to happen again. You have to understand what position I'm in, the alien said. There isn't anything I can do about it. But. The man averted his gaze, squeezing his knees tight. You just can't do that again. You can't. Choromatsu stared worriedly at Choromatsu, pausing before asking, Choromatsu, did something really bad happen to you when you were little? Choromatsu looked back with big eyes, brow furrowed in discouragement. We had trouble accessing more than a couple memories from you, so I thought that maybe you. Abruptly, Choromatsu's demeanor shifted entirely. He cut Choromatsu off suddenly, speaking stern and defensive with his posture tall, ready to argue. Choromatsu, if you and the other scientists attempt to put me back in that chamber, I'm going to fight, he declared. You'll have to force me. Choromatsu looked at the other sadly, unsure what he could say. I'll keep that in mind. Choromatsu folded his arms and looked down at the ground coldly with a small laugh, allowing a brief silence to ensue. He didn't feel there was more that needed to be said. Choromatsu let a few moments go by before he spoke up again. I probably shouldn't be saying this, but He looked at both humans with a stern expression. If you two are meant to undergo another session like that, then I think you should keep doing what you're doing. Osomatsu tilted his head curiously. What do you mean? That pain you feel when you become lucid, I want you to keep pushing back and resisting it, he said. Don't make it easy for us. Be stubborn. Why would you suggest that? Osomatsu questioned, confused. Because I think it's wrong that we're establishing that kind of control over a creature as intelligent as us, Choromatsu stated. And besides, it would look better for you overall. It would show them that you humans are different from other animals. So, don't give in. All right. The eldest stared hard at the other for a moment before forming a small grin. Yeah, okay, he agreed. I mean, I think I'm pretty good at giving you aliens a tough time, so it shouldn't be too hard. Great. Choromatsu placed a hand on the mattress to push himself up, standing and looking down at the humans with a smile. For now though, don't dwell too much on the spectrology report. I have some things I need to get done, so I'm going to leave you two for a bit. I'll be back in a while to take you to the feeding room before we move on to our next order of business. Try and relax until then. "K," Osomatsu said. "Will do." Choromatsu glanced at the second eldest and added, "You too, Choromatsu." Choromatsu looked up at Choromatsu, arms still folded but expression softened slightly. He responded with a nod and watched as the alien waved them goodbye before going on his way. Intermission. End Chapter 14. Chapter 15, A Specimen's Procedure. About an hour went by of silent doings with a touch of boredom. Osomatsu idly lied sprawled out on his stomach, stacking plush blocks on top of each other and building towers like an infant with nothing better to do. Meanwhile, Choromatsu gradually pulled himself from his sorry state and skimmed through the books left for them in the toy chest. He set aside one, then two he had already read before picking up the one that left him filled with unease. It was the book he had read a few days prior, one that featured a dark whale on the cover. It was a story about a group of people who seemingly went insane before dropping dead, and was apparently non-fiction. It was still something he was meaning to ask Choromatsu about. Choromatsu eventually decided on a book and brought it back to the mattress, sitting with his back against the wall comfortably as he began to read. He and Osomatsu indulged in the peaceful silence for a bit longer before, soon enough, the door to their room opened. The two humans glanced up as an alien entity entered their prison, shifting its form into a familiar face. To their surprise, they weren't greeted by a polite, angular smile, but instead were looked upon by two tired eyes and a monotonous frown. The alien nodded to the specimens formally. "Hi," he mumbled, unintentionally expressing a display of ill confidence. "Oh, hey Ichimatsu," Osomatsu greeted, eyeing him as another alien stepped into view behind him. This second alien remained in its natural form and said nothing, simply staring at the specimens within the room. "I thought you were Choromatsu." "No, it's just me." "Just you, huh? You here to take us somewhere for testing or something?" he questioned. "You guessed it," the other confirmed. Choromatsu cocked his head, keeping the book open in his arms. "Why are you the one coming to get us?" he asked. "Is Choromatsu busy?" "Don't worry about him, I'm taking his place for now," Ichimatsu informed. The second eldest frowned. "Hold on, when you say it like that, it kind of concerns me," he said. "Is he okay?" "He's fine," the other assured. "He's just a little tired." He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly and averted his gaze. "I found him passed out in the break room, and it felt kind of mean to wake him." "Eh? Why not?" Osomatsu lowered his eyelids, unamused. "Doesn't he have a job to do?" "You humans are exhausting him," Ichimatsu softly accused. "He stays up all night for your sake, then comes back to work here full time. He's going to get sick at this rate. So, for now, we're stuck with you and that creep behind you." Osomatsu groaned, pointing to the idle alien nigh. "Just for a little bit," confirmed the purple Matsu. Besides, the behaviorist requested not to be present during this next procedure. "Oh, he did. That's a little unusual of him, isn't it?" Choromatsu remarked. Why would he do that? I'm not sure, Ichimatsu admitted. But, it's not like his presence is a necessity. He's really just there to keep the specimens calm while the biologist and I work. Osomatsu leaned forward suspiciously. Anne, what exactly is it that you and the biologist are going to be doing today? You already know I'm not going to tell you. I'll be honest, the eldest continued. The fact that Choromatsu's sole purpose is to keep us calm during this next session doesn't sit well with me. You have nothing to be afraid of, Ichimatsu stated matter-of-factly. Then, he locked eyes with the blue Matsu, holding an almost menacing aura. After all, we're conducting this experiment on Specimen B. Choromatsu shut the book he had in his lap and straightened stiffly. Me. Wait, now I'm the one who's scared. I didn't even say what we're doing, the alien tutted. You don't even know what you're scared of. Exactly. He slipped his fingers through his hair timidly, sending a dreaded look to the other. Is it going to be bad? No, no, hushed Ichimatsu in his deep, yet ominous voice. It'll be fine. You'll be fine. Ichimatsu took a step forward. Although he was hunched slightly in his socially awkward demeanor, he still wore a strong sense of authority over the humans before him and seemed relatively unafraid. Now, if you two will stand. He continued. Them, Osomatsu, you will be following the scientist behind me to the feeding room while I take Choromatsu. Millimeter? Osomatsu frowned. You're taking him right now? As in, he doesn't get to eat with me. No. Ichimatsu then mumbled, he would just throw it up during the procedure. Choromatsu gulped, wide-eyed and anxious. I don't think I'm looking forward to this, he whispered. You're scaring me. Is Choromatsu really not going to join us? Ichimatsu formed an offended glare and muttered, What, I'm not good enough for you? No, that's not it. He grimaced nervously as he twiddled his thumbs, trying his best to smile. I'm sure whatever you have in store for me, I'll be able to handle it just fine with you by my side. I'm confident your work is harmless. After all, it's not your job to hurt me in any way, aha. Ichimatsu simply hummed and nodded. Choromatsu took his silence as an opportunity to embellish in his own words and continue building himself up. Hair. And, even if what I experience is uncomfortable, it would be a great sacrifice for a young, humble man such as myself to take for humanity. The quivering in his voice began to die out as he feigned strength and confidence, doing his best to put up an unshakable front. Despite his attempt, however, beads of sweat could still be seen forming on his forehead. It was a mask all but the blind could see through. I am honored to be a human being examined and studied by intelligent, extraterrestrial life forms. I am but a model, an example, a representative for all humankind. Whatever suffering I am fated to endure, my sacrifice will not be forgotten. Right, Ichimatsu murmured dismissively. So, come on, let's. My heart bleeds an undying love for my fellow man, so much so that this sacrifice of mine is more than just a choice, it is an absolute requirement, he continued on, more and more engrossed in the delusion he was building. It is my destiny. A cruel destiny, yes, but one I must fulfill in order to protect others from the same fate. If it were not me, some other poor soul would have to suffer. To them, I am their savior. 'Tis a daunting task, but an honorable one indeed. From the deepest, warmest depths of my soul, I will. Choromatsu. Oi. Ichimatsu snapped his fingers once, then twice. Focus. Focus, Choromatsu. Choromatsu simply gave a light-hearted chuckle. It truly is an honor, he finished. Truly, my kindness will be remembered. Ichimatsu stared at Choromatsu for the longest time. Then, he glanced at Osomatsu, and then back at the first. You're quite the prophetic creature, aren't you? He remarked sarcastically. Choromatsu replied with a smile as he stood from the mattress. HMPH. He brought a finger and a thumb to his chin and struck a cool pose. I am flattered by your compliment. Come. Let us proceed to the testing room. That's my line, the other said under his breath. Okay. Follow me. And Osomatsu, follow my partner. Osomatsu complied with a sigh, standing to his feet and walking with Choromatsu to the doorway. The second each stepped outside their bedroom, the bands around their wrists suddenly activated and snapped together behind their backs. Their muzzles were constructed into existence as well, binding them once again like animals. They had almost forgotten the treatment they received when Choromatsu wasn't around. As Osomatsu submissively followed the second alien, he turned back and called out one last time. Good luck, Choromatsu. Try not to die, he said. HMPH. CYA, he grinned as he followed Ichimatsu the opposite direction down the hall, keeping up his cool persona. Soon, Osomatsu and the other alien were out of sight, and Choromatsu was being led down a familiar route to the testing room. He walked beside Ichimatsu quietly at first, but was quick to string together a nice conversation starter. You're pretty thoughtful, you know, he complimented. Ichimatsu blinked and glanced at Choromatsu, slightly surprised. Why do you say that? He asked. You felt bad for waking up Choromatsu, so you just let him sleep, reminded the second eldest. You worry about his well-being a lot, don't you? I think that's very thoughtful. Well. Ichimatsu stammered for a moment, looking anywhere else as he received the unexpected praise. I mean, you know. Of course I'm going to worry about him. You seem to put on this mask when, in reality, you're a very caring person, aren't you? Choromatsu sent the other a warm smile. No, not at all. Slipping his hands into his pockets, the alien slouched deeper in a show of apathy. It's just a formality, is all. Don't lie, he teased. Choromatsu told me that you and he are actually very close friends. He did he? Ichimatsu sank even further. I assume you're the one he was talking about, anyway. The second eldest looked on ahead confidently, hands still bound behind him as he spoke. He said his best friend was a doctor here. One with a purple bioluminescence hand thing. That's you, right? Oh. The poor, shy alien grew smaller and smaller with every passing word. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's me. There's no need to be embarrassed, Choromatsu insisted. It's actually nice knowing you have a soft side. If I'm going to be honest, sometimes can you come off as, a little intimidating. Millimeter. Ichimatsu pursed his lips. Is that so? Maybe just a little. Millimeter. But that's okay, he said. After all, you're just being yourself. Right? Millimeter. The purple Matsu eyed the other suspiciously, growing apprehensive at the man's social-emotional persistence. Why are you prying, anyway? He asked. What are your intentions? My intentions? Choromatsu simply smiled. Why, I'm hoping that, as we continue interacting and acquainting with one another, we could become friends. Ichimatsu snorted. Care. He spat. A human wants to be my friend. Imagine that. Choromatsu cocked his head innocently and replied, Is it so hard to believe? Well, I suppose not, he weighed. After all, I make friends with the animals all the time. I just don't usually bother with the ones that talk like you do. Ichimatsu, he began sincerely. I'd be honored to form a kinship with you, and every other alien on this ship. Ichimatsu turned his head away and muttered under his breath, I mean, you're still just a test specimen to us. He then did a big inhale and spoke a little louder, anyway, you're not going to want to be my friend after this next procedure. Oh. Choromatsu's smile wavered as he was brought back to the reality of his current circumstances. He tightened his lips slightly but otherwise kept his optimistic appearance up. Well, I mean, I know you're just doing your job. You're just doing what your higher-ups tell you, so I can't blame you directly for the tests you run. Oh? Finally, the alien spared a glance the other's way. Is that really how you think? I don't want to focus blame where it's not appropriate, he stated. Such is the case with Choromatsu and the delay regarding our freedom. Right, that. I'm not going to comment on that. Anyway, whatever happens to me, I won't hold anything against you, the man declared. Do as you will, I guess. The two continued on down the halls of the massive facility, making their quiet way towards their destination. As they walked, Ichimatsu occasionally found himself looking the human's way. So strange, he thought. It really was a spectacle to look at these animalistic organisms they referred to as humans. These creatures, they walked upright on two legs, just like them. They had two eyes and a mouth, just like them. They talked, a lot. Almost too much sometimes. Ichimatsu had to admit, their language was certainly more complex than anything he'd seen before, aside from their own, of course. A human's voice was quite soothing compared to the barks, grumblings, and screeching he was used to hearing from other animals. In a way, a human's chattering flowed gently like a song with rhythm and intonation, similar to the peeping and chirping of a bird. He remembered first setting eyes on their specimen upon capture and listening to its incessant, questioning murmurings. That day they had abducted Osomatsu, it seemed like so long ago. Based on the patterns in its verbal noises, they were able to quickly detect a form of complex language, resulting in Choromatsu being permitted to proceed with the introduction. He couldn't deny, it was intriguing watching the human story progress. In a way, it was rather cute that, despite the human's complexity, this one was still so eager to make friends with him. Of course, him being friends with an animal was different from being friends with a person. These animals were dumber, they were submissive and more unpredictable. They were beneath him. They were cute in the fact that they were simpler and insignificant. Not to mention, he'd never truly understand the inner workings of a creature such as this on the same level he understood his own species. Still, it was a quietly appreciated gesture. After all, he didn't feel he was making any progress in his relationship with the other specimen, Osomatsu. A human acting amicably towards him was a nice change of pace. The duo eventually arrived at the testing room, and Choromatsu was gently guided inside through the door. Within the room were several other aliens, each working on its own project and creating a calming collecting of bustling sounds and foreign speech. One in particular glanced up upon seeing them enter and raised a hand, greeting Ichimatsu. It spoke out in their native tongue as Choromatsu was led to the usual testing table, and Ichimatsu replied in the same fashion. It was easy to infer that this individual was probably the biologist who would be working with him this time around. Choromatsu glanced around the room observantly, taking note of anything that looked new or out of place. He was hoping he could get even the smallest clue of what exactly he was in for this time around, but nothing stood out. As the two alien scientists conversed, he leaned back against the tall testing table and stayed quiet. Once Ichimatsu and the biologist were ready, the former turned to Choromatsu and, with the slightest of nods, deactivated the man's muzzle and wristbands. Choromatsu allowed his arms to swing from behind his back to his sides, stretching out any kinks from the previous uncomfortable position. As he did so, Ichimatsu stepped beside the testing table and patted it twice. "Go ahead and remove your shirt, then come lie down," he instructed. The man did as he was told, pulling the black t-shirt he'd been given earlier up over his head as he formed a self-assured grin. "Humph. There's no need to worry about me, my dear Ichimatsu. I am a brave man," he declared in his low, soothing voice. "I can take whatever it is this test entails." I wasn't particularly worried about you, but..." Ichimatsu observed as Choromatsu finished removing his shirt, setting it aside on a countertop. "I suppose this attitude is nice after dealing with the other human for so long." "Of course. As I stated prior, this is a significant obligation for me." "Actually." The alien squinted. "It's kind of an annoying attitude. I don't know which I prefer. As long as I am here, prisoner to my foreign captors, I'll do my best to represent humankind and give my people a good name," proclaimed the Blue Matsu. "I will strive to go into this with optimism, knowing well I'll be safe under the gentle care of my dear doctor." What is this feeling I'm having?" Ichimatsu frowned and clutched his chest. "This pain. Is it possible to experience physical ailment from just words alone?" "Heh." Glowing in his faux show of confidence, Choromatsu turned and placed his hands on the testing table. He climbed up before turning his body around and gently lying on his bare back, moving slow as to not shock his body with how cold the surface was. Once he was lying in position, his wristbands, ankle bands, and neck band activated, pinning him in place as their perfect, immobile test subject. There was no turning back now. Choromatsu did a deep breath in, then exhaled. Whatever was about to happen to him, he had been forewarned of its unpleasantness. It was no matter though, he had already chosen to utilize his most efficient coping skill, and that coping mechanism was a dramatic change in attitude. It was an overbearing confidence that lifted his spirits and gave him hope and meaning. He had accepted his fate, he was perhaps going to suffer, but in the end, he was going to survive. And he was sure Ichimatsu would take good care of him. He could see beyond the alien's stoic facade and knew that underneath was a soft soul. There was no way this doctor was going to make him hurt any more than necessary. As Choromatsu stared up at the ceiling, his body splayed out and pinned in a way that left not an ounce of control, he smiled. "Do whatever you must to my body, my alien brother," he cooed. "And allow me to be your perfect vessel of study." Ichimatsu strolled over to the pinned specimen, looking down at him curiously. Brother, huh?" Choromatsu hummed, intrigued. "Do you like me referring to you as such?" The Shire alien did his usual display of averting his gaze and lowering his head. "I don't know. I guess. I'm not really used to it. I've never been referred to as a brother figure before." The second oldest held a grin almost smug with confidence, finding the other's response sweet in a way. These aliens really were no different from humans, huh? Besides, Ichimatsu continued suddenly. "It's as I said, you're not going to be feeling so nice towards me for long." "Do as you need to," Choromatsu said with an accepting sigh, still wearing his cool smile. "I'll behave." "Then, we're ready to begin." Ichimatsu turned to his companion, the biologist, and exchanged a few words in a language Choromatsu couldn't understand. The man simply observed as they interacted with one another, seeing as the biologist opened up a holographic interface. Then, it stepped closer to him and grabbed his pants by the hem. As the alien's fingers brushed along Choromatsu's skin, he shivered. These creatures always seemed so cold. He swallowed and stared down as the alien pulled his pants down to his hips, still covering his privates but resting much lower than what was comfortable. So they were going to need access to his whole torso, huh? Ichimatsu turned and called out to another scientist, cueing the other to mess with buttons on a computer in order to trigger the next event. It was a small, square panel in the ceiling across the room from them that caught Choromatsu's attention. He watched as it slid open, and down floated a testing tube. This testing tube, it was a little different from what he had seen in Sci-Fi movies. It was about 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter tall, making it appear stubby for a tube despite being a perfect shape. The outer containment field was thin and clear, though the liquid residing inside was a deep, translucent purple color reminiscent of goo. The creature inside the testing tube was unsettling enough from afar, but even more so as the chamber floated closer towards he and the scientists. It moved smoothly through the air before stopping directly above Choromatsu, less than 1 meter above head. It eclipsed the glaring examination lights shining down on the human specimen, creating for him an ominous perspective. It was becoming all too real, the strange alien testing about to make way. Choromatsu squinted, blinded by the leaking light around the floating chamber. The organism inside was a strange, pulsating mass in a spherical form. A few appendages spotting its surface wriggled aimlessly through the fluid it was submersed in, and its soft, fleshy construct reminded the man of some sort of severed brain, though it was much bigger than one. There were no visible eyes, mouth, nose, ears, or anything indicative of true sentience or awareness of its physical environment, making Choromatsu wonder if it was more of a biodevice than an actual animal. Overall, it looked disgusting. The biologist reached up and pressed a button on the floating testing tube, causing the liquid inside to begin to drain into seemingly non-existence. Once it was empty, the chamber flickered and vanished into thin air, confirming Choromatsu's suspicions that its confines were not of tangible makings. Once the organism was freed, it remained floating in place. Having just been soaked in liquid, the thing was dripping wet, and all the watery, purple goop dripped right onto Choromatsu's bare skin, one drop even landing on his cheek. He grimaced, an increasing sense of alarm bubbling in his chest. With a swallow, he spoke up, his confident facade wavering. "Now not that I'm afraid or anything, but, what is that?" he asked, unable to take his eyes off the globulous conglomeration of fleshy horrors oozing in fluid. Don't worry about it, Ichimatsu mumbled dismissively, reaching into a nearby drawer and digging through in search of something. You saying that is so ominous? Choromatsu replied in a breathy whisper. My, what happened to all that optimism you had just a minute ago? It's still there, he tried to assure not just the doctor, but himself. I'm sure this won't be so bad, aha. From the drawer Ichimatsu had opened, he withdrew 2 items. The first appeared to be some sort of electronic probe with a long, thin needle sticking out the end. He approached the floating biodevice with this tool and carefully reached up, slipping the tip of the needle in through the breathing body. Slowly, he pressed the needle deeper and deeper, finally stopping once the probe was securely in place. Then, he opened up a holographic screen from the probe and adjusted the settings before triggering something new. The organism twitched, then expelled some sort of substance from its very top. A thin, liquid wall came sinking down on all sides like the curve of a rainbow, creating a large bubble that encapsulated Choromatsu and the 2 aliens entirely. The liquid itself was of indigo color and translucent, significantly dimming the area in which the scientists worked. If he hadn't felt like he was in danger, Choromatsu might have thought the low lighting was peaceful in a way. As the organism created the containment field around them, it also released from all over its body small, wriggling, tube-like structures. Choromatsu still had no idea what he could possibly be in for. Ichimatsu turned his focus from the floating organism back to Choromatsu, holding in his hands the second object he'd withdrawn from the drawer. This one was in the shape of an alien gun with a tiny needle at the end, along with a clear barrel ready to house its next foreign sample. Ichimatsu approached Choromatsu with this, taking the human by his hair and manually turning his head away to give access to his neck. And this? What is this? He questioned in a more pleading tone. Just taking a bit of blood, that's all, answered the doctor. Hold still. Choromatsu let out a gasp as the short needle was buried into his neck. At first, he shut his eyes tight, not wanting to look at what was happening. Then, after a few short moments, he opened them once more and glanced over with his head still pinned in place. He watched as the previously empty barrel filled with his blood, splashing inside and tainting it red. It was unsettling. It didn't take more than 10 seconds or so for Ichimatsu to obtain the needed amount. He let go of Choromatsu's hair and removed the needle, taking the device in his hands and detaching the vial with the blood sample. He then set the empty gun aside and, with the glass vial closed off by a cap and prong, jabbed the end of it into the floating biodevice above. The organism lurched as it analyzed the sample. Choromatsu could only lie and watch as it pulsated and rippled while working. Soon, it appeared to finish. To indicate this, it suddenly expelled even more tubes from its body that floated quietly in wait. The biologist reached out and took one of the tubes, examining it in its hands as Ichimatsu brought 2 fingers to the right side of Choromatsu's pelvis. The cold touch again made him shiver. He watched observantly, helplessly as Ichimatsu felt around his body, looking for a particular spot between his hip and stomach. Then, he nodded to his companion and reached out. The biologist nodded back and handed the other the tube it was holding. Now, with the tube in hand, Ichimatsu reached down and pressed the tip of it against Choromatsu's skin. His stomach jerked as he felt the living appendage wriggle deeper against him, pressing into his body. It was like a finger pushing against him, desperately trying to break through. It only took a few seconds for something strange to happen. There was no tear in skin, no poke or intrusion, nothing to cause him bodily alarm. Instead, it simply phased through like water during osmosis. The gentle diffusion was painless, but it felt odd for sure. As Ichimatsu let go of the tube, the tip remained embedded within Choromatsu's lower abdomen, almost fused with his body. How did that? He wanted to question the sciences behind everything he was seeing, but there were just too many of them. Ichimatsu was handed a second tube at this time. He pulled it down from the creature and set it beside the first, allowing it to work on instinct and bury into his skin. Choromatsu winced at the bizarre sensation, feeling again the tube diffuse through his skin and into his body. As with the first, it stopped moving once it was settled. Now finished with the right side, Ichimatsu wandered around the testing table and began tracing the left side of Choromatsu's hip. He held his hand out and was given another tube by the biologist. This one seemed a little more excitable in that it squirmed rowdily, and was a bit bigger in diameter. Ichimatsu again proceeded to guide the tube to the correct spot on the human's body, where it began to dig. Choromatsu grimaced, noting its difference in strength and eagerness and feeling rather grossed out. Within moments it settled and began to seep through his skin, fusing with the flesh around and calming down significantly. Now, Choromatsu was physically connected to this gruesome bio-device. And this was just the beginning. With Ichimatsu now carefully examining the tubes and making sure each one had merged adequately, the second alien scientist turned its attention from the bio-device to Choromatsu. It reached to the side and grabbed an ordinary black marker. With a pop, the lid came off and the alien leaned it. It loomed over Choromatsu, staring down briefly into his eyes before trailing down his stomach and stopping just below his navel. Then, it planted a large, black dot no more than a centimeter from his midsection. With dramatic movements, the alien lifted the marker and pressed again in a spot about 2 centimeters away. It lifted again and pressed the marker a third time, having now created 3 black dots in the shape of a perfect triangle below his belly button. Choromatsu watched curiously as the alien twisted the marker with its fingers, aiming the finer tip down before giving 3 gentle strokes, connecting the black dots. With its triangular symbol complete, it moved down to Choromatsu's side about 6 centimeters away. Here, it began a dotted, vertical line that surpassed the triangle in length. It finished this line and moved on to the other side quickly, creating a perfectly symmetrical dotted line on Choromatsu's other side. It was at this point that Choromatsu realized what he might have been looking at: surgical incision markers. His chest raised with a shaky breath as he stared on in horror, allowing the realization to sink in before turning to Ichimatsu desperately. "Ha hey, Ichimatsu!" he practically cried out. "Are those lines, they're not for, like, cutting me open, right?" "Don't panic, but yes." Ichimatsu answered flatly without even looking up from the tubes he was examining. "We'll be making a small opening in your lower abdomen. You won't feel a thing." Eh? Choromatsu's terror rose with every second as beads of sweat formed on his temple. "You're actually doing that? I thought you weren't going to hurt me." "We aren't hurting you, it's going to be painless. You won't suffer, and there won't be any detrimental or long-term consequences as a result of this procedure. I'm not okay with you cutting me open." He huffed. "I didn't realize this was something you were going to do." Hush, the other tutted. "Don't trigger your fight or flight. Just relax and let us work." "How do I relax like this?" The man tested the strength of the bands pinning him to the table, finding that they were impeccably secure. "This is terrifying. I'm not going to be able to sedate you during this process, so you have to keep yourself together," commanded Ichimatsu. "If you panic, you're in for a hell of a time." I. Choromatsu was speechless. What could he even say? What could be done at this moment to stop what was happening? He was at the mercy of the aliens working over his body like a cadaver. His will had no impact on the outcome of the situation. He could hardly move, let alone fight. Everything that was happening, it was all too real. It was all too sudden, and he was all too powerless. At this time, Ichimatsu finished his thorough examination and pulled out a glass bottle. Inside was a clear gel-like substance, and he wasted no time unscrewing the lid and pouring it into the palm of his hand. He allowed a copious amount to pile up before setting it aside and turning to Choromatsu. Then, he leaned in and spread the entire handful over the man's stomach. "Yeah." Choromatsu jolted as the wet, ice-cold gel was massaged deep into his front with 2 hands. Ichimatsu made sure to spread it nicely, seemingly unbothered by the excess trickling over the edge of the man's hips and pooling onto the table below. The alien left no area untouched, feeling around roughly as if he were searching for something buried within his abdomen. His fingertips pressed deep into his flesh, feeling out each vulnerable area and getting a good sense of his basic anatomical construct. To Choromatsu, it almost seemed like the guy was trying to feel for his organs. Was that something someone could just do? It made him anxious to think about, considering he knew what was coming. Ichimatsu thoroughly investigated Choromatsu's body for a good minute before lifting his hands and wiping them clean using a nearby towel. Choromatsu looked down at his body, eyeing the tubes and drawings and slick exterior of his stomach from whatever kind of gel Ichimatsu had rubbed onto him. If he hadn't looked like a lab rat before, he certainly did now. Ichimatsu waved a hand over Choromatsu's abdomen. He held his fingers in a particular position as his hand glided across without touching, triggering the technology embedded within the gel to activate like magic. Light waves bloomed from the watery substance and formed a 3D holographic model of what was clearly the human's insides, detailed and constructed immaculately for the scientists to see. Choromatsu only spared it a glance before turning his head away. He didn't want to look. The poor man couldn't keep his attention elsewhere forever. As Ichimatsu appeared preoccupied with the settings of the holographic model, the biologist loomed in closer to Choromatsu and reached forward. Its long fingers slid up the human's jawline, grabbing him by the face and positioning him so he had no choice but to stare up into its unsettling gaze. With one of its other hands and without taking its eyes off the specimen, it then retrieved a tool Choromatsu had never seen before, one that Osomatsu himself was quite familiar with. It was a flashlight-shaped device with a screen on its end, and it didn't look too scary by itself. It wasn't until the alien pressed the screen against the side of Choromatsu's temple that something began to happen. At the sound of a foreign word uttered and a simple click, the man found his mouth opening into what he initially thought was some sort of sudden yawn. It wasn't until the yawn didn't end that he realized something else was triggering his jaw to move. He blinked in surprise, finding that no matter how hard he tried to close his mouth, his muscles disobeyed him. It was being kept open by an unseeable force, a force he had no control over whatsoever. It startled him at first, but he was able to calm by reminding himself that whatever was happening was supposed to be happening, it was the aliens doing. It was okay. With Choromatsu's mouth open for the scientist, it reached in with a gloved hand and began poking around inside. It analyzed the man's tongue and gums for a moment, spreading his saliva around messily before pulling over a dropper tool full of a clear red liquid. The biologist then used a finger and a thumb to flatten Choromatsu's tongue and turn it outward, readying the dropper tool over it. With the smallest squeeze, the tool dispensed a single droplet onto the human's tongue. Choromatsu winced but found the taste itself wasn't particularly bad, just unexpected. A few more drops were applied over his taste buds before the scientist let go of Choromatsu entirely, pulling back the device previously pressed against his head and returning muscular control back to the host. As the biologist removed its dirted glove and took care of the dropper, Choromatsu smacked his lips a few times and allowed the substance to settle. He wasn't sure what he had just been fed, but could only tell himself it was fine. It was fine. This was fine. Whatever was going to happen, it was going to be fine. By now, Ichimatsu had finished examining the transparent model and, with a single swipe, sent it back into non-existence. He then spoke up, talking to his companion in their shared language while making gestures and referring to the floating accumulation of flesh still floating above. The biologist was receptive to his words and nodded before turning and accessing a computer interface NEET, keeping itself occupied as the next phase of their procedure was set into motion. Ichimatsu reached up and began messing with the probe inserted in the bio-device, switching settings and modes and triggering something new. As the brainless organism was coerced, from its side a new appendage squiggled to freedom of fresh air. It was similar to the tubes connected to Choromatsu's hips but was just a tad bit thicker. Ichimatsu turned to Choromatsu whilst holding the moving worm-like bio-device, and Choromatsu was able to get a better look at it. Its smooth exterior glistened in the moist mucus-like substance it was coated in, and all along its sides were soft flagella-like tendrils resembling squishy hairs, spotted around with no pattern in frequency. The end, or rather what appeared to be the head, had a large and permanently open circular mouth like some sort of fish. For small, shiny, black dots could be seen speckled evenly on either side of its face, resembling beady little eyes like an insect. It was creepy to look at and quite the disgusting little thing, and Choromatsu didn't like the way Ichimatsu was holding it over him. Okay, human, Ichimatsu began, staring down at him ominously. Open wide. Ha! Choromatsu practically felt his stomach turn upside down, his eyes going wide as an overwhelming sense of revulsion overtook his body. He grimaced, eyeing the perfectly black spheres for eyes this bio-device wore. Wait, no. No way. No. No. Ichimatsu stepped closer, holding up the restless, worm-like appendage over him. You said you'd be a good specimen for me, didn't you? I did, yeah. But just looking at the fleshy, moisture-coated mandibles around the organism's mouth wave and wriggle made Choromatsu want to vomit. He wasn't usually the type grossed out by bugs, but this alien tube creature was something completely foreign to him. It looked so alive, so squirmy, and sickening. Not to mention the fact that the one holding it was now commanding him to open his mouth. I don't know if I can do this. He gulped. There's nothing for you to do, it'll act on its own, Ichimatsu said. That makes this even more unsettling, the other winced. Ichimatsu, be honest, is that thing going down my throat? It shouldn't hurt, assured the alien, petting the mindless organism and demonstrating the string of wet fluid that stuck to his fingertip. It'll go down nicely. He gave another hard swallow. I'm on the verge of breaking. I can't keep this up, please don't let that thing near me. Choromatsu, the other sang pitifully, looking down at him from above. He tried to comfort the other with a smile, but his expression unintentionally came off as more of a dark grin, one you'd only see in sadists. He wasn't very good at being reassuring. It's okay. He reached over with his free hand and slipped his fingers through the petrified man's hair, caressing him. We'll do it quickly. Ha. Choromatsu could only respond with a terrified, breathy moan as he trembled, unable to take his eyes off the creature. Ha. Don't bite, now. Still holding onto the human by his hair, Ichimatsu leaned in close with the insect-like organism. Choromatsu's lower eyelids raised in horror as he watched helplessly. He observed as the head squirmed tirelessly, its little appendages rolling and waving. It was brought closer to his lips until finally, it happened. It caught Choromatsu off guard at first. Despite the creature's size, it was incredibly fast. Detecting its soon-to-be host before it lurched forward like lightning and, with surprising force, buried itself vehemently into Choromatsu's mouth. It pulled its lengthy body deep towards the back of his tongue, mixing its juices with his saliva and causing Choromatsu's mouth to fly open in a disgusted choke. He retched and gasped, useless under the restraints as the worm squirmed violently to get inside of him. He hiccuped and coughed, completely immobile while experiencing the sensation of a rather large biodevice digging itself deeper and deeper down the back of his throat like a mindless machine. Once it reached the esophagus, there was little to stop it from wriggling deeper and deeper down the hatch. Choromatsu could feel every twitch and movement of the tube as it worked to fit through the restricted opening of his insides. He could feel its cold body reach further and further down the inside of his chest, causing him to heave uncontrollably. Adrenaline was pumping through his veins now as he desperately gagged and gasped for air. The process itself wasn't painful, but his body's instinctual reaction to it was. Within moments, Choromatsu could feel the head of the worm land in his stomach, entering more of itself within the confines and curling up and around its walls. It squirmed wildly for a few more moments inside this fleshy chamber, and the man was sure the foreign movement could be seen by the aliens on his bare abdomen. Once enough of the biodevice had made it inside, it finally seemed to settle and rest. Choromatsu heaved, panting noisily for air as he physically processed the traumatic ordeal he was just forced to undergo. It was invasive having such a large and eager worm now sitting from the pit of his stomach all the way up and out of his mouth, and his body was yet to fully calm down. Although it had stopped moving, the man could feel a sickening pulsation thumping every few seconds like a raw heartbeat. Having seen the creature's beady little eyes and gaping mouth beforehand, he felt absolutely ill knowing it had settled comfortably inside of him. It took him a minute to catch his breath and ease his alarming panic. He stared up at the ceiling beyond the floating biodevice and took in the sensations around him, doing no more a daunting task than simply breathing. He didn't have the energy for anything more. He was physically and mentally tired, and they hadn't even cut him open yet. Now, more than ever, he felt like a lab rat. Ichimatsu turned his attention to the biodevice above, once more accessing the probe and submitting the next instruction. As a prisoner without sentience, the biodevice obeyed. It dispensed a green chemical into the worm-like tube, allowing the small amount to begin to travel towards Choromatsu's mouth. The man glanced down faintly, dazed, watching as the liquid substance moved up through the tube resting over his chest, and then into his mouth. After the hell he had just been through, this did little to faze him. He rested as the liquid was pushed down through the tube in his esophagus, then into his stomach. Once it reached the worm's head, it spat the watery chemical into Choromatsu's stomach, coating the lining in preparation for what they were about to do next. You, still doing okay? Choromatsu blinked, bringing himself back into the present moment as Ichimatsu spoke up. He glanced the alien's way curiously, noting the distanced look in his eyes despite asking the question. It was almost as if Ichimatsu wanted to care but didn't know how. That, or he was trying to make up for Choromatsu's absence. Right, Choromatsu. The one who opted out of attending this procedure. Choromatsu wasn't sure his exact reasonings, but he could see why he himself wouldn't have wanted to come. This was borderline torture. Actually, it was real torture. He was strapped down to a testing table where an alien tube creature had squirmed down his throat, and he was probably going to receive a few surgical incisions soon. Although he'd technically consented, it was dubious. He really didn't have a choice at the end of the day. It was more like he'd convinced everyone he consented in order to cope with the fact that there was nothing he could do to stop it. He just wanted to remain strong and unfazed. That being said, he wished dearly Choromatsu had come for the emotional support. Choromatsu gave a swallow, feeling his throat close uncomfortably around the pulsating tube as he allowed these thoughts to pass. I'm hanging in there, he finally replied tiredly. That's good. Good human, Ichimatsu praised monotonously. If you keep behaving, I'll give you a treat. Thanks. Choromatsu did a deep inhale, then slow exhale as he came to terms once more with his current situation. Oh. Are you going to cut me open now? You're really scared about that, aren't you? Of course I am. The man made eye contact with the alien, sending him a worried look. This is all extremely scary for me. Well, no, he exhaled. Not yet. We still have a couple things to do. What's next? Ichimatsu turned and exchanged a few brief words with the biologist before returning to the probe inserted in the floating mass. He began typing into it as he spoke. Like before, this won't be painful for you, so just relax, he instructed. You can even close your eyes if you want. I don't think I'm comfortable keeping my eyes closed, Choromatsu remarked in a shaky tone. Your choice. At this time, Ichimatsu finished inputting his command and set the next task into motion. Choromatsu watched as the blob above head twitched before secreting something strange into the tube that was positioned down his throat. He wasn't sure what it was, but he didn't like it. Down from the mass came another, then a third. Each item of secretion was a black bulge in the translucent tube that looked squishy to the touch. The bulges themselves stretched the interior as they traveled along slowly, holding a spherical or oval shape. Their tedious movement through the duct made it all the more ominous. And he dared to ask. These, what are these? Well, Ichimatsu paused. They have parasitic nature, but they won't do you any bodily harm. Parasitic? He nearly choked. Yeah. These bioparasitic organisms have been manipulated into compatibility with your biology and will be able to thrive within your organs. Ha! Ichimatsu lifted the tube as he watched them gradually move along, getting closer and closer to Choromatsu. The green solvent you've been made to ingest will trigger these eggs to metamorphose into their larva form, hatching into a new life whose prime directive was designed under our will. With these, we're able to deeply investigate the inner workings of the body of any animal. Ichimatsu! Choromatsu screamed out, flying into a panic all over again. No way. There's no way I can do this. Here we go. Ichimatsu let go of the tube and reached over, once more attempting to comfort Choromatsu by petting his hair. Calm yourself, human. With the tube already down your throat, you're not going to make it any harder for the eggs to reach your stomach. I don't want. Wait, help, A million thoughts were running through the man's mind and he found it hard to form a coherent sentence. His breathing had significantly quickened as the black bulges traveled up his chest in a never-slowing countdown. So seriously? No. Let it happen, the alien cooed in his dark voice, still petting his hair. Getting yourself riled up will do you no good. No, stop it. He pleaded. I don't want an alien parasite. I don't want to be here. I take back everything I've said. Just let me go. Hush, the other uttered, his undertone turning the command into more of a warning. I actually told you what was happening this time so you weren't clueless. Don't make me regret it. Ichimatsu. By now, the first of the 3 eggs were just about at his lips. He was freaking out, unable to calm as the crisis became more and more urgent. He glanced up at Ichimatsu, then back down at the black, squishy item inside the tube before deciding it was time to act out. With all his strength, Choromatsu suddenly bit down on the tube, blocking the egg from progressing any further. Gawk. His eyes went wide as, the instant he chomped, the living tube-like worm responded by squirming violently, both outside his body and inside. He choked and gagged, still keeping his jaw shut tight as the worm viciously flung itself around in his stomach and esophagus. It was almost painful how much the creature was desperately thrashing about inside of him, but he didn't want to let go. He was too scared of being forced to swallow the eggs. Ichimatsu's eyes narrowed as he watched not only the tube squirming wildly, but the floating mass itself jerking and twitching. He growled and tightened his grip on Choromatsu's hair, hurting him in the process. Oi! He yelled, instantly enraged. No, bad. Let go. The biologist stepped back, surprised by Choromatsu's bite and the biodevice's frantic response. It turned to Ichimatsu quickly. What the hell? The Potentiman's device, hand me the Potentiman's device. Ordered Ichimatsu, not wasting a second. The biologist immediately complied, withdrawing the flashlight-shaped tool that it had used earlier to force Choromatsu's mouth open. Ichimatsu took it from his companion and, still roughly holding onto the specimen's hair, pressed it against his temple. Open your mouth, he commanded sternly. With that, there was a click. The instant Choromatsu heard the noise, something changed. An unseeable force began slowly prying his jaw open, completely against his will. His own muscles were working against him and he couldn't fight back. It was a struggle, but within moments his mouth started to open into a forced yawn. The moment his teeth were wide enough for the egg to begin passing through, tears began to trickle down the sides of the man's face. Ichimatsu huffed for air, softening his grip on Choromatsu's hair as he held the device in place. He looked down at the crying creature blankly as he caught his breath, having lost it in the moment of alarm. There. He breathed. If you bite down on the biodevice again, you will be punished. Choromatsu let out an airy whimper, keeping his tearful eyes shut tight as he felt the bulge enter into his mouth. He could feel as it slowly crawled down to the back of his tongue, then the back of his throat. Once it reached this point, Choromatsu's diaphragm convulsed once without consent. He thought he was going to throw up. He wanted to throw up. But, for some reason, he just couldn't. It wasn't working. The egg continued on down his esophagus, followed by the 2 others equally spaced behind. As the lump sank closer towards his stomach, it almost felt no different from him swallowing something normally, aside from the pulsating exterior around the eggs, that is. He felt incredibly ill at the thought that he was being fed living parasitic organisms that were going to hatch inside his stomach. It made his stomach hurt. He felt nauseous. Soon, Choromatsu's stomach felt just a little bit fuller. The slimy eggs were spat out by the living tube, mixing with stomach acid and the solvent previously dispensed. It was only a few seconds when the first egg began to squirm, coming to life and popping out of the membranic shell as a black lava. Then, the other 2 followed. Choromatsu could almost feel it happening inside of him. It was an absolute nightmare. As the large parasite settled within his stomach grossly, Ichimatsu finally released the human from his hold and allowed the man to shut his mouth. Choromatsu let out an exhale, though it was hardly relieved. He panted for air, keeping his eyes shut tight as the tears continued flowing. Why did you do this to me? He whispered, completely broken and defeated. Why did you do this? As I said. Ichimatsu turned and sent nonverbal cues to his partner as he spoke. It's just to further study you. The parasites aren't going to hurt you. Ha. Choromatsu slowly opened his eyes and stared up at the ceiling, looking ill and rather pale. I don't feel good, he said. Someone help. You don't feel good because you let yourself start to panic, the alien pointed out. This is why I don't tell you humans anything. If you hadn't known we were planting parasitic eggs in your stomach, you'd be blissfully ignorant and totally fine. You wouldn't have felt a thing. He reached into a nearby drawer and began digging through it as he added, "It's better you're aware of this, though. It gets complicated keeping something like this a secret from you. Besides, Choromatsu insisted I let you know." He did, huh? Still looking up with a feeble expression, he processed this information while trying desperately to distract himself from what was going on in his stomach. Choromatsu, so he was the one who requested he be informed about the parasites. He wondered why Choromatsu would do this. Did he gain anything from allowing Choromatsu to know? Or was this more about the aliens being fair and honest with him? He could see that being the case, though considering what exactly this knowledge pertained to, he wasn't sure if he was grateful. Perhaps it would have been better on his mental state if he knew nothing at all. Choromatsu let out a deep sigh, trying his best to calm himself from the ordeal and not think about the next one, as he knew they were far from over. "I wish Choromatsu were here," he whispered desperately. Ichimatsu briefly paused what he was doing, taking a moment to process what the man said. He sent an unreadable glance Choromatsu's way while remaining silent. Although he felt Choromatsu was just being dramatic, as all humans seem to be rather dramatic, it wasn't like he enjoyed causing the animals discomfort. He wasn't trying to be sadistic in any way, he was just doing his job. Giving emotional support to the specimens wasn't part of his work. That being said, he didn't want to be a bad doctor or anything. It was also kind of pitiful seeing the animal long for its behaviorist, not too dissimilar to a pup seeking its mother for comfort. At least, that was how Ichimatsu saw it. Although there wasn't quite empathy for this creature, he did feel sorry for it to an extent. He wasn't a monster. Finally, Ichimatsu did a deep breath in and stood up straight, approaching Choromatsu whilst holding something he had dug out from a drawer. Choromatsu sent him an exhausted glance as he loomed over him, staring down with his usual empty stare. "Choromatsu," he began softly. "We're moving on to the next half of this procedure. I want you to remain calm and submissive. Do not fight it anymore." Choromatsu rolled his head back tidily. "Don't want you guys cutting me open." "You won't feel anything," the alien assured. "Anne, you can talk to me while the biologist and I work. That is, to distract yourself." He gave a shaky exhale, hesitating for a long time. "I appreciate that. Now, hold still." Choromatsu shot the other a panicked look, but calmed upon seeing that the alien was holding what appeared to be nothing more than a small button. Ichimatsu reached his hand forward, the button sticking to his index finger as he pressed it against the tip of Choromatsu's nose. When he released, the button stayed put and activated. Choromatsu watched as it created around both his nose and mouth a clear, bubble-like structure. He figured it was some sort of oxygen mask and accepted its presence, taking a few gentle breaths as he adjusted. Ichimatsu brought a hand down to Choromatsu's torso, tracing his fingers down his front until he reached the man's lower abdomen. He pinched his stomach and glanced Choromatsu's way. "Can you feel anything?" he asked. "I can't, no," Choromatsu answered, just now realizing his entire stomach had gone numb beneath the clear gel. "Good." Choromatsu looked down, watching fearfully as the scientists prepared their next order of business. The biologist slipped on a few clear surgical gloves as Ichimatsu wrote a note into his computer. The two minced a few words with one another before they were finally ready to begin. Choromatsu's eyes widened in horror as the biologist lifted from a nearby counter what appeared to be some foreign, colorful scalpel. The blade itself glowed neon and seemed to be made of some sort of plasmic, energy-based structure. Sweat began to trickle down the man's face as he watched the tool loom closer over his stomach. I can't do this," he cried out in growing panic. "Please, don't." He struggled against the restraints desperately, his breathing becoming rapid. Fuck, he was actually about to be dissected, wasn't he? He felt dizzy at the thought. Ichimatsu gave a discouraged frown as he watched the specimen quiver and cry helplessly. He sighed and walked forward, reaching his hands out and slipping them against the man's cheeks as he stepped behind him. Standing now at the end of the testing table, He looked directly down into Choromatsu's eyes, lifting the man's face so he couldn't see what was about to take place. Choromatsu stared back, his large, brown eyes glistening with fear. "Don't look," the doctor ordered. "If you don't look, you won't even know what's happening." I. The poor, trembling man could barely utter any words. "Promise me that you won't look," he commanded. "Can you do that?" "I can do that," nodded the other. "Very good," Ichimatsu praised, rubbing his thumb back and forth against the man's cheek softly. "Remind me, what were those things you were spouting on about earlier?" "Something about you being brave and humble." Yes, Choromatsu tried to smile, practically in tears. "I am a brave and humble man for enduring such a harrowing sacrifice, aren't I?" "Yes, that's it," the alien hummed. "There you go. Most men of normal stature wouldn't be able to go through with something like this." He reasoned, still on the verge of breaking down. "Why, I'm an inspiration. A savior." Millimeter, that's right," Ichimatsu played along. "You're doing your fellow humans proud." "Yeah, I am." Choromatsu gave a dry swallow, sweat still pouring down the sides of his temple. "Are you going to start now?" "We've already started," he stated matter-of-factly. "What?" Before Choromatsu could look down at the state of his lower abdomen, Ichimatsu slid his fingers over the man's eyes. Now, you promised not to look," he tutted. "You've already." "Yes, and you don't feel a thing, correct?" "I mean..." Choromatsu's teeth were chattering so hard that he struggled to speak. Yeah, that's true." "So, what are you so afraid of?" "Just the concept of everything that's happening to me right now." He gave a big, anxious huff. "I have a living tube down my throat, I can feel weird movement inside my stomach, and now I know I've already been cut open. This is all scary." With the raise in Choromatsu's volume, Ichimatsu shushed him and pet his hair, still keeping a hand over his eyes. At the same time, he brought his 4 extra alien arms into existence, reaching over the man and helping the biologist work. "Yosh, Choromatsu," he commanded. "Remember your sacrifice. Remember your very special role as our human specimen." In a whimpering voice, he repeated those words of comfort. "My role, as a human specimen, it's very special." "Yes, it's an honor, right?" Choromatsu paused for a long time. He pursed his lips in a discouraged frown, thinking hard before opening his mouth to speak again. "Ichimatsu," he began slowly. "I want you to be honest with me." Ichimatsu tilted his head and raised an intrigued brow. "What's this about?" "With you and I being so different," the second oldest started. "What do you see when you look at me?" "What do I see?" The purple Matsu blinked. "What kind of a question is that?" "Me, being here on a testing table, being experimented on. What do you see me as?" He reiterated. "Well..." Ichimatsu glanced the other way and mumbled. "I see you as a human." "And what does that entail?" "That's a painfully obvious question," he answered. "I don't know what kind of an answer you're expecting, but I see you as what you are, an animal." "Just an animal, huh?" Choromatsu gave a shaky, yet discouraged sigh. "A test subject. An object. You, really, truly don't see me as anything more. Why is this a surprise to you?" Ichimatsu huffed. "This is something we've been over countless times. It's simply what you are." "If..." He hesitated thoughtfully. "If that's the case then, what do you think I see you as?" Ichimatsu furrowed his brow and cocked his head, puzzled by such a question coming from his specimen. "I haven't really thought about that," he mumbled. "I guess the point of Choromatsu and I taking on your form would be to trick you into seeing us as no different from another human, as one of your own. But I know you know what we really are. With that being said, I don't know how you view me." "I see you as a person," Choromatsu said. "I see you as one because of the way you interact with us." You're capable of complex communication. You have deep and meaningful emotions. Your cognitive abilities are outstanding. You have a culture and a society, and your people are so advanced in technology. And even if you don't want to admit it, I know you're capable of recognizing the morality of your actions. Choromatsu is proof of that. All these things, do they not sound like what you would identify as a person instead of an animal? That kind of reasoning is flawed, Ichimatsu replied. All of those things, they exist within many animals. It's a spectrum. In that case, assuming I am indeed nothing more than an animal, what makes you any different from a creature like me? Ichimatsu's brow wrinkled deeper as he paused. A question such as this, it left him both curious and confused. He found he didn't have an immediate answer and struggled to find anything to say. Because to me, Choromatsu continued. Even though you may look different from us, I see more similarities than differences. It's just. The alien looked away, squinting uncomfortably. It's a matter of significance. Your life is less significant than ours. Your existence is smaller. By what measurement? He asked. The fourth eldest thought for a moment. The spectrum. Animals are low on the spectrum, and people are high. And? Choromatsu frowned. Why did you decide humans were so low on the spectrum? Ichimatsu swallowed as a twinge of anxiety flickered in his chest. Look, I don't want to talk about this anymore, he said. Why not? The man was a little surprised. Well. Hearing this creature spout questions with dubious answers, it made Ichimatsu uncomfortable. His pride didn't want to believe anything other than what had been indoctrinated into him from a young age. Having his personal beliefs threatened was a fearful thing, and he didn't want to question it. He was afraid to. It was dangerous. Teetering slightly on his feet, Ichimatsu glanced back down at the specimen. Let's just talk about something else. Being brought back from their short yet immersive conversation, Choromatsu bit his lip nervously. How much longer until you guys are done? It won't be long, Ichimatsu answered. We're already halfway done. Just hang in there. What's happening after this? He asked. Is there more you're going to do to me? For now? No, stated the other. After we close you back up, we're going to meet up with Choromatsu and the other human to get you two fed. We skipped your last meal, and Osomatsu is going to have to eat after the blood work they're doing so he doesn't pass out. Okay. The man uttered in a slight whimper. Just hold on a little longer. And, take it easy afterwards. Ichimatsu and Choromatsu exchanged few words after that. Several minutes went by before the procedure was finally done. Ichimatsu removed his hand from over Choromatsu's eyes, and Choromatsu was able to look down at the work they had done. He could make out impeccably thin cuts down the dotted lines on his stomach, each one clean and sealed up perfectly. It was nice to see there wasn't a big mess. After that, the biologist and Ichimatsu worked to unhook Choromatsu from everything. The tubes in his sides were removed, along with the oxygen filled around his mouth. Then, the probe in the floating bio-device was worked with until the tube down Choromatsu's throat back to slink back up. He coughed and heaved as it left his esophagus and exited through his mouth, retreating back into the glob. That same glob eliminated the translucent field around the three, bringing them back into the regular testing room where they had to blink a few times for their eyes to adjust to the light. Finally, Choromatsu's restraints deactivated. Choromatsu sat up slowly, uneasily. He felt a foreign twitch within his stomach as he sat, immediately causing him to gag. Surprisingly, the spot of surgery didn't really hurt, though he was still careful as he got off the table. He put on his shirt and his muzzle and wristbands were activated. With that, they were ready to go meet up with the others, Choromatsu feeble and unwell the whole way. Intermission. Upon having been separated from his fellow human companion, Osomatsu was led through the facility to the feeding room by the lone alien in its natural form. The quiet entity opened the door and allowed the bound human to enter, where he was greeted by two more of those ghastly creatures. The door shut behind, and Osomatsu obediently sat in his usual spot at the table. Upon sitting, his wristbands briefly deactivated, allowing the man to bring his hands in front before activating once more. His muzzle vanished as well, and his ankle band snapped to the chair legs below. With that, he was ready to be fed. Without a single word spoken, a tray of food floated into the room by means of a transportation bubble and settled on the table before him. When it popped, Osomatsu was presented with the same old meal he and Choromatsu were always fed. The same bland, unappealing dog food. He let out a little sigh and began to eat. The room was eerily silent as Osomatsu consumed his meal. The three aliens were no better company than a bag of bricks, as they did nothing but stare wordlessly, hardly speaking even amongst themselves. It brought Osomatsu back to his earlier days at the facility when everything still felt so foreign to him. Before Choromatsu ever joined, he was the only human on this ship. Those days, these times, they were lonely. Even Choromatsu was better to have around than nothing. Wearing an empty expression, he raised his spoonful of goop and ate, his wrists still bound together. He had no real reason to smile, as there was no one around to entertain him. For some, these periods of serenity were a nice haven, but Osomatsu just saw them as boring and even a little sad. He craved interaction and was especially grateful for any sort of distraction from his current circumstances, that being a prisoner on an alien ship. It also didn't hurt to implement consistent reminders for the behaviorist to act and finally send them home. God, he wanted to go home. He missed his family and friends dearly. Here on the ship, he felt as though he were in a constant state of wait. If he wasn't waiting to be freed, he was waiting for his next meal, or for the next test, or for the next adventure he never felt was coming. During these periods of wait, he was only permitted to sleep or play with baby toys. It was boring to a torturous degree and he was incredibly sick of it. He didn't feel comfortable in his bedroom, it still felt like he didn't belong there. The bathroom wasn't his bathroom, it was the facilities. That mattress. It wasn't his, it was the facilities. The only thing he owned, his only bit of familiarity, was his red hoodie, and he didn't even have it right now. The aliens had taken it from him during their last swimming session, and he could only hope they just wanted to clean it before returning it back to him. As Osomatsu swallowed another bite, he could feel a tightness beginning to form in his chest. Having periods of loneliness also meant he was stuck dwelling in his own thoughts, and he didn't like it. There was that one fear that always crept up on him, something he refused to acknowledge even as a possibility, and that was the fact that there was no guarantee that he was ever going home again. He kept telling himself that he'd definitely be set free and that it would happen very soon. After all, Choromatsu had promised. Choromatsu promised to make sure he saw his family and friends again. He couldn't just take it back. The thought of being stuck here for the rest of his life made his chest hurt even more. Living as a test subject with every action of his and every movement controlled, undergoing consistent procedures that were often uncomfortable at best and traumatizing at worst, spending all hours of downtime sleeping from either boredom or from being drugged up, it was actually hell. He hated it. He wanted to fight back and be an absolute menace, but he still clung tightly to Choromatsu's promise. It was the only thing giving him hope. It was the only thing retaining his sanity. His homesickness alone was going to be the death of him. If he didn't just off himself, his body was probably going to slowly shut down from the pure agony of existing in this state. His very presence on this ship made him queasy and ill. He never realized how physical the ailment of homesickness really was. It was something he had always dismissed as a mental thing, but it was almost more akin to having the stomach flu without actually having the stomach flu. He felt nauseous and tired and nervous every time he thought about home. He just wanted to be there again. Osomatsu gave another small sigh as he finished up his meal. When the alien saw that he was done, the tray was taken and Osomatsu's restraints were adjusted. His ankles were freed, his wrists snapped together behind his back, and his muzzle reappeared as he stood, ready for his next instruction. One of the aliens gently placed a hand on his back, leading him along with care. Osomatsu obeyed the nonverbal cues and walked with the alien submissively, exiting the room and making their way down the hall. Osomatsu soon found himself entering what appeared to be a new testing area. There wasn't anything significant about it besides the fact that it wasn't their usual destination. He was walked forward until stopping before a testing table, where his wrists were released from their bound position. The alien, its hands still resting on the man's back, pushed him softly and patted the testing table twice to indicate sitting. Osomatsu huffed. They were going to do a test on him. Choromatsu was still nowhere to be seen. He had no idea what he was in for and didn't feel too comfortable complying so easily. The alien noticed Osomatsu's hesitation and stood up straight, glancing around the room for something. It then turned and opened up a cupboard, digging through it before pulling something out. It then returned to Osomatsu and patted on the testing table again, this time holding up what Osomatsu recognized as an alien treat. The alien was trying to bribe him to comply. Osomatsu pursed his lips, staring hard at the treat for a long time before giving an uneasy, yet accepting groan. He was probably going to regret this, but it didn't really matter how much he resisted. No matter what he did, he was going to end up on that table one way or another. He obliged to the alien's coercion and placed his hands on the table, lifting himself up and crawling onto it. The alien then pressed Osomatsu down to a laying position, allowing the bands around his wrists and ankles to activate and pin him down. Now, laying on his back, his muzzle disappeared and the treat was brought to his lips. He huffed stubbornly as he accepted the treat, opening his mouth and allowing the alien to pop it in. As soon as it was in, the muzzle reappeared over his mouth. Just as before, the treat itself tasted heavenly. As Osomatsu chewed the scrumptious, chocolatey morsel, he watched the alien bring over what appeared to be a full bag hanging from a stand, only designed with an alienistic touch. He raised a brow curiously, eyeing its contents. The liquid inside definitely looked like blood. Yikes. So, they were doing some sort of experimental blood transfusion. Was that his own blood in there? Or, maybe it was some sort of trial substitute. Whatever it was, he was certain it was going to end up inside of him one way or another. The alien took the tube connected to the suspicious bag and hooked it onto a catheter with a needle before turning back to Osomatsu. It leaned in and examined his arm, searching for a good vein. Once it had found one, it brought the needle close. Osomatsu swallowed his treat and grimaced at the sight. All he could do was brace himself. With a little pop and a small yelp, the tube was inserted and the transfusion had begun. The alien then left Osomatsu's side and wandered off to do its own thing, starting with typing at a holographic interface. Osomatsu stayed put patiently for a few minutes. He watched the aliens around him each doing their own miscellaneous work, leaving him alone entirely. It seemed like this was it. This was all that they were doing. It was surprisingly human. And humane. He felt no different from a patient at a hospital back on Earth. He stared up at the ceiling and blew a puff of air through his lips boredly, taking in the continuing silence. He had never gotten N4 before, but compared to some of their other procedures, this seemed relatively okay. He could deal with this. He just wished he had some form of entertainment. Intermission. Oh. The alien, sitting with his head down at a table, let out a sleepy groan as he slowly awoke from his much-needed nap. He lifted his face and stretched his arms, letting out a heavy yawn. He smacked his lips a couple times and glanced around. Ah, Choromatsu thought silently to himself. I'm in the break room. I must have dozed off without realizing it. He brought 2 hands to his face and massaged it, rubbing the wakefulness back into his system. He smacked his lips and hummed thoughtfully. Then, he blinked, detecting that he had an unread notification from the chip implant in his brain. He touched the side of his forehead, which brought up a holographic interface and messaging board. Of course, there was one new text. It was from Ichimatsu. It read, "Hey, I saw you sleeping and didn't want to wake you. I'm going to get started with Specimen BS procedure. Also, I think the hematologist wanted to introduce Specimen A's body with the prototype blood sample today. I'll meet you in the secondary testing room with him once I'm finished." Choromatsu's eyes went wide as he read this text. Fuck, he thought. He just left me here to sleep. Ichimatsu, why didn't you wake me up? How long was I out for? He tapped the side of his temple once more to close the screen and turned to his outer wrist, where a digital display of the time was shown over his skin. Seeing the time, he gave out a little sigh. Okay. Not as long as I feared, but still. Choromatsu scooted his chair out and stood from his seat, exiting the break room without haste. He hurried along through the halls, fixing his wispy hair and trying his best not to appear as disheveled as he really was. He tried to look awake and alert as he passed by coworkers, greeting them politely as they went on their way. Within a few minutes, Choromatsu soon arrived at the secondary testing room and opened the door. Shifting into his human form, he called out, "Osomatsu." "Ah." Choromatsu smiled upon seeing the human specimen strapped down to the testing table patiently, his expression neutral and without fuss. It was a relief to see that his coworkers didn't have trouble beginning the experiment without him. "I'm so sorry for my absence," he apologized as he strolled into the room, sending the hematologist a wave. "It's fine," Osomatsu shrugged uncaringly. "Glad you're back." "Yeah, I just got caught up in some work and lost track of time," the alien fibbed while scratching the back of his neck. "Hopefully me not being here didn't cause you too much distress." "Oh, you just got caught up in some work, huh?" Osomatsu lowered his eyelids, unamused by the other's dishonesty. "Yes, the higher-ups certainly keep us busy." The eldest looked him up and down skeptically and said, "You look pretty well rested after all that work." Choromatsu's cute smile vanished upon hearing this response. "Ah. Ichimatsu told you, didn't he?" "You don't have to lie to me, you know," Osomatsu told the younger. "I don't care that you were resting." You don't?" The green Matsu seemed genuinely surprised by this response. "Not at all. I couldn't care less, actually." "Huh?" Choromatsu looked down at the ground thoughtfully. "That's actually kind of nice to hear. Usually people expect so much of me. The standards for perfection are near impossible, it's exhausting." "Ichimatsu mentioned you've been exhausting yourself," Osomatsu noted. "I'm not going to get mad at you for passing out during your lunch or whatever. If you're tired, you're tired." Choromatsu sent the other an appreciative smile. "Yeah, I guess I've been working pretty hard lately. Maybe I should take a long break." Osomatsu averted his gaze and said nothing. Choromatsu waited a few seconds before continuing. "That would probably be good," he asserted. "It's not good that I'm overworking myself, right? A nice little vacation from all of this might be beneficial to my mental health, you know?" Osomatsu formed an unamused look, again opting not to say anything. "I just need to take some time for myself," he went on. "Get away from work, from this facility, from everything and just relax. That's what I need, right?" The human let out an exasperated huff. It was clear Choromatsu was digging for some sort of validation, some sort of justifiable reason or permission to get away for a while. It was kind of bothersome. Osomatsu finally glared back at the alien and said, "You can't expect me to agree with you while I'm sitting here pinned to an alien testing table with a muzzle on and a needle in my arm." "Ah, right, I can get you out of that." As Choromatsu walked over and deactivated the man's wristbands, ankle bands, and muzzle, Osomatsu muttered, "Yeah, thanks. I mean, I know you're tired, but I still want to go home." I know. Now completely freed, Osomatsu sat up with his legs in a crisscross position, looking at his arm and eyeing the catheter attached to him. "So, what are you doing here, anyway?" he questioned curiously. "Ichimatsu said you opted out of whatever he's doing with Choromatsu." "Right, yeah, I did," the other confirmed. "I'm just a little squeamish, is all." "Squeamish?" Osomatsu squinted at him strangely. "I don't remember you ever being squeamish about anything." "I mean..." Choromatsu pursed his lips as he tried to figure out the best way to word things. "I suppose it's just the way I view you humans as creatures. You have so much in common with my own people that I find myself relating to you more and more. That being said, I guess the thought of watching the biologist dissect one of you just makes me uncomfortable." "Eh?" The man leaned forward, expression tainted in shock. What? What the hell? You guys are cutting him open." "Oh, did Ichimatsu not forewarn you?" "Not at all." He grimaced nervously. "Is Choromatsu going to be okay?" Yes, he'll be okay." Choromatsu reassured. It's just a tiny little incision on his lower abdomen. I promise Choromatsu won't experience any pain. God, I hate it here, groaned the red Matsu. How long before you guys dissect me next? Don't worry about that right now, he comforted. Even if the higher-ups order some sort of surgery-related procedure for you, you and Choromatsu are completely safe here. Our practices are far from dangerous and not at all painful. I want to go home, he continued to whine. I miss being a normal human. Choromatsu frowned and glanced down, bringing his hands together with a slightly guilty look. He hesitated before making a natural shift in topics. Do you have many friends back home? He asked. Osomatsu plopped his head into his hand and looked up, thinking back. Yeah, I guess you could say I was pretty well liked, he sighed. It's like you keep saying, I'm a more social person, so making friends just comes naturally for me. Yeah? The alien's expression was brought back to a cheerful one. Then. What about that one human? He looked at the other with a blink. That human, the one we saw in your memories. Choromatsu grinned as he recalled the happier childhood memories he got to see of Osomatsu. You used to interact with someone who wore a pink dress and her hair in ponytails. Oh, you're talking about Totoko. So that's their name? He leaned in curiously. Are you two very close still? Yeah, we are. The smallest of smiles formed on Osomatsu's face as he began talking about one of his best friends. We've been together all throughout school. She comes from a family of fishmongers and is an aspiring idol. An aspiring idol, huh? Choromatsu brightened upon hearing this. I know. Just like that idol we saw on the TV back on Earth. Yeah, that's right. The man looked up dreamily, a tint of pink beginning to spread across his cheeks. Since she's in the idol business, she dresses super cute. She has a really fiery personality, too. Everything about her, her appearance, her voice, her temperament, it's all just adorable. Choromatsu blinked, his eyes going wide as he examined Osomatsu's face carefully. Osomatsu. He leaned in even further. This Totoko. Is this human a potential mate for you? Osomatsu's starry-eyed expression suddenly shifted into that of disgust. Geez, don't say it like that, he scorned, sticking out his tongue. But, it's true, right? The alien only seemed to be getting more and more excited and enthralled. This is a human you're infatuated by, correct? Osomatsu formed a pouty look and averted his gaze. Well, I mean. He mumbled, his voice getting quieter. I think, maybe, yeah, I like her. That's so fascinating to hear. Choromatsu brought his hands together as he envisioned all that it entailed. Makes me wonder about if she were brought here to this facility. It would be great to have a female specimen to examine, and studying the relationship between you two would be a marvel. We could even breed more humans. We'd get to study all that's involved with the human mating process, along with the female's pregnancy and the aftermath of birth. I wonder just how many humans come in a litter. Choromatsu. Osomatsu gave the other a pissed-off stare. If you abduct Totoko as a human specimen, I will actually kill you. Ha. Choromatsu's smile wavered. Right. Of course, why would we abduct her when I'm still trying to get you and Choromatsu back home? Right. He scratched the back of his head. I still think it's exciting to hear that you're actually in love with someone. It's very, what's the word? He grinned. Cute. Well, thanks, Osomatsu muttered. The emotion you're experiencing with Totoko is one I'm very unfamiliar with, myself, Choromatsu explained. I know what it's like to love a friend, but loving a partner is a little different, that is, based on what I've observed in other specimens. It requires a special type of commitment that you creatures are capable of. Many complex animals choose mates for life, and I suspect it's the same with humans. Well, we try, anyway, he shrugged. So you yourself never had any crushes, huh? I guess it makes sense. No crushes, but the friendships I made went a long way, the alien beamed. The friendships you made, huh? Osomatsu eyed the other skeptically. I know Ichimatsu was one of your childhood friends, but I was kind of under the impression that he was the only one. Did you actually manage to make other friends besides him? Huh? Choromatsu huffed, offended. Of course I made other friends. Really? Yes, I did, he reiterated firmly. Name one. Choromatsu grumbled, his eyelids lowered in irk. Why do you suddenly doubt me? He asked. I'm surprised. I just can't really imagine it, Osomatsu said frankly. Was our Choromatsu-kun actually popular, or is he just hiding the truth like he hid the fact that he was busy napping in the break room a few minutes ago? HMPH. He turned away in a pout. As a matter of fact, I had one other really good friend growing up. He was someone I could always count on, someone who I could really relate to. Yeah? The man leaned in suspiciously. What was his name? His name? The third oldest folded his arms. His name was Tachan. Tachan, huh? Yeah. Choromatsu grew a confident grin as he thought back to his earlier years. Tachan and I, we really bonded. We were practically inseparable. We used to go on so many adventures together, and would always get in so much trouble in school. He had my back, and I had his. He was a true friend. Osomatsu stared at Choromatsu for the longest time, looking him up and down in disbelief. He squinted. Is Tachan, like, real? Eh? Of course he is. The alien contended defensively. What makes you say he isn't? I don't know, just, the way you're talking about him kind of makes him sound made up, Osomatsu shrugged. Yes, he asserted. Tachan was real. Was? Yes, he quickly corrected. Osomatsu formed a smug grin and gave a little chuckle. Geez, you're getting pretty worked up about this, he jeered. Is it because Tachan was actually your imaginary friend? Just, stop, Choromatsu growled curtly. Ha, he really is made up. The red Matsu clapped, absolutely amused. I didn't think you to be the type. What type? You know, delusional, he answered complacently. I'm not, claimed the other, lifting his face high. I'm perfectly normal. Anne, having an imaginary friend doesn't make you delusional. Yeah, whatever, he snickered. Ah, this is no good, Choromatsu. If you're making up fake friends with backstories and everything to fill some sort of social void, you're probably sick. I'm not sick, declared Choromatsu. If I were, I wouldn't be here. It's as simple as that. Oh, that's right. Osomatsu rolled his hand forward in a gesture as he pondered aloud. Your people, they, what's the word, exterminate, yeah, they exterminate mental jobs like you. That's what happens in your society, right? Exactly, he huffed. So if I were a mental job, I wouldn't be here right now. My very presence is proof that I'm normal. Osomatsu set his head back on his hand as he looked up at the other, shifting once more in topics. That's still kind of crazy to me, you know. What, our practices? Well, yeah. He toned his voice down, speaking slower and a bit more serious. Your people, they make children, decide which ones are good and which ones are bad, then just freely execute. I wouldn't describe it so simply, it's a bit more complicated a system than that, Choromatsu said. It's more about researching the defects in the person's brain and determining the likelihood of those quirks activating during one's lifetime. You know, using algorithms to weigh the pros and cons versus the benefits and risks of allowing an individual to exist within our advanced society. You must understand, if we allowed just anyone to live, our culture would sooner corrupt and become divided. By selectively creating our own, we allow for a society of conformism and peace, of careful rule and progressive work towards infinite knowledge and wisdom. That. Osomatsu scrunched his nose. That kind of sounds backwards, doesn't it? Choromatsu frowned. How so? He inquired. Well, isn't the point of living to make mistakes and become a better person? He figured. How perfect do you have to be to pass as tolerable by your people? You don't have to be perfect, he argued. I'm not at all saying I'm perfect. You've seen Ichimatsu, he's not perfect either. But the point is that we function and contribute to society without problem. So, how messed up do you have to be in order to get the death sentence? That's not an easy question to answer, Choromatsu hummed. It's really a case-by-case basis. Extreme examples may include those who are prone to violence, or perhaps those with severe mental impairment that hinders their ability to efficiently work. Physical debilitation or incurable disorders may also call for extermination, though cases of such conditions are uncommon, as those who work in the field of reproduction know what they're doing. Milder cases of defectives may include someone who harbors the genetic makeup of a pathological liar, or perhaps someone who displays signs of acute narcissism. In most if not all of these cases, the subject is determined to be incompatible with life in our society, and they are swiftly taken care of. That's barbaric, Osomatsu scoffed. It's a pity for sure, but it's for the greater good, he claimed. After all, these kinds of people threaten the balance and well-being of our world. Because of our actions, criminal activity is incredibly rare. We do not have war. We do not have political conflict. We do not have religion. We do not have oppression. Those of us who thrive were created efficiently, raised efficiently, schooled efficiently, socialized efficiently, and coordinated efficiently. It is a perfect society of cooperation, production, and compliance. But, some of what you're saying isn't true, the other said. Oh? For starters, you obviously weren't socialized efficiently if you were coming up with imaginary friends in school, Osomatsu pointed out. Plus, the system you're describing sounds super oppressed. Conformity? Compliance? It sounds like you're being controlled almost as much as I am. I can assure you that nothing is wrong with our methods of childhood socialization, Choromatsu proclaimed. I wasn't very popular, is all. That's it. And there isn't anything wrong with me for it. Secondly, we're not oppressed. Sure, there's a certain level of governing that takes place, but it's only to make sure every aspect of our day-to-day lives is proceeding without conflict. Osomatsu pulled his lips back in an uncertain frown. Choromatsu, how much of your life is your choice? Choromatsu paused, staring back with a blank expression. Sorry, what? I asked, how much of your life is your choice? He repeated. Like, I already know you didn't choose this job. It was assigned to you, right? It was assigned at birth or something. I bet having me as your assigned specimen wasn't your choice, either. You've hinted in past conversations that leaving your home planet wasn't by choice, and I bet you didn't even get to choose where you're living right now. I know how much you work because I'm the one you work with, and I can only imagine your day-to-day schedule is filled to the brim with all kinds of predetermined crap. Do you choose a single activity in a typical day, or is your day already laid out for you? What's a single thing in your life that you've had control over? Choromatsu furrowed his brow, staring hard at Osomatsu with a thoughtful look on his face. For a moment, he wasn't sure what to say. I mean, the life I'm living, the society I'm living in, it's all perfectly normal. That's not what I asked. I'm happy with the life that's been assigned to me and the opportunities that come with, he continued. I may not be in the highest or most powerful position, but I'm very competent at what I do and am still quite young. So far, I've proven to be quite successful. Still not what I asked. The system that guides all of us through each stage of life has been meticulously designed, and only a fool would go against it. It's what's best for my people. And Osomatsu glanced up at the other. What if one of these days, you yourself end up being classified as defective? Would you still think so highly of your so-called perfect system? Choromatsu gave a small hair with a content smile. That question is irrelevant, he said confidently. My answer to it does not matter, because it does not apply to me. Come on, Choromatsu, have some imagination, Osomatsu pressed. Would you still believe in your system if you were defective? Well. The alien looked at the other, his eyes blinded by servitude and loyalty. Yes. The eldest's expression became subtly concerned as the other continued to explain. If I were ever examined by professionals and deemed unfit for our society, then my own extermination would certainly be for the best, he stated. It would be disorderly to leave someone with defects alive. So, as with all others, I would accept my part in creating a better system. But, again, this take does not matter because it would never happen. Choromatsu. Osomatsu sent the other a worried frown. You sound hella brainwashed. Choromatsu's eyelids lowered in irk as he muttered, Don't say hella, Osomatsu. I'm being serious, he huffed. What you're describing is unhealthy. At least have some respect for yourself, you know? I assure you that I do, the other insisted. Our system is without flaw. It would be illogical to keep anyone considered defective, including myself, alive. And then, what about Ichimatsu? I mean... Choromatsu averted his gaze. Well... It would be best, yes. If Ichimatsu were defective, it would be best for him to be put to death. Ooh, ouch, Osomatsu frowned. I'll be sure to tell him you said that. He would have the same mindset if I were defective, he said. The man looked up seriously at the other. Anne, is this something that you're really, truly okay with? He asked. The alien stared back with a blank expression, saying nothing at first. Then, with no emotion whatsoever, he answered. Even if I weren't, he began. It would not matter. When someone is exterminated, that is their logically assigned fate. It has nothing to do with how anyone feels about the situation, it is what it is. And it's perfect. Osomatsu looked hard at the other with an expression Choromatsu had never seen directed towards him before. It was a strange expression, one of perhaps sadness or fear. Though, that didn't quite make sense. What was Choromatsu saying that was causing fear in the other? Maybe it was the mention of death that scared this creature. That wasn't quite right, he didn't have this expression the last time they talked about this. Osomatsu was showing a particular type of concern that Choromatsu just didn't recognize, and for a moment, the two stared at each other in silent thought. Plep. Huh? Osomatsu blinked. Choromatsu? Drip. HM. Choromatsu gave a confused look as he felt a strange tickling sensation on his upper lip. He blinked a couple times and glanced down, bringing 2 fingers to his face to examine the substance that had made itself known. He lowered his hand back down and looked, analyzing the pure black liquid now painting his fingertips. Your nose is bleeding, the eldest informed. I see that, he mumbled, perplexed. Plop. A third droplet hit the floor beneath him as the alien stared, deeply confused by the phenomenon taking place. How did my nose start? Should you maybe go get a tissue or something? Suggested Osomatsu, eyeing as a 4th splatter decorated the ground seamlessly. Choromatsu shook his head lightly, snapping himself out of his momentary trance. Why yeah, let me go grab one. Choromatsu called out to another alien in their native tongue as he turned and swiftly dug through a nearby cupboard, digging out a tissue and pressing against his nose to stop the bleeding. As one alien hurried over to check on him, another meticulously cleaned the spilt bodily fluid and sanitized the area. Osomatsu simply sat and watched, still bound by the 4 in his arm. It was at this time that the door opened and 2 newcomers stepped inside. They were, of course, Ichimatsu and Choromatsu, with Choromatsu looking rather uneasy and nauseous. Before either could greet the first and third oldest, Ichimatsu froze upon the scene before them. There was a bleeding Choromatsu to the right, and one very suspicious-looking human without his restraints on to the left. Immediately, Ichimatsu acted. Osomatsu jumped as his wrists snapped behind his back and a muzzle appeared over his face suddenly. He glanced up as Ichimatsu marched over, grabbing him by the hair and glaring into his eyes. Hey, what did you do? He asked darkly, accusatory. Hey. Me. Osomatsu responded back. Choromatsu stepped forward hastily with a hand out. No, Ichimatsu, it wasn't him, he quickly informed. My nose just started bleeding out of nowhere, Osomatsu's fine, he's behaving. Ichimatsu looked back at Choromatsu curiously, then glanced one more time at Osomatsu before letting him go. Upon releasing his hold, Osomatsu's muzzle vanished and his wristbands deactivated. Oh. Choromatsu tried to chuckle. Yeah, no, just a little nosebleed, he said with a smile. Otherwise, we're all good in here. Ichimatsu eyed the other curiously. Why is your nose bleeding? Have you been irritating it? No, actually, Choromatsu replied. It was just random. Huh? Ichimatsu hummed thoughtfully for a moment before glancing back at Choromatsu, deactivating the man's own restraints with a simple nod. Well, anyway, we're finished with the procedure, he announced. Is Osomatsu done in here? No, but we can just bring the four-stand with us to the feeding room, he said. Then, he sent the ill Choromatsu a supportive smile. I hope the procedure wasn't too bad. Choromatsu looked up at Choromatsu, his face pale and eyes unamused. He kept a wary hand over his poor stomach, still brimming with occasional movement as he told him, that was absolute hell. I figured it would be, the alien sympathized guiltily. Sorry I wasn't there. But, at least you got through it okay. I'm sure Ichimatsu did wonderful keeping you company. Yeah. He breathed. Choromatsu turned to Osomatsu and reached out his arm amicably. Be careful standing, Osomatsu, he forewarned as the man accepted his helping hand. You may experience a bit of lightheadedness as we finish up this transfusion. Thanks, Osomatsu mumbled as he stood to his feet. Now, if you two will follow Ichimatsu and I to the feeding room. With that, the four exited the testing room together and went on their way towards their next destination to get fed. Intermission. End chapter 15.